That evening, in the castle of the heavenly demon cult, after listening to the doctor's conclusions, he said that even this rare medicine would not help. In confirmation of his words, the doctor bowed his head and said that he apologized to the heir to the cult. He replied that the energy deviation was not something that could be easily corrected, and added that it was all his fault. He thought it was his fault because he was an untalented student, because of his lower core, which was destroyed at birth, and his body, which was unable to retain chi energy. He devoted all his time to the mystical arts, and he rose to the title of heir to the cult of the heavenly demon. All this was done to repay his mentor. The rare medicine from Hebei was useless. He wondered where he could find something useful. A man standing at the end of the corridor told the heir to the cult that the time had come. He asked him if he was okay while he was away from the cult. The boy replied to the gloomy Cheon Hajin that it had indeed been quite a while. And then Yen Wunhui remarked that his journey across their land must have taken quite a while. In response, Cheong Hajin said that since the cult leader and heir were unable to fulfill their duties, he was obliged to ensure the prosperity of the heavenly demon cult. After saying that, Zheng Hajin headed down the hall. Yang said that he understood. He added with anger in his voice that he was grateful for their efforts. As he poured the tea, he thought that there was no way that this snake, Cheong Hajin, had just gone on a journey to learn how people lived. He voiced the opinion that he would not do anything stupid as long as he did not do anything wrong. But suddenly he tasted a strange flavor. Then Yang Wunhui said that he did not expect this. He emphasized that he could not even think that he would dare to kill him in his own room. With a snort, he squeaked out that this was why the drink had such a fatal flavor. Realizing that mercenaries were already waiting for him, the guy asked if they wanted to have a drink with him. With an ironic smile, he added that he was even sorry to drink it all by himself. Leaning over the table, he asked that even if they had slipped him this poison, how dare they attack him in his own room? Surrounding him, they attacked the boy simultaneously from 4 sides, but their fists went through Yen's body. Realizing that they had attacked the illusion, one of them shouted that, "When did that guy make it?" It turned out that Yen was behind them. The guy said that if they had decided to finish him off in his own hideout, they should have been better prepared. The command to finish the guy was given, and they rushed to attack him. Then Yen threateningly said that he had warned them. Yen Wunhui unleashed his fighting energy and emphasized that their forces were not enough to defeat him. Using chains with spearheads against his opponents, he strung their bodies on them in one motion. He asked the men who appeared behind him if this was all they could do after all this training. And then he turned to Cheon Hajin and the elders and asked if they thought that their respected nephews would be disappointed by this. Zheng Hajin thought that it was said that the beak of a red crane could bring down a bull with a single pinch, and the bull can still laugh after being poisoned by it. The guy is a real monster. He said that if his body had been in better condition, he would have left a hole in his head, and added with a mocking tone that he was so sorry. Zheng Hajin replied that he also shared the disappointment of not being able to realize his dreams. Looking at the elders, he thought that he could not just stand by and let a miserable man who could not even learn martial arts become their next leader. All the elders supported him. Looking at each other, the elders dispersed in a circle surrounding the boy and preparing to attack. Yen noticed that their elders were quite cowardly. He asked if they were going to attack a cub like him, with the whole crowd after they had poisoned him. Irritated by his words, Zhong Heijin snorted and shouted at him to continue speaking. He said that if Yan had simply fulfilled his role as the cult's heir, this would not have happened. But Yen interrupted him and shocked him by saying that he was talking nonsense and asked who was behind it all. He indignantly asked what he was talking about. He emphasized that it was a joint decision of the elders and the deputy cult leader. Yen said he knew that the latter would not have had the courage to do such a thing. The guy asked if it was a master of black spirits and skulls, or lightning and thunder, or a collector of demons. And then he concluded that no, it was an order from outside their divine cult. Cheon and the elders sold the cult to destroy him. When Yen asked if the master was also in this state because of his actions, Cheong exploded in anger. He shouted that how dare he accuse him of such a thing. After these words, Cheon Hajin rushed to attack the guy he hated so much. When he grabbed it, Yen noticed that, judging by his reaction, he was right. He mentally turned to the master and said that this was probably the price for trusting him. The damned idiot had finally stabbed them in the back. Grabbing the boy by the neck, Zheng Hajin dragged him across the room, and then he slammed the guy against the wall with great force and continued to squeeze his throat. Cheon Hajin said that no matter how much he disliked him, they both trained under the same master, and he's still the current leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. He said he would end his life with his own hands. With a huff, Yen noted that he had already planned it all, and asked why he continued this farce. He had become a puppet of external forces because of his short-sighted mind. These words made him very angry, and Jong Hajin shouted that how dare he, and that it was obvious that Yeon was not going to say goodbye to life peacefully. And then he added that Yoon shouldn't worry. He will correct his mistakes and ensure the prosperity of the cult. When he heard what Cheon Hajin said, the boy started laughing hysterically. Jong Hajin's hand tightened around his throat, and the boy squeaked that they had tolerated him for so long and had not yet learned of his true power. The guy said that since they decided to finish him off, he should have remembered one thing. Saying that he had become so talkative before his death, Jong Hajin noticed that Yong's hand was reaching under his robe. Yong Woonhui grabbed the dragon demon sword. Noticing the sword, Jung Hajin asked if he dared to cause trouble until his last moments. Trying to grab the sword, Cheon Hajin asked him again if he thought he would let him pull his tricks. As soon as he touched Yen's sword, a strong energy release occurred, which threw Cheong Jin back. Shocked by what had happened, Cheon Hajin asked when he had managed to gather so much mystical energy. Smiling, Yen said that he had put all the mystical power he had into the dragon demon's sword, which holds the will of the first heavenly demon. Laughing, he said that he had been collecting mystical energy while defending himself against their ridiculous attacks. One of the elders instructed the others to take up a defensive formation and use their inner energy. Drawing his sword, Yen warned that it was too late. He summoned the flames of hell that burned the soul. It was a force that no one could resist, and it found its victims. The last words that Cheong Hajin managed to shout out were the name of Yong Woon-hui. The release of mystical energy was so powerful that it illuminated the entire castle. He thought that no matter how miserable his life was, he did not expect such an ending. A few snowflakes touched his body, and he thought that everything was the same as that day. The snow evoked memories of his terrible childhood and the bullying of his peers. One of the boys said that this time, he would feel sorry for the bastard who sees ghosts. The young man threatened that if he said something stupid like that, he was carrying an evil spirit again. He would do something to him that would make him feel bad. Someone said they heard that the boy also has a damaged core, an orphan with a damaged core who claims to see ghosts. If it were him, he would have killed himself a long time ago. The poor guy thought he was just telling the truth, but all he got in return was hatred. To survive in such a disgusting world, he had no right to sit still. Grabbing a stone, the boy attacked his offender and hit him. The latter immediately ordered that the villain be caught. Hiding under a stone wall, the guy sighed and said that those scoundrels did not know when to stop. Looking at the demons flying around, he added that they were like lost souls, and then he asked the ghosts when they would finally leave him alone. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. The man said he had special eyes. The guy recoiled, wondering when the man had managed to approach, but he didn't even feel his presence. The boy noticed that the man had expensive clothes and an even more expensive sword, and he had run far enough away from crowded places. What if this man had come to get him? Thinking that in a world in which hatred and disrespect have become something natural, he did not mind his life being split in two. Then the orphan said that he was probably interested in his cursed eyes, and added that he could do what he wanted. With a huff, the man asked if he could just take them. The boy replied that he looked like a martial arts master, so how could he refuse? The guy said that he did not know whether these eyes could be useful for him. The man could tear them out, boil them, or fry them. He could do whatever he wanted, but to his great surprise, the man wrapped the boy up and told him that these eyes were not cursed, but blessed. The man said that some people like him are born with a blessed upper energy core, or a special soul, and such people have always done great things. He added that the boy has the potential to become more unique than anyone else in this world. These words were so sweet that they sounded like a lie, but more than that, he felt warmth for the first time in his life. He asked the boy if he would follow him, and he agreed. Then he asked if the boy had a name, and he said he did not. The man suggested that the boy immortalize the moment of their meeting, and asked him how about the name 1V. That's how he found a reason to keep living. Yen told himself that he had done everything he could to help his master. Because of this cursed body, his master found himself in a state of energetic deviation. To simply accept the end would be too miserable. His body would turn to dust, and no matter what he did, he would not survive. Yen Woon-hui thought that in this case, he had only one way out. It is the forbidden art of Zoroastrian rebirth through the primordial divine wheel, a forbidden art used by ancient Zoroastrian practitioners to overcome death by moving their soul into another person's body. Even if the transfer is successful, they are doomed to a short life because the body rejects the new soul. He channeled all the remaining mystical energy into the shards of the dragon demon's sword, to activate this art, and now he leaves its success to the will of the heaven. Looking at the castle of the heavenly demon cult, he again mentally appealed to the master to survive until his return. His spell worked, and the soul began to rise into the sky with golden smoke. The boy heard a woman's voice ask if he understood his role in visiting the clan leader. As the son of a concubine, he must continue to keep a low profile. His whole body was numb and tingling. He thought that waking up screaming was the worst, but most of all, he was worried about whether he had been reborn through the original divine wheel. Holding a stick, the woman called him Tang Wun Huo and asked if he could hear her. She started shouting again and asked how long he was going to lie on the floor. Then she ordered him to get up. As he was getting up, he thought it was so ironic that this guy's name was Tang Wun Hui, the same as his. She said she had been putting up with it for quite some time. When the guy didn't say anything, she became enraged and swung a stick at him, screaming that he dared to ignore her. But to her great surprise, the guy caught her hand on the fly and held it back, preventing her from hitting it. Squeezing her hand tightly, he said that her breath stank terribly and asked if she could turn her face in the other direction, calling her an old lady. She indignantly asked him how he dared to reject her fair instructions and even called him an old carp. She shouted at him not to even dare to dream of being released until he realized his mistakes and left, slamming the door. The guy sat down and exhaled, saying that he finally had some peace and quiet. He thought that judging by the remnants of this body's memory, this woman must be the boy's stepmother. Rebirth through the primordial divine wheel only works on bodies that have just died or are on the verge of death. Although this boy was not her own son, he could not believe that the boy had almost died from her beatings. In his opinion, his previous life was miserable, but this Tang Wun Hui can compete with it. He said that if not, this body would be barely trained and in a very bad condition. But this body had something that he did not. The guy had a lower energy core. If he can develop the lower core and learn martial arts based on the mystical arts he learned with the upper core in his past life, and at the same time, the power of his eyes to control. The guy corrected himself and said that he had no ifs. He has to. Only then will he be able to protect his master, and to show the bastards who betrayed him and got involved with the heavenly demonic cult exactly who they got involved with. The Sichuan Tang clan is one of the 6 great Murim clans. It is also the ruler of Sichuan Murima. To the west of it is Tibet, where Patala Castle is located. Qinghai is also home to the Kunlun sect. In the south, there is the Jianzang sect, the Temple of the Heavenly Dragon, and the 5 Poison sect. And finally, to the north of it, stretches the front line of the central Murim Plains, which opposes the heavenly demon cult. The vanguard of the Tang clan's troops is led by the Storm Squad. The leader of the Storm Squad is known as the Storm Swordsman named Tang Ho San. Together with the Storm Squad, he founded the 9 Dragons Division, a branch of the Tang clan. The economic and strategic center of Sichuan Murima is the County of the 9 Dragons. The head of the Tang clan, the Dark Lord Tang Mungyuk, entrusted the Tang army to Hosan. Tan Husan had 3 heirs. The mother of 2 of them was Namgun Sanan, his legal wife. They were his first child, Tang Kyujin, and his third child, Tang Yuochang. But the mother of his second son was a maid. The mistake was made when he was drunk, and he was reborn as an illegitimate child of this clan. And even though he is an illegitimate child, he is still the patriarch's heir and a candidate for inheritance. They shouted at him for saying such a thing to the matriarch and forced him to go and beg for forgiveness. He shouted that she had ordered not to bring food to their pavilion. Now they would all starve. Ian could not believe that even the servants were looking down on him. The man ordered the boy to go and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps the landlady would be merciful and give him a lighter punishment. The boy shut him up with a good slap. The guy's slap was powerful enough to knock the big man down. Looking at the guy, he asked what the hell, and added that he was giving him good advice, and if he didn't stop, he wouldn't be able to help him. But the guy didn't stop, and he shouted that if he touched him again, he would be in trouble. He would report everything to the lady. After this statement, Yen gave him a few more slaps until he begged for mercy. Yang told Hensum that he hoped he would do the right thing, because he was his mother's friend. He asked him if he understood how he felt. Hensum immediately replied that he would never forget his kindness and would serve him and the other lady tirelessly. Then the guy asked if that meant he would bring everything he needed. He replied that he would, and assured him that he would get everything ready right away. After that, the man bowed to the boy and said he would be back soon. Looking at his hand, he snorted and said that he could not believe that his hand was shaking so much because of the beating. How weak was Tang Wunhui? Not only did he have a weak body, but he also had no allies in the clan. This is partly due to the mistress's abuse. He will not advance in the clan at this rate. All he can do is accumulate internal energy and show his abilities. But there is a problem. The clan energy is in this body. Since the cuts of a heavenly demon master are demonic arts, he cannot use cultivation techniques. However, in the heavenly demon cult, there are probably many who came from the Tang clan and spent thousands of years there. This has a bad effect on Tang Wunhua's upper meridian. His body is not prepared at all. Recalling the transfer of energy to the innate strong meridian, he would transfer it to the illusory space and manifest it in full. And a suitable space would be the 1,000-year-old secret archive of the cult of the heavenly demon. Fortunately, using divine reincarnation, he did not lose most of his memories. In his position, the best cultivation method is the poison dragon technique. After being expelled from the Tang clan by a military group that specialized in poison, they became part of the heavenly demon cult. This method of cultivation allowed them to learn the poison art of the demon cult. Instead of using demonic energy, they practice poison energy, as well as the cultivation methods of the Tang clan as a basis for the use of demonic arts. While the Tang clan is fighting a demonic cult, groups appear in factions that use poison in a special way. He thought that if he used demonic art through the poison dragon method, no one would suspect anything. He said that the problem is that he will have to experience unspeakable pain to get the energy of the poison. And to replenish this energy, he also needs to absorb a higher level of venom. In any case, now that he had used the upper meridian, his cursed eyes finally opened again. Smiling, the guy asked how long they were going to watch like that. He said that he realized that he was quite attractive in his past life, but he would still feel embarrassed if they continued to stare so intently. Deputy Cheon Hajin and the elders appeared before the boy's eyes. Zhong Hajin turned to Yongwun Hui and shouted that people had always said he was a madman. But how dare he speak to him, the vice head of a major heavenly demon cult, in such a tone? One of the elders shouted for the heir to the cult to release them. He threatened that he could not cope with their anger. The guy calmly replied that their reaction made him happy. The elder shouted that how could he be such a bad man even after his death? Another said that they were declaring a rebellion against him. The guy replied that since they had agreed to kill him, they should be prepared for the consequences. He pulled on the chain hard enough that Cheon Hajin fell face first to the floor. When he raised his head, Wunbi asked him if he already knew what he was capable of or not. Looking at the boy, he saw the Phantom King behind him. It was the same power. The guy told him that if he remained in this state, he would not even be able to reincarnate. Doesn't he think so? He replied that to hell with it. The spirit cried out whether all he wanted was information, and if he wanted all the information he had, but the guy didn't let him finish and denied it. Yen Wunhui said that he has many people who have this information. After that, the boy directed his mystical energy at the spirit of Cheon Hajin, and Cheon Hajin's spirit immediately began to be sucked into a powerful whirlpool. Eventually, a small ball formed in Wunvi's hand, and he told the elders that it was a ghostly sphere. It is filled with images of those who have died, and is much stronger than most of the strongest poisons. And then, saying that she would become his lunch, the guy threw the sphere into his mouth. The elders were amazed at what the boy had done. They were frightened at what was happening next. The guy's body was contorted in pain, and he gritted his teeth and howled in hellish pain. Watching him, the elders said that this was impossible. They were surprised that the boy was still able to stand after all that. Then one of them asked if they had forgotten how he had raised hell, even after taking the poison energy. The guy said that now, the vice head of the cult has become fertilizer for his poisonous dragon. He emphasized that it was time for them all to make a choice. And then Wunvi offered them to obediently tell everything, or become food as well. He asked if they were following orders from an organization known as the Association. They, the elders of the great cult of the heavenly demon. They shouted that they were not lying to him, and that they were actually showing him very strange things. They begged the boy to believe them. Wunvi reflected that the organization had no name, and the main threat came from its members. The cult of the heavenly demon is an unorthodox cult that worships its ruler as a god. The elders of this cult, who worship the heavenly demon, conspired with them and decided to attack the heir to the cult. This means that compared to the fear of the heavenly demon, the fear of this organization was stronger. He said that he thought that the orthodox or unorthodox faction was driven by external forces. Apostates, a tower that rises into the sky. People who have surpassed all of humanity and are trying to conquer the tower. Extremely powerful demigods are capable of amazing things. They are considered natural disasters. Wunvi thought this meant that their leader was much stronger than he had imagined. Saying that it was a precious time to assimilate such a quantity of poison and gradually get used to it, the The guy put the spheres back into his mouth. 2 months later, the lady was breaking dishes in her room and screaming because she was sure that this Saraza was not getting food. When the servant replied that they would not have dared to go against her will, she cried out that then why was he living as if nothing had happened? After all, he was supposed to fall at her feet and beg for forgiveness in less than 3 days. She said that rumors were already circulating around the estate that she had killed him. The head will be back soon. How will she face him when he hears this? With a sigh, she said that before they continue, she asks what the bastard asked him to bring. The servant replied that he wanted information about the current situation in Jianggu, in particular about the unorthodox and demonic faction. The woman thought that the bastard had never been interested in such things and had changed a lot in these 2 months. Could there be someone behind him? He may be useless, but he is still the son of the clan patriarch. If the boy makes a good impression during the patriarch's visit, he can get a position in the clan. No wonder there are so many annoying flies around him pursuing this goal. She jumped up and shouted that Q-Jin and Yuo Chang should be on the lookout. That damn Suraku can't get away with this. She was told that Yuo Chang was here. She was surprised that he was here, and noted that he had already completed his training. Then she ordered the servant to leave, and emphasized that if he noticed anything strange about the boy, he should immediately report to her. When Yuo Chang entered the room, he immediately asked how his mother was doing. She thanked him and said that it could not be better. She noted that he had worked hard and invited her son to sit down. Then she asked if he had achieved his goal. He replied that even though it was not the final result, he had almost mastered the concealed weapon. She replied that this was great, as expected of her son. Yuo Chang said that on the way here, he had heard about this Saraza and asked if she had not repented even after what she had done. She said that talking about him gave her a headache and added that she did not know what the bastard was up to. When Yuo Cheng said that he thought someone was helping the boy, she looked up sharply and asked if he thought so too. The guy said that he didn't have enough internal energy because he didn't eat or drink anything. Suraz would not have lasted 2 months. Someone secretly brings him elixirs every night. Clenching her fist, she said she was thinking about it too, although she had no idea what kind of fool was helping him. Yuo Cheng then said that this was why he had to participate in the patriarch's visit. Namgun Sangin asked him why. He replied that if he was playing the game on a large scale, then his patron should also do something. Namgun noticed that this was true. After all, someone has to bring him the elixir to make him strong enough. The person behind it and claiming the praise would definitely show up. Yuo Cheng said that as soon as he appeared, they would take them together. She asked him what if this Saraza would cause them problems. Wouldn't the patriarch decide that they couldn't even control him? He told his mother that it did not matter and asked what this Saraza could do. With a sly smile, he said that if he created a problem, he would just stop him like a loving brother. Yuo Chang said that even if this bastard tried to do something, the strength of a person who had only studied the Tang clan's energy arts, which were accessible even to servants, could not be that high. The spirit of the Ghost King returned to Wunhua through the window. He was surprised to hear the servant say 6 years. The servant replied that he had heard that the demonic cult had been experiencing a social uprising for 6 years. 2 months ago, Wunhua ordered Hensum to find out the latest developments of Jianghu. He thought it had been a long time since he had been reborn through the primal divine wheel, but it turned out to be much worse than he thought. 6 whole years have passed. 6 years of complete despair. The servant said that the heavenly demon had disappeared, and it was an evil trick of the demonic cult. There was chaos because they did not know when the heavenly demon would return. He thought that the master might be alive. At least he had a little hope. Clenching his fist, he thought that although he wanted to go to Tianshan immediately, he had neither the strength, nor the information, nor the means, especially not information. Having started the training, he continued to think that it seems that the traitors are using all methods to find the master. And since he was not found according to the available information, we need to look further. He came up with a plan for the patriarch of the Tang clan to visit the Nine Dragons clan, Dark Lord Tang Munhyuk. There are rumors that the Dark Lord will create a special security unit. If he joins this unit, he will be able to use the Tang clan's network of spies. Then his chances of finding the master will increase. The spider noticed that he seemed to be on the verge of mastering the 12 strikes of the Fierce Tiger. The 12 strikes of the Fierce Tiger is an advanced basic technique taught to wandering warriors. It is a martial art that uses fists, palms, fingers, and feet as a fatal weapon. If one strengthens the body by pushing it to the limit through extreme training using the Poison Dragon cultivation technique and taking a spiritual elixir to purify the blood and channels, one can achieve this. The guy gritted his teeth and said that it was the pills again. The spider replied that he could not help the young master. Security is too strict. Wunvi told the spider that if he was also useless, he would turn him into a spiritual elixir. The spider replied that he had done his best and begged him to believe him. Swallowing his pills, the boy asked what other news there was. For example, "Where is the Dark Lord?" The spider replied that he didn't know when the Dark Lord would arrive, but he would tell him something about Yuo Chang, and if he remembered the name correctly, he had returned. Wen Hui then remarked that if Tang Yuocheng had returned, then the Dark Lord's visit was approaching, so his appearance was logical. As he gathered the pills, he asked if that was all. Spider said he saw his mother and him meeting and discussing him. He asked if Namgun Seinen and Tang Yuochang had a secret meeting about him. Then he asked what they had talked about. When he relayed their conversation, Wunvi summarized that they would try to get rid of him during the Dark Lord's visit. Did they also think he had a secret patron behind him? He said that they must have read too many dramas in their youth, but it's strange that they would recommend him for the security unit. He's been trying to figure out how to get there, and they want to do his job for him. Nevertheless, he does not like the situation. They are still trying to humiliate him. Someone knocked on the door, and then said it was Handsome. He told him to come in. When he brought a plate on a tray, the boy asked what it was. Handsome replied that the lady said it was a tonic for him. The boy asked in surprise if the lady hadn't said not to give him anything to eat. Handsome said that she had said that he had already finished thinking, and as a reward for his suffering, she had given him this to replenish his energy. Thinking that this old witch was too predictable, Wunvi said that Handsome could leave it here. Then Henzin said in a frightened voice that she wanted to see him drink it. He thought that she must have mixed in the poison of madness, but since he had already mastered the poison dragon cultivation technique, it would not work. Drinking it, the guy tasted centuries-old ginseng mixed with flowers and a small amount of madness poison. There is even a purification pill. This elixir is so wonderful that just one dose will help restore energy and even increase. However, with such a large amount, the elixir will infect the brain with toxin. The boy thought that, as expected, the broth contained poison. The aides were outraged at how anyone could give the young leader poison. That Namgong clan bastard must be out of her mind. How dare she slip this to the master? Shouting at him to shut up, he ordered him to follow the lady and find the sorcerer who was helping her. The young servant replied that it would be done, and quickly ran out the open window. Putting the empty bowl on the table, the boy thought that driving him crazy with madness poison, and then using magic to turn him into a puppet, was her plan. I wonder how good her sorcerer is. The guy said he had already drunk it all, and asked Handsome why he was still standing there. He replied that a martial arts master was waiting outside. The lady had sent him. Wunvi was very surprised when the servant told him about the martial arts master. When the boy approached him, he introduced himself as Tan Gong, a martial arts master assigned to train the young master Wunvi. The master offered Wenhua to get along, though not for long. Wenhui knew about the fierce wind warrior Tang Gong. He is the most valuable master of the Storm Squad in battle, and one of the 5 strongest masters in the 9 Dragon Division. But he is so lazy that he stopped fulfilling his duties long ago. Why did he suddenly become his master? Tan Gong said that he was asked to train the boy for 4 days before the clan head's visit. Wunvi thought that he probably agreed, because he was too lazy to help with the preparations for the festival. The guy thought that no matter what, this woman would impress him by appointing him a martial arts master, Tan Gong. She gave the impression that she really cared about her stepson, while wanting to capture his mind in order to humiliate him in front of the clan head. He was very interested in what plan she was following. After all, she definitely has one. The boy asked the master what he would teach him. He repeated that he had been ordered to train him for 4 days before the visit of the clan head. The master said that he would not repeat it twice, so he had to watch carefully. After that, the master swept around the boy like the wind, demonstrating the technique. The boy recognized the shadow technique. The master stopped and said that it was the shadow step. Wenhui asked if it was the same one used by Tang Yuochang. Tang Gong confirmed his guess and told him that this was the basis of the shadow steps art used by the young master Yuochang. Then the boy thought that she was going to praise her son by comparing him to him. The master continued that the shadow step is ideal for use with poison or concealed weapon. After that, Tong Gong said that he had left footprints on the ground, so that he should just follow them. Wenhui thought that Tong Gong moved like a shadow, while leaving clean footprints on the ground. He deserves the title of Fierce Wind Warrior. He said that he had shown how to do the shadow steps, and now Wunvi should try to repeat them, and if something is not clear, he can say so. But the guy interrupted him and said that he had learned everything and studied his shadow steps. The master replied that he did not think so. After all, he had never studied martial arts. And the shadow step is quite complicated. It takes about 10 days for the Storm Squad recruits to just learn the form. Even a genius like himself needed 5 days. And to really understand the meaning of the form, it takes 3 months. With a huff, the guy asked if it usually takes this long. The master said that if he understood, he He could continue training and then turned around and started walking away. The guy turned to him and repeated that he had learned it. The irritated master replied to Manhwa that this was not something that could be seen once and repeated. Wunvi asked if he wanted to make a bet. He bets 30 silver coins that he has mastered the shadow step correctly. The guy noticed that he was finally interested. Wunvi said that as far as he knew, his monthly salary was about 10 coins. He has to bet at least 3 months of his work to make it a real bet, right? The master said that the shadow step is a priceless martial art created in the spirit of the Tang clan. Should I bet on such a thing? Then Wunvi made a move with his horse, asking the martial artist if he was afraid. Then he came back and laughed that the master was scared. The fierce wind warrior himself said that he needed 3 days, but everything is fine and he will continue to train on his own. The master shouted at him to stop and said that the boy was good at hitting him, and he added that he would take his money as payment for his disrespect for martial arts. The young man asked the master if he agreed, and emphasized that there would be no turning back. When the master confirmed and told him to show him, the guy instantly performed the shadow step. Tangong was both impressed and surprised that the boy could easily repeat this technique. Shaking the bag of money in front of the master, the guy asked if he was going to drink tonight, and then he added that maybe he shouldn't spend it. Confused, Tangong exclaimed that he had taken his coins too, but that was impossible. The master, furious at his loss, shouted that it was cheating and asked him when he had learned the shadow step. The boy asked what cheating meant and emphasized that he had just learned it. Had he ever had the opportunity to learn martial arts before? The master agreed and asked how he could do it after seeing him only once. The guy asked Master Tangong if he didn't believe in him that much. He offered to show him again. Wunvi asked if the master had any other techniques to teach. This one was too boring. Maybe he was too brilliant for that. He told the master that not only were his pockets now empty, but his confidence was too. The master replied that he should wait for him here, and he would win back his money right away. Wunvi thought that he was such a simpleton. The master squeaked out that he knew many more complex secret arts than the shadow step. He added that he would see how far Wunvi could go. The guy said that he must be pretty confused, not only because of his shadow step antics, but also because of the stolen wallet. He never personally studied martial arts, but during his life as a cult heir, he met many famous martial artists. This allowed him to memorize the form of a bunch of basic martial arts. But regardless of his talent, it would have been impossible to steal the wallet from Tangong, who is much stronger than he is, unless, of course, he had the help of the spirits. For them, it's a piece of cake. And now, it was time to empty his new teacher's wallet and his martial arts. 4 hours later, the boy had already performed the butterfly that haunts the soul and the physical arts of the storm, and then he easily mastered the art of the 12 turns of the storm. Master Tangong was almost furious that he had lost his fortune, and even worse, it was a slap in the face to his reputation. Observing this action, one of the spirits remarked that he might be a heretic, but he still felt sorry for him. It was his unfortunate fate to be associated with the heir to the cult. Another added that it reminded him of his suffering in life. When the guy asked if they were continuing, the master replied that he could no longer take loans from the bank. Smiling, Wunvi said that he was so sorry and asked what about the latter. But the master replied that he had no money anymore. Then the guy pointed to all the money he had won and said that he offered to bet it all, like real men. Then the master asked if he was going to sell him into slavery. The boy replied that this was not the case. Wunvi said that he had one important art that he could not just copy. When the master heard that the boy was talking about the dance of the storm, he immediately changed his despair to anger. He released his martial energy and turned to the young Wunvi and said that we can talk about other arts, but not about the dance of the storm. It is the soul of the storm squad. Putting the storm dance on the line is disrespectful to the squad, which is the foundation of the 9 Dragons division. Therefore, he asks that you refrain from mentioning it. The boy thought that he might look like a simple man, but he shouldn't forget that he was a fierce wind warrior from the storm squad. Then Wunhui asked if he had no right to learn the storm dance. The master replied that of course he had the right to do so, since he was the son of the head of this branch of the family. He said that he had shown it to his first daughter and third son, so it would not be difficult for him. Wunvi turned to Tangong and said that he was not talking about his rights as an heir. He asks if he recognizes what he can learn. When he remained silent, Wunvi addressed him as the fierce wind warrior Tangong of the Storm Squad and asked if he thought he was strong enough to become the Storm. Does he, Tang Wunhui, have the right to continue the mission of the Storm Squad? Shocked by the boy's statement, the master thought about the mission of the Storm Squad. After their terrible defeat, his storm troop began to decline. He thought that maybe they could become a real storm again. 20 years have passed. The mission of the storm he buried in his heart. It occurred to Tangong that he did not think he would hear these words from the young master Wunvi, the weakest of the heirs. The master said that my words about the mission of the storm stirred his heart, but he had just offered the storm dance as a bet, so he can't believe that he really means what he says. After punching himself several times in the chest, the guy said it hurt so much. Wunvi said that 4 hours ago, when he first met him, if he had asked him to teach him the dance of the storm, so that he could continue the mission of the storm, would he have agreed? The guy reminded him that he was going to run away after showing him the shadow step once. The master replied awkwardly that he could not deny it. Then the master said that he was deliberately mocking him so that he would accept his challenge and recognize it. Tan Gong said he had heard rumors that the boy had changed, but he also sees that he was actually hiding his mental abilities and strength. He noticed that the martial arts he showed would have been difficult to perform with Wunhwa's body 2 months ago. 2 months is not enough to accumulate internal energy, so he accumulated energy for a long time, hiding it from the lady. Only just before the Dark Lord's arrival did he decide to show his hidden claws. He remarked that it was a really cunning plan to deceive his family. Wunhui realized that this was considered a compliment in the Tang clan, but it was still strange to hear. The spirit said that this man must have seen the true value of the air. The other added that he could not help but admire the masterful order in the divine cult. Irritated by their chatter, Wunvi considered putting them all on the pill. The boy was not going to back down, and asked whether he would teach him or not. The master huffed thoughtfully. The spirit again said that there was no point in resisting. No one can resist the sweet words of the heir to the cult. Another added that this was the reason he made them swear allegiance to him. Wunvi smiled and decided that he was on the pill. After thinking for a few minutes, Master Tan Gong said that he would teach him the true storm dance. Then, as befits a disciple, Wunhui bowed and said that Tan Wunhui of the Tan clan was asking for training from his master, Tan Gong. A slight smile appeared on Master Tan Gong's face after Wunvi's words. The master replied that the member of the storm squad, the fierce wind warrior Tan Gong, would accept his request. At the beginning, the master said that unlike previous martial arts, the dance of the storm would be difficult to learn so quickly. The guy offered the master to change the bet. They will bet on whether he can learn it by the end of the day, and the loser will buy them food and drinks for dinner. With a sigh, the master asked if he was serious. Then he agreed and said that the boy owed him dinner. He added that he was sure he would win this time. The former members of the Storm Squad have promised not to interfere in matters concerning the family head's legacy. Therefore, even if Wunvi continues the storm, Tan Gong will not be able to support him as the next heir. But for the rest of us, it will mean only one thing. A new storm is coming soon. Someone who can join them on the road and with whom they can have a drink. And to hell with it. He didn't care if he lost the bet. After all, the greater the young master Wunvi, the better for all of them. But the damn guy didn't even share a single drink with him. What kind of dinner is this? The waiter asked Tan Gong if he needed anything else. The master told him to bring another bottle of alcohol. He added that he couldn't watch it sober. The guy gasped and said that he was a drunk. Then they should have gone to the Dragon Tower. He asked back if the guy knew how much it cost. And this bar is also quite expensive. The most popular in these parts, Wunvi said, with a hum that it was. He said he was willing to pick up the tab even if it was a bit expensive, but who knew that he would eat enough to spend his weekly food budget? Wunhui thought that going to a place as expensive as the Dragon Tower was not in his plans either. There must be a lot of people here. He had to restrain himself for 2 months because of the ban Namgun Sanin imposed on him, but he can no longer postpone his plans. The spirit muttered that it was a spell of connection of the revered demon god Mythos. The spirit asked if he had come to this place to leave this mark. The guy said in his mind that he needed his associates, who were desperate to know that he was the heir to the cult of Yang Wanhui, to be alive. It's been 10 days since he had any suspicious encounters. How much longer does he have to sit and wait? Suddenly he noticed a girl and thought, "Isn't that a Qing Cheng sect uniform? What is she doing here?" The spider realized that this girl must be the first daughter of the Tang Tang Kyujin clan. What will happen if she meets the daughter of the Namgong clan? So, she called her daughter. He said that he hoped that this child would be fine. Saying to himself that this was not the time to worry, the spider quickly jumped down from the tree. He thought that he needed to make a good impression on the young master and ask him to be lenient. She asked if she was going to break her mother's heart. The girl replied that it was nothing compared to the pain she was causing Wunhua. This time, she locked him in a room and forbade him to eat. The lady snorted and said she wasn't worried about him. Someone was worried about him in secret, and she needed to focus on the Dark Lord. Slamming her palm on the table, the girl shouted that this was no excuse for mistreating him. She stated that she was sure that she did not even know about the existence of the assistants before she punished him. Wasn't she trying to finish him off? Namgun asked her why she was so angry about some bastard. She asked if she was really her daughter. She asked if she ever forgot to call him illegitimate. And with the words that she would then reveal the truth, the girl turned to the exit. Then Namgun screamed at Kyujin to stop. About Namgun said that Kyujin had always been too soft since she was a child, but it got worse when she joined the Qingcheng sect. And how is she going to take her father's place in that case? The spider thought about how to report it, and noticed that this family was a complete mess. Angry, she stood up and shouted that it was all because of that bastard. No need to wait for the Dark Lord's visit. She asked if anyone was there, and said she had to go. The spider wondered what she planned to do with the young master. Thinking that this lady was probably going to the sorcerer, the spider decided to follow her. The guy thought that it had been 10 days since he made his spirit follow her, but he had no news. There would have to be connections through the revered demon god mythos, even in the outskirts of the Nine Dragons. Either these people have left or they cannot act because of some restriction. In any case, the situation is clearly not good. Therefore, he needs to hurry up and become stronger. The master praised him and noticed that he was good with weapons as well. He asked if he was still not satisfied. Tang Gong replied that a man from the Tang clan teaches to use weapons instead of hidden techniques and poison. And then he added that this said it all. Wunvi thought that all the people of the Tang clan were so fixated on one path. He said that this flower throwing technique is a tango technique. That's why the movements are so disjointed. What the boy said surprised Tang Gong, and he was amazed that the boy had noticed. The boy immediately replied that he was a good student. In response to this statement, the master asked him if he was such a good student. Why hadn't he learned to be humble? Many sects and clans often have very complex movements in their fighting techniques because they are trying to express the enlightenment of martial arts in a physical form. However, the Tang clan is known for its hidden weapons and poison. The similarity between these two concepts is sealed in the fact that they both use tools. Because of this, the Tang clan martial arts system ensures that the tool that was used can be recycled and used again in other ways. Even if the martial arts techniques are different, and even if the Tang clan's weapons are not effective, they are never worse than others. Of course, these are only the basics for the effective use of poison and concealed weapons. But the 9 heavenly demon sword he wants to learn is also divided into parts. He believes that if he learns the weapon techniques of the Tang clan, it will help him to better master the 9 heavenly demon sword. Will he be able to make better use of the sword that was only an unattainable dream in his past life? He was really sorry, but the study of poison and other things would be much later. Seeing the boy's sly smile, the master asked what he was up to. Then he told him that Miss Kyujin had returned. Tang Kyujin is the only person in the 9 Dragons division who treated Tang Wunhui like family. A relative who is deeply etched in Tang Wunhui's memory is his sister. Tang Wunhui received many letters from her even after he became a member. Her letters were filled with care and affection for the boy, and he really hopes that Tang Kyujin will maintain a good relationship with him. But the boyfriend is going to become Namgun Sangyon's enemy from now on. Will she take his side when that happens? Master said she was going to visit the elders first, so he thinks the lady will visit him tomorrow. Wunhua said that he should hurry up before his sister came. The master asked if he wanted to start today. What did he talk about last time? With a sly smile, Wunvi asked about starting, and then said that he had already done so. He asked the man if it meant that he had lasted 10 days without a breakdown. Without raising his head, the man answered his master Tang Yu Chang that of course. Tang Yuocheng said that he was a good man and threw a bag of money to the man as payment. The man thanked him and grabbed the money and immediately left his boss's office. But Yuocheng called out to him, and Mu Yong immediately asked if he should get rid of him. The boy briefly replied that he did. He thought that he had taken the poison 10 days ago, so he must be completely poisoned. Even if you tell him now, the bastard will not have time to fully recover before the Dark Lord visits. It looks like Tan Gong is putting a lot of effort into teaching him, but even he took 8 days to learn the forms of the Shadow Step. No matter how hard this bastard tries, he'll barely learn the basic forms before the master visits. Now his sister is the problem. She had a fight with her mother because of this bastard as soon as she got back. There may be problems with the plan. When she turns 30, she will become the official heir to the 9 Dragons division. But my sister is too soft to play that role. After all, she joined the Qingcheng sect and did not study the martial arts of the Tang clan. He cannot be the heir to the 9 Dragons. Therefore, it is only fair that he take this position. Yuo Chang was told that a letter had arrived from the White Pavilion. He was surprised, but told him to come in. The servant said that the letter was from the young master Wunvi. He asked him why he was delaying and ordered him to deliver the letter. The postcard said it was for Tang Yuo Chang. In the postcard, Wunhui called him a bastard and offered him a fight. The guy thought that the illegitimate fool had gone completely crazy from the poison. But maybe it was a trap? A letter capable of poisoning its reader is easy to come by in the Tang clan, but it looks like he didn't do that. Is it really just a letter of challenge? In the letter itself, Wunvi wrote that he wanted to redefine their awkward relationship through this duel. He proposed to let go of all resentment through this duel, like martial artists. After reading it, Yuo Chang thought that everything was clear. He must be up to something. But in any case, he needed to make him a puppet. Yuo Chang ordered the servant to tell Manhwa that he appreciated his offer, but refused. 2 hours later, Yuo Chang received another letter in which Manhwa wrote that he was a coward. Yuo Chang then said that he was sure he would continue to receive such letters, so he ordered him to simply not accept letters from the White Pavilion. The next morning, the message that Yuo Chang was a coward was written on the wall of the pavilion. Seeing the inscription, Yuo Chang shouted to the servants to have one of them immediately go to the White Pavilion and tell them that tomorrow at noon, in the second training room, he would personally put his head in the toilet. The servant reported what Yuo Chang had said, verbatim. Wunhui then asked why he had taken so long, if he was going to accept his offer anyway. The master asked what he had written to him to provoke him, and he added that, although he could guess. Wunvi asked how he was going to become the heir if he had so little patience. The boy asked the master if he was going to stop him. Tan Gong asked why he was doing this. He said it would be incredibly exciting. Tang Wunhui said that he would then fight his brother and beat him almost to the point of losing his pulse. She shouted at Yuo Chang that there could be no battle with Wunhui. What is he talking about? Without restraining his anger, he shouted back at his sister that it was the bastard who first started making fun of him, so she should deal with him first. The girl could not believe her ears when she heard this. She asked if Wunvi had started it. That's why she quickly ran to the White Pavilion. But what was this ghostly energy? Now that she was near this place, she could feel it, and these signs are everywhere. Traces of the energy of death and the remains of poison were clearly visible. It looked like the refuge of a madman. These martial arts and ghostly energy, the girl listened to her feeling. Feeling this energy right behind her, she grabbed her sword and turned around. The guy stopped the Kyujin sword with his hand a few centimeters from his neck. When she saw her brother in front of her, she felt anxious. She was surprised that Wunvi was standing in front of her, because she felt a completely different energy. Wunvi noted that this was a rather cruel greeting from his sister. The girl immediately apologized. The girl said that she was going to stop, but did not expect him to try to block her. He thought she was attacking him when he used the poison dragon technique, so he reacted too late. If she reports his poison level and combat ability, his plan is over. It occurred to him that she could have been sent by Namgun Sen to find out everything about him before the battle. Kyujin said that she was very worried about him because of his mother, and added that it was such a relief that he was okay. He thought she looked at him as his master, the only one who cared about him. Wunvi said it didn't look like she was sent by her stepmother. My sister asked me about the energy coming from him. He didn't get involved in any dark deeds, did he? Wunvi asked in response if she was referring to the art of poison he had studied. She huffed and said thoughtfully that it was ghostly energy and poison energy, and asked if it was possible. He replied that it was, and it was all the damn poison. In fact, he only combined mystical energy with poison to make it look like that. It will be difficult to hide his energy of death from human eyes, so we need to pass it off as something else. Then the girl asked him why he needed the art of cursed poison. He replied that it was the only poison he could use without the help of his family. Looking at the expression on his sister's face, Wunvi said that it seemed like she would not believe it. Standing in a fighting stance, he asked if it was not natural for the Tang clan to disregard morality in order to achieve great power, and if she had a problem with that, then she should try to stop him on her own. Lowering her head, she said she could see that he had changed a lot. The boy thought he couldn't let Kyujin continue to protect him, like she did with the old Tang Wunhui. Therefore, even if their relationship suffers, he needs to set clear boundaries. She said that was right and that everything had changed. And then she added with a smile that now she understood why his mom and Yuo Chang were so worried about him. His words awakened an inordinately strong thirst for battle. The guy was very surprised to see the energy of the Kyujin and the desire to destroy. Laughing, she said that he had indeed exceeded all her expectations. Tang Wunhui looked closely at how Kyujin had changed from a sweet girl to this. As far as he understands this energy, it is a stream of the soul of the seeds of the destroyers of obstacles. In the middle of them is most likely a heavenly ghostly stream. For a while, he doubted why Tang Chi-jin was the first in line to inherit the Nine Dragons lineage, and gave the highest expectations of all the clan's youth to become a member of the Qingcheng sect. Spiritual currents that endow their possessor with unsurpassed talent are considered one of the conditions for becoming a barrier breaker. But, as the name implies, the soul currents are rooted in the soul itself. Therefore, they develop together with the carrier, as is the case in the traditional Qingcheng method, prioritizing heart training. Furthermore, the celestial ghost stream is a stream that requires constant battles. This, combined with the Tang clan's teachings that preached doing everything to win, made her an unstoppable avenger. Wonvi said that before discussing his energy, she would tell me about her own. It is quite alarming. Then Kyujin hid her sword and apologized. She said that in the moment, she forgot why she had come here. Kyujin said it was rude of her to point the sword at him and interrupt his training, and then she apologized again. He was amazed that she was able to quench the bloodlust caused by the celestial ghost jet with such ease. Ching Cheng's training is showing, but Tang Kyujin is strong enough on her own. The boy offered his sister a cup of tea. She tasted it and said it was delicious. Kyujin said that she often drinks tea in Ching Cheng, but she had never tasted such a delicious one. Wonvi said that this one was brought from the mountain of the heavenly eye. The girl remarked that she did not think he was an expert in such things. The girl oohed when she remembered something and started looking for something. She said she had brought him something. Unfolding the paper, she said it was tanghulu from Meishan, delicious candied fruit on a stick. With a happy smile, she handed him one and said that he loved them so much. He thought that it wasn't that he loved them, but rather that he should thank her instead of Tan Wunhua. While eating the sweets, the guy said that these Meishan Tanghulu were really delicious. Then Kyujin said she was very happy. Wunhee mentally told himself that he could not get used to it. It was really hard for him to believe that she was the same person who had radiated a great desire to destroy a little while ago. So, deciding to find out the reason for her coming, he asked her directly, and he hinted that she was here to prevent him from fighting Yuo Chang tomorrow. With a shake of her head, the girl replied that to some extent, it was. But she came to apologize. Kyujin said that she knew how her mother and Yuo Chang had treated him. Then Wunvi asked her if she didn't think that instead of apologizing to them, he would accept her and just forgive them. She replied that it was true, but she still wanted to apologize. She was really sorry. Wunvi said he was going to fight them anyway. Kyujin said that she was worried that he had been instigated to do this, but now she sees that it was part of his plan. She looked at her brother and asked if he was sure about it. Kyujin said that she realized that he was strong enough now, but that Yuo Chang was no slouch either. She also heard that he was planning something else. He thought that she seemed to know about their evil intentions, but didn't know the details. Ever since they slipped him the poison of insanity, they think that activating their magic as planned will break him. 1V said he also has an ace up his sleeve. Kyujin replied that even if he wins, we shouldn't forget about their influence in the house. If Yuo Chang loses, her mom will do everything she can to keep it quiet. Wunvi replied that she was too worried. After all, it was his suggestion. Then he invited her to come to the second training ground tomorrow. The girl was very surprised by her brother's offer, but she agreed to come. A day later, a lot of people gathered at the second training site, asking to get in line and offering to buy sweet honey treats, and many more people placed bets. A man bet 3 coins that the second gentleman would win in 10 rounds. Another said he would bet 5 coins on him to win in 5 rounds. Seeing all this crowd, Kyujin remarked that this is what Wunhua was counting on. Wunvi said she would definitely have problems hiding this news. Moreover, her dear son Tang Yoching seems to be very nervous, and that's why Tang Wunhui has arranged an arena where he can have a good time. A lot of people had already gathered around the training ground, but the crowd was still growing. When Yuo Cheng said that so many people had come, a member of the Wind of Justice squad remarked that young Master Wu Hui had organized. Then Yuo Cheng asked if they had come to watch as well. He replied that they were here for work. A large crowd has gathered to watch this battle, so they are here to keep order. Yuo Cheng then asked who he thought would win in any case. Thian Te said it was obvious. They may have trained young Mr. Wu Hui, but only for 10 days. Tang Jing added that it was already clear that young Mr. Yuo Cheng would win. Yuo Cheng replied that he was sure that everyone here thought the same way, but the initiator of this duel was Wu Hui himself, and then he asked if I wasn't curious why he did it. The servant told him that Mr. Wunvi had spread the news of the duel and even opened the door so that anyone could come and watch. Snorting, Yuo Cheng said that he would only teach him a lesson, and it looks like all the lazy people in town came to watch. Wunvi asked what had upset his dear brother so much. Was he worried about losing his mother? The boy asked why not go look for his mommy and not worry so much. He added that he would wait for him. Yuo Chang exclaimed that his mouth was as dirty as his mother's, and he told me to shut up because he didn't want to get his dirt. He began to hiss at Yuo Chang and called him a mama's boy who should only listen to praise. This angered him even more. Irritated, Yuo Chang shouted at him to shut up. Wu Hui cut him off again. These grimaces threw Yuo Chang off balance, and he shouted without restraint that he was a damned bastard. He did not wait for the start of the duel to be announced, and jumped onto the training ground in an instant. Yuo Chang shouted for Tang Wu Hui to come over here. He threatened to bury him in his lousy mouth. The crowd started talking about how Tang Yo Chang came first, but wasn't it Tang Wu Hui who initiated the battle? As Wunvi walked up to the court, he chuckled and remarked that his brother was so easy to piss off. Everything goes in his favor with such ease. When they stood in front of each other, the guy said that he was Tang Wunhui from the White Pavilion, here to receive his rank, but still wished him a good fight. Then Yuo Chang asked if he was trying to show respect, or was he afraid as soon as he stepped into the arena. Kyujin thought that it looked like Wunhui had thrown Yuo Chang off balance by using the private whispering technique, but he needed to keep it to himself. The crowd immediately began to say that Mr. Wunhui was watching his manners, unlike Mr. Yuo Chang. She thought that Wunhui's behavior gave the impression that he had accepted the dueling challenge and not the other way around. But in any case, what really matters is the outcome of the battle. Wunhui looks confident, but Yuo Chang is the rising star of the house. He is considered a genius. Wunvi shouldn't underestimate him. Yuo Cheng told the boy that he was sure that these insults were all he could do. Wunhui asked in return if he was here for a verbal fight. Yuo Cheng smiled and said that they were off, and added that he didn't know which Wunhui had prepared the dirty trick, but he shouldn't hope to win. Immediately afterwards, he threw something at Wunhua's feet, and smoke came out of the place where it broke. The crowd around the court was in a frenzy. The training ground was enveloped in smoke, and nothing was visible. The guy thought that he did not expect this. Using a concealed weapon without any cover would make no sense, but the man was not reckless in attacking him. And even though he considered himself stronger than him, Yuo Cheng did not hesitate to attack him from behind. But he did not expect anything less from the Tang clan. Dodging, Wunvi asked if it was the Shadow Step. Wunhui asked Yuo Cheng if he had forgotten that Tang Gong had taught him the Shadow Step technique. Using the same technique, the guy remarked that he was lucky that he had forgotten. He asked through gritted teeth if Wunvi had learned that too. He added that the boy was still his father's son, even if his mother was a prostitute. However, the shadow step is just a skillful movement of the feet that creates a shadowy cover of qi. Yuo Cheng threatened to show him the true shadow qi. He knew that this is a technique that does not allow the enemy to hear and see you, a real dissolution in the shadows. I can see why they call him a genius. It will be quite difficult to track him down in this smoke. Yuo Cheng was going to attack the guy from behind, and thanks to this technique, he hoped to go unnoticed. But the guy noticed Yuo Cheng and easily repelled his insidious attack. Wunhui thought that, unfortunately for Yuo Cheng, his mastery of Shadow Qi was not high enough to hide from his supernatural eyes. And besides, Yuo Cheng oozes bloodlust, so he would have tracked him down even without supernatural eyes. The man said that he did not think he was so good at the shadow cover step. Tang Te said that he also noticed that Mr. Yuo Cheng's shadow cover had improved. He believed he had achieved this through close training. But still, it looks more and more like a game of kwacha. The man asked that maybe Mr. Wunvi was just avoiding his attacks until the smoke cleared. Tan Ti replied that even if the smoke cleared, it was all for naught if Mr. Wunvi could not deliver a good blow. Then Tan Gong smiled and said that he had taught him one move for such an occasion. They were surprised and asked if he had done more than the lady had asked. The master asked the men if they thought he was so terrible. They replied that they knew he was better than anyone else in the world. Yuo Cheng was getting angry and yelled that the guy was a fucking bastard and was running away from him like a rat. He thought, let it all go to hell. The smoke was clearing and it was time to put an end to it. He was going to take pity on him and just break the guy's legs, but it was his own fault. And even though he avoided its attacks by using shadowy steps, he could not escape it. Preparing to launch a complex and fatal attack, Yuo Cheng maliciously wished his half-brother to die. The boy used against Manhwa the techniques of rain from the needles of a blossoming pear and scattering the flowers of heavenly nymphs. When she noticed that he had used the rain of needles from a blossoming pear, Kyujin realized that Yuo Cheng wanted to finish Wunhui off. Wunvi said that this is commendable, but in his opinion, it is time to end this battle. The wind that rose around Wunhui destroyed all the needles Yuo Cheng had fired at him. People in the crowd began to cover their faces, hiding them from the wind that came out of nowhere. Trying to stand still, Yuo Cheng said that he knew this wind. It's a storm. Kyujin thought it was the technique that Wunhua had learned yesterday, but even she couldn't see it properly because of the ghostly and poisonous energy, and then she realized what kind of fighting technique Wunvi practiced. It was the dance of the storm. Yuo Cheng shouted in surprise that it was the dance of the storm, but it was impossible. He shouted that Wunvi had learned the dance of the storm. He had learned what neither he nor his sister had been able to learn. Wunhui replied that fortunately someone had given him the best teacher. After that, he stood up and asked if he should thank Yuo Cheng for that. Before Yua Cheng could even blink, Wen Hui was already beside him. Having skillfully performed the dance of the storm and approached the enemy, the guy was about to strike. A moment later, Yua Cheng received a blow from Wen Hui using the full storm strike technique. The blow was so powerful that it threw Yuan far beyond the training ground. The guy's flight was stopped by the wall he crashed into and then slid down it. The crowd was surprised that young Mr. Yua Cheng had lost to Mr. Wen Hui, and by a single punch, but it was a really good punch. Everyone present was just going crazy. It was a fight with an unpredictable outcome. Tan Te asked how Wunvi used the storm dance. He replied that he told him that the boy had everything he needed. Then Tan Te shouted that this was not some trifle he could brush aside. He replied with a smile that he was right. After that, he looked seriously at his colleagues and asked their opinion about the guy. Is his win different from the one they used to serve? Surprised, Tang Te asked if he was saying that Wunvi had the same talent as the head of the family. He replied that it was too early to say that, but he had learned to create the storm in 10 days. It's still a bit hasty, but we should keep an eye on him. Tan Gong said that maybe it was just words, but the guy said he would take care of the storm squad, so how could he not start to get his hopes up? Looking down, he asked why Wunvi was still creating wind. He added that, please don't tell him it's not over. Kyujin stood in front of the stairs to the training ground. Wunhui asked if her sister would fight her brother. The crowd stirred again when they heard that this was the sister of young Mr. Wunhui. That means that this girl, Tang Kyujin, is the heir to the 9 dragons. The girl heard her name from all sides. Someone said she had returned from Qingqing to meet the Dark Lord. Another said that it had been several years since he had recognized her. The man asked if this meant that the young Mr. Wunhui, who had learned the storm dance and the strongest recruit, the Sichuan Kyujin, were going to fight. It was said that this battle would be more interesting than the battle between Mr. Wunhui and Mr. Yua Chang. They definitely hit the jackpot today. They have the opportunity to see Ms. Kyujin's skills. It was not just Tang Wunhui who was waiting for an answer from her. The whole crowd was shouting her name. Tanjing said that the situation was getting out of hand. Then Tan Te asked Tan Gong if Wunhua had a chance. He replied that Wunhua should not meet Ms. Kyujin face to face and asked what this guy was up to. Tang Gong thought that if the boy showed off with the storm and defeated Yuo Chang, it would secure him a position in the family. If he defeated Kyujin, he could even claim the place of heir. But if he loses, all the attention will go to Ms. Kyujin, and Ms. Kyujin obviously also realizes that this is a bad idea. In her mind, Kyujin wondered what Wunhua was up to. If they were alone, she wouldn't have to think about her reputation. But in this situation, refusing would have disgraced her family name. A voice in her head asked her what she was worried about. The guy was asking for it. He laughed and whispered that her heart was thirsty for battle, and forced her to trust his desires. She mentally replied that now she needed to worry about Ho-Wei's position in their family and apologized to him for his treatment. Seeing the girl's reaction, Wunvi turned to his sister and asked if she was worried about something. Wunvi asked her if she was too worried about a battle that would not lead to death. He suggested that she just enjoy it. Saying that she could hardly hold back, Kyujin jumped onto the platform. The crowd was excited about what was happening. They were excited to see Ms. Kyujin enter the arena. She announced that Tang Kyujin is the heiress of the 9 dragons lineage of the Sichuan Tang clan, and a swordsman trained under the Qingcheng sect. She was trained by Blade Master Wu Wu, and specializes in the loner in the world and lightning slicing sword techniques. Her peers from Qianhu gave her the title of Beauty of 1,000 Petals. She added that she hoped for a good battle. Wunhui announced that he was the second heir to the 9 dragon family of the Tang clan. His teacher is the strongest wind knight, Tang Gong, and he has also learned the dance of the storm. And today, he is asking for her guidance. The crowd is screaming! The challenge had been accepted. Now they were in for a treat. The guy said that she seemed to like it. She replied that she did. And then she added that she hadn't been this excited in a long time. Wunbi said he was also a little inspired. Kyujin asked back that how could it be otherwise? After all, her dear Hui wants to fight with his sister. When Kyujin pulled out her sword, Wunwi asked if his sister was ready now. She replied that she was, and that they shouldn't wait any longer. With that, she went to attack Wunvi. The guy oohed and awed and called it his way, and asked if beginners were not given a 3-stroke advantage. To stop her attack, he used Storm Dance, an early Windblade seal. She asked him that it was the seal of the blade of the early wind that stopped her sword that day. Kyujin asked if this meant she could swing her sword as much as she wanted. As she approached, she noticed that he had told her to enjoy the battle, so what was the point? Seeing that Kyujin was very fast, Wunbi decided to use the shadow cover art of Shadow Body Drift. The girl said that he even knew Yua Chang's skills, and she added that her brother had really exceeded all expectation. Attacking her brother, Kyujin noted that he was not yet quite good at it. The guy managed to block her blow and even bounce back to a safe distance. He asked her if Ching Cheng's sword skills were that strong. She replied that it was not. Kyujin said that he also decided to hide the energy she saw yesterday, and she added that she had her own secrets. Wonvi replied that it was beautiful. Since she said so, he thought he should show it to her. He used the Poison Dragon and Phantom Dragon release techniques. A satisfied smile appeared on the girl's face, and she exclaimed that this was it. She shouted that it was the same poisonous aura and the same ghostly energy. The girl told Manhwa that this was exactly what she wanted to fight, and she added that she would allow her to strike, but only one. The boy thought that her aura had changed to the point of being impossible. All of the fatal energy that had come from Azul's ghostly punch had now merged with Ching Cheng's sword aura. He thought it was strange. He felt like he was looking at a demon dressed as a beautiful angel. But anyway, if he is offered the first blow, why not accept it? One punch, and he will take control of the battle. Dodging, she noticed that his storm, with which he had defeated Yuo Chang, was now much stronger. Kyujin added that it was too obvious and tried to attack Wunwi with a sword. He noticed and dodged the blow as well. Continuing to attack Wunvi, she said that the movements of the storm dance were too broad. She told Wonhwa that when he encounters someone stronger than himself, he should be more careful. The boy replied that he was very grateful for her advice. He thought that the explosive speed of the storm dance mixed with the short and precise secret arts of the Tang clan created a fatal technique. But this only works against equal opponents. Against a stronger opponent, it will be risky. Then he decided to use a technique suitable for multiple attacks, the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger, and he would combine it with the dance of the storm. Recognizing the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger technique, she was surprised to ask if he had learned that as well. The power of the storm dance is in its speed. He thought he could use the momentum to speed up the rotation used in the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger. The guy pushed off the ground and hovered for a second in front of his opponent. He was going to kick, but Kyujin jumped back and he failed. Wunvi forced his body to speed up with each attempt, saying that he needed to be even faster. She said that she understood that he was trying to maintain the flow of his attacks. But by giving the enemy distance, shouldn't he expect a counterattack? Kyujin used the Ching Cheng Lightning Quick Blade to attack. Barely able to close and repel her attacks, Wunvi wondered if he had been too hasty with his attack. It suddenly occurred to him that maybe it wasn't, and he had an opportunity to break through. He attacked her, but Kyujin dodged. She was very surprised by her brother's sudden counterattack. Smiling, she said that she understood this, and that is what makes the battle worthwhile. Going on the offensive again, the girl asked Wunvi to entertain her a little more. As soon as Yuo Cheng regained consciousness, he called out to the man and asked him what was going on. The man asked if young Mr. Yuo Cheng was awake. When Yuo Cheng saw what was happening in the arena, he said that the bastard not only knocked him out, but was now fighting on equal terms with his sister. Yuo Cheng asked the servant if his mother had returned. The servant replied that she had not. Then the boy thought that his sister would not lose, but the longer it drags on, the higher the position of this bastard becomes. And as if to prove it, someone in the crowd shouted with delight that young Mr. Wunvi was not giving up. He thought it was impossible, but what if his sister really lost? He couldn't let that happen. Wunvi thought that he had succeeded in creating a gap, and now needed to continue the offensive. As soon as he was happy that he had thrown away her sword, he was immediately kicked in the jaw. She noticed that he was too focused on the sword. The guy was surprised by her blow. The flow of unarmed strikes is different from Ching Cheng's style. She noticed that he was surprised, and then told him that she was learning the Ching Cheng technique now. But 5 years ago, she was studying the arts of the Tang clan. The Ching Cheng straight sword and the Tang clan's 100 strokes method are aimed at exposing the enemy's weaknesses. These two opposing martial arts perfectly merge and combine into attacks. This is the power of Azul's Phantom Strike. He tried to use the Shadow Step to get past Kyujin, but she spotted him and attacked with her sword. Wunhui barely managed to dodge it. Having ducked under her sword, he stopped a little further away from his sister to catch his breath. He could taste the bile, and with every heartbeat his body became more and more numb. Wunvi thought that this is what it is like to fight using martial arts. Kyujin noticed that he was really different and asked what happened, and then she said that his attacks didn't look like the standard attacks of other newcomers. But in reading the enemy and in evasion, he was like an experienced warrior who had fought in hundreds of battles. She watched him closely. When Wunvi got up, he laughed and asked if it was true. He thought he understood the basic movements. As Yan Wunhui, who did not have the combat energy to read the enemy and predict his actions, this was his main fighting style, which was developed on the desire to survive. After all, he was up against martial artists who could finish him off with a snap of their fingers. But he forgot about one important thing when he was practicing martial arts. When he uses mystical arts, he does not use them strictly according to the book, and martial arts are no exception. She asked if he was smiling and said that he had a very beautiful smile, and then she added that it looked like he was up to something. Kyujin said she was curious what her dear Hwa would do now. With the words that she would find out soon, she went to attack him again. The guy knew it was a collapsing attack, but Kyujin did not aim for vital organs. The principle of Azul's rhyming strike is to prolong the fight. Combined with her concern for him, this led to a show of weakness. He was grateful for his sister's good intentions, but he had no reason not to use it against her. He used the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger, along with the tearing tiger claw. Dodging the attack, Kyujin noted that it was not bad, but it was repeated. But something puzzled her. She felt the wind deflected by this blow circulate in front of Hul, restricting her movement. The girl was amazed that Wonvi had learned to use the storm's outbreak in such a short time. Kyujin noticed what kind of blow Wonwi was preparing for, and realized that it was already dangerous. But it was too late to dodge, and Wonvi's blow hit its target. The energy from the powerful blow covered the entire training ground, and even went beyond it. Not only the warriors, but Master Tangong himself was stunned when he saw it, and everyone who watched the battle was shocked by this turn of events. Yuachang screamed like a madman when he saw what had just happened in the arena. The warriors looked at Master Tangong with question and reproach. Not understanding what they wanted from him, Tangong asked them. Then Tante asked if Ms. Kyujin would be okay. The other asked if he had noticed it too. Tangong thought they were all so surprised. Not just because young Mr. Wunhui was so much stronger than they had expected. It was because of the glimpse of light that had just occurred. Looking at the energy in front of him, Wunvi asked his sister if it was fair. In response, Kyujin asked if he had seen it. The girl said she wanted to hide it until she found out about his trump card. She laughed and said that once he had seen it, there was no hiding it. Seeing Kyujin's energy, the crowd cheered that it was Sword Chi. Ms. Kyujin has entered the early peak. No wonder she is the heir to the 9 dragons. Yuachang was also cheerful. He happily exclaimed that his sister was smart and he had always believed in her. Looking at the arena, Yuaching added that the bastard didn't stand a chance now. Kyujin told her brother that he must have already realized that if she had already started using the sword's chi, she could not let the fight drag on. He said he knew that. It would be disrespectful to prolong a fight with someone who is stronger than you. She said she was sorry. She wanted to enjoy the fight even more and see what he was hiding. Winvi thought that, as she said, the fight would be over in a matter of minutes. His early windsword seal that blocked its blade still cannot block the Qingsheng sword wrapped in chi energy. Since he cannot use his mystical arts, he has only one option. Smiling, Kyujin noticed that Wunhua seemed to have come up with something. He asked her why she thought so. The girl said she could feel it. His heart is beating incredibly fast. The guy replied that he was probably a little nervous. In such a situation, only a man obsessed with martial arts can, but she didn't let him finish. She said instead that only those who are crazy about martial arts can call themselves real fighters. He nodded in agreement and said he understood, because he was a fighter after all. After being reborn as Tan Wunvi, he was too focused on mastering martial arts as quickly as possible. But the life of a fighter envied by Yen Wunhui is not like that. The emotions he felt fighting Kyujin. How can he express all that he has learned so far? How well will the martial arts affect his opponent? This is excitement and fighting spirit. That's why he wanted to become a fighter, to experience all this. Kyujin asked if they could continue. She noticed that his breathing was normal. The guy told his sister that he was fine, and then added that she could continue. Satisfied with her brother's answer, Kyujin raised her sword above her head to strike. As Wunvi expected, Teng Kyujin aims to end everything in one blow, so he would have to use his most powerful attack in the form of the storm dance. He decided to combine spectral energy with it, and then compress it. Wunvi began his defense by creating the Dance of the Storm, increasing it every second. When Kyujin was close enough, he used Thunder Wind and Cannonball. He thought that this was not enough to fight a martial arts master at the level of his early peak, but Wunvi ordered himself not to think about any nonsense. Either his plan would work, or it wouldn't. Yuo Cheng exclaimed joyfully that he was disappointed that the gap between him and his sister had widened, but that the bastard couldn't get up after such a blow. Kyujin's sword had almost touched him, but Wunvi had been waiting for this moment. This is just a second during which Qi left the Kyujin sword, the moment it turned into an ordinary sword. His plan was successful. Wunvi was able to avoid the blow and break her sword. However, it was not an easy task. The guy mentally cursed. After that, he could not move his arm. Usually you can win simply by breaking the enemy's sword, but that's not the end of it. Since Kyujin is the owner of the Phantom Stream Azula, She will never stop for such a trifle. Of course, this also applies to him. He decided to put all his remaining energy into this one stroke. He continued the dance of the storm, adding thunderous wind and cannonball. Kyujin laughed and happily exclaimed that Wunhui was indeed the best. She answered with the rising dragon method. The strike of the rising dragon and the waterfall falling from the cliff at sunrise. Tanta squeaked out that they were getting too carried away, and both of them could be seriously injured. They were ready to jump in to intervene, but they were instantly frozen in place. Someone had already intervened, and the whirlwind flew between the two opponents on the training ground. Having blocked their attacks, the man said that he believed that the two of them had already played enough, and then he asked if they were going to meet the head of the clan in hospital beds. Kyujin immediately bowed her head and said that she welcomed the head of the Nine Dragons clan. The boy realized that this man was the head of the Nine Dragons and the father of Tan Wunvi, Tan Ho-san. He also greeted the head of the Nine Dragon clan. The spirits began to whisper to the young man to be careful. The spirit said that he thought that after the fall of the storm, Tan Ho-san had stopped improving, but he had become much stronger. Now he understood. Even if this organization was strong, they were still a special small unit of the Tang clan. He thought the squad leader would be as strong as an elder in the Heavenly Demon sect. But this man is so strong that he can't even guarantee a victory over him in his past life. Tan Ho-san looked at Wunhua and asked if he was unhappy with something and had anything to say to him. The guy thought that he was staring so hard that the man noticed. So Wunvi replied that he just wondered what he was doing here. In response, Tan Ho-san asked if there was a place in the Nine Dragons where he could not go. Wunvi replied that he was just worried that seeing his poor martial arts skills might offend him. The warriors were simply stunned by what Wunvi said to the head of the Nine Dragons clan, and everyone present was amazed that he dared to say anything to the head of the clan. Yuo Cheng, like everyone else present, watched with bated breath, frightened to see what would happen next. He could feel how shocked everyone was. Even his sister was too stunned. She whispered through gritted teeth that Wunvi had stopped, but he thought it was a pretty reasonable response to such a response to the head, especially from an illegitimate child who was essentially dust. However, after he saw Tan Wunvi's memoirs, he realized that Tan Ho-san was a man with a capital M. Tan Ho-san replied that he was right. He didn't feel anything watching his fight. Yunhui thought that these were words from his real father, but to his surprise, Tan Ho-san said that he had heard that he had changed a bit anyway. On the move, Tan Ho-san added that everything turned out to be even better than he expected. Already on the stairs in front of which Yuachin Tan Ho-san stood with his head bowed, he said that he was also disappointed in someone else. As soon as he called out the names of Tan Gong, Tan Te, and Tan Jing, they instantly knelt before their master. He told them that they were too slow to react and ordered them to work on themselves. They unanimously replied that they would do so. Tan Ho-san ordered them to disperse and take care of the rest. They again unanimously replied that they would do so. Wunvi asked his sister why she looked so depressed. She replied that she felt they were not good enough to get recognition from her father, and then asked how he was. The boy replied that he already was, but the father suddenly became interested in the child he had been ignoring all along. At the same time, he easily turned away from his son, who did not live up to his expectation. Kyujin apologized and said that she shouldn't have asked him that. He replied that it was okay to ask if she was hungry. With a smile, he asked, how about a drink now that they were done? They stayed in the tavern until late at night, celebrating their fight. Raising another glass, Kyujin exclaimed that this is the good life. Wunhui noticed that she seemed to have been starving for several days, and asked if she was not being fed in Qingcheng. My sister indignantly replied that they do, and even a lot, but they only feed them vegetables. And she's growing up now, so she has to eat meat and drink what she wants. That's what she doesn't like about the Taoists. She asked Wunvi if he understood her. He said he understood and offered to have another drink. She happily accepted, as if by the way the guy asked her who the person was whom she called her older brother in training. Kyujin asked why he suddenly asked. He replied that she had mentioned him several times in her letters, so how could he not ask? He added that she did not mention that he was going to visit the head. Now he needs to know more about him because they will have to meet. He asked if she didn't think so. She replied that the other one is infected with the bad energy of the Tang clan. Wanhui thought that the fact that Li Chul-san was a disciple of the Qingcheng sect was a precautionary measure and the reason for the Dark Lord's visit. There are rumors that the Dark Lord is trying to create another specialized unit like the Storm. If this is true, all sects and clans in Sichuan will try to do something about it. The same applies to the Qingcheng sect, with which the Tang clan has close ties. They must have sent him here because they cannot blindly trust Tang Qijin. Or maybe it's actually something even more important than they think. When Wunvi noticed his guest, he waved and exclaimed that they were here. She asked if this was the friend he wanted to invite. Tan Gong said that she should have been gentler on the training ground, and added that they took a long time to clean up after them. Qujin exclaimed that it was Uncle Gong and jumped up from her chair. Tang Gong said he was surprised that she could manifest the sword aura. She thanked him. The girl whispered to Wenhua that she wondered why he hadn't told her he was coming. He whispered back that she hadn't asked. She quickly handed Tan Gong a chair and invited him to sit down, calling him Uncle. He thanked her. Looking at the table, Tan Gong noticed that they had ordered a lot of food and added that he hoped it wasn't all on him. Wunsi appreciated the idea and said he would have to try it. Then Tan Gong asked if he had hit his head somewhere. Wunvi poured the master a drink, and they drank like old friends. Qujin asked Wenhua with a reproachful tone of voice why he was so informal with him. She asked if Wunwi knew who he was. Qujin told her that Tan Gong was actually her father's warrior brother. His uncle saved him from danger during the Qingcheng bloodbath, and even received a respected title from the head of the clan. Wunvi turned to the master in a worried voice and called him Uncle Tan Gong. He was very surprised and asked what had happened. The boy bowed and said that he did not know about his relationship with his father and was very impolite. Wunvi apologized and asked him to forgive him. The sister whispered to her brother that he did well. Kaiyujin whispered that she was sure he would understand if he apologized properly. But from the expression on the master's face, it was clear that he did not quite like it. He shouted indignantly that they had ruined his appetite. Tan Gong turned to Mrs. Qujin and asked if she had made him do it. After that, Wunhui stopped the ceremony and asked what he thought of the old storm squad, the righteous wind squad. Tan Gong asked in response what grade Wunvi would give them. Wunvi smiled and handed Tan Gong a new bowl of drink, saying that it was 10. The master huffed and said that he got it, but it was not interesting at all. Then the boy asked if he was wrong, and Tan Gong replied that he was. Wunvi said he knew that. Wunvi thought that through this fight, he had attracted the attention of the old storm squad, Tan Qujin and Tan Ho-san. Now there was another problem. It's not clear what Namgun Sangin is going to do before the Dark Lord arrives. It was already late at night. The carriage was traveling along a rocky forest road. He sighed and complained about how long they had to go. The spider said he didn't think it was that far. If they get too far, he might kill them thinking they've escaped. But finally the carriage stopped, and he looked around in surprise, asking if they were already there. When the lady got out of the carriage, she said that they had come unannounced and wondered if the master of the temple would be there. When he heard about the temple, he realized that the sorcerer who poisoned the young Mr. Wunvi lived here. He noticed that there was a strong, dark energy around him. So, who was he really? The gate opened, and she said that she was grateful for the arrival of Namgun's follower. She said that the temple master had told her to meet Ms. Namgun. She then asked how he knew she was coming, and immediately added that his insight was amazing. Then she told him that he was waiting for the lady inside, and invited him in. The spider saw that the lady met Jiang Shi at the gate. Jiang Shi is a corpse that has retained its memories and is capable of critical thinking. And he uses Jiang Shi, a creature that is difficult to control, even for the most capable alchemists, as a mere servant. The spider noticed that it didn't look like a wizard's house, and he doesn't know if they've talked enough, but you can never talk too much. As he followed them, he thought that he should fulfill the young man's request, that he listen to his request. The sorcerer begged and asked for more prophecies. He asked for more light prophecies to be sent to him. Jianshi went to the Storm Lord and told him that Ms. Namgong had arrived. He ordered her to come in. Namgun said that she was greeting Storm Lord John. He replied that he could see she was here, because things had not gone according to plan. He said she was full of greed. He said that their God had mercy on those who regularly prayed to him, not on those who only asked him for something. Then she asked, what if this is the one who contributes more to the needs of the church than anyone else? To confirm her words, she opened 2 boxes of silver and asked what he would say now. He replied with a pleased smile that of course he would pardon them. She said that if everything worked out, she would add another box. He replied that, as expected from Mrs. Namgun, she knows how to get favor from their god. The sorcerer asked Mrs. Namgung how he could help her. Then she asked if he remembered the request she had made last time. He reminded her that she had asked to brainwash her concubine's child, and said that everything was in order. Namgun said that the situation has changed, and now something faster and more reliable is needed. She thought he was just a pawn to be used and discarded, but the thoughtfulness of his actions, combined with Kyujin's, would cause her many problems. Mrs. Namgun asked the sorcerer if he could turn that boy into Jian Shi. The sorcerer laughed and said that it looked like she was seriously angry. When he rushed out of the room, he thought they were crazy freaks. He had to tell the young gentleman. If this bastard Stormlord is capable of creating Zhang Shi, it will be difficult for the young master to deal with him right now. Behind the fence, the little scout was already waiting for the beasts transformed into Zhang Shi. They can combine several species to create unique creatures. The very fact that a sorcerer can create Zhang Shi beasts with such ease shows that this sorcerer is from the Black Bone Ghost Valley. A faction of the Maoshan sect has evolved into the Heavenly Demon cult. With a huff, the sorcerer said that it seemed she was being followed. She looked around and asked if she was being followed. He noticed that they have rather unusual ghosts. The patron behind the concubine's son may be more problematic than they thought. Taking his hint, she sighed and said she would add another box. The sorcerer laughed and said that was great. She said that since she had increased the payment, he should reveal the identity of the puppeteer and also turn the concubine's boyfriend into Zhang Shi. He laughed and said that, of course. But why should they look for his patron if he had kindly come to them? Ms. Namgoon noticed an entity appearing behind her. He asked if his master had called him. The sorcerer told him to capture the escaped ghost and find the sorcerer behind it. He immediately replied that it would be done, and immediately went to fulfill his master's order. The warrior thought it was strange that Zhang Shi's beasts hadn't caught him yet. He must be pretty fast. While running away from the Zhang Shi beasts, the spider thought that he felt an extremely unpleasant energy. Trying to escape from the beasts with his last strength, the spider shouted for the young man to save himself. They were talking in the training room of the White Pavilion. Wen Hui asked if she really wasn't going. She said the weather was nice, and she would go when she sobered up a bit. He thought that Tong Yua Chang, who had suffered a severe defeat, and Namgoon Sanin, whose plans had come to an end, would not hesitate to take revenge on him from that moment on. And Tong Kyujin also knows this. Woonvi asked her not to disturb him then. She replied that of course, and added that he could practice and not worry about her. Duke said that for someone from the Qingcheng sect, she certainly had a good character. Another added that a person with such a character could be the child of Tang Hosan and a girl from the Namgong family. The guy told them to shut up if they didn't want to turn into magic pills. Clutching the stick in his hand, Woonvi hummed thoughtfully. The spirits asked him if he had a problem. He replied that something had changed in him after his battles today. Previously, when he used martial arts, there was a delay between his thoughts and actions, something like a malfunctioning mechanism. In his opinion, the reason was that he was still new to martial arts. Even if there is a slight delay now, he can definitely feel it decreasing. The spirit told him that he was a senior mentor in the heavenly demonic cult. He asked if he could examine his body. Wonvi replied that if so, he could examine him. The spirit immediately began to circle around the boy. Soon the spirit asked if he had ever heard of accumulated services. Wonvi asked if it was not accumulated energy. The spirit replied that they were different. Usually, increasing inner energy implies a habitual workout, but the enlightenment influence of the family's admiration for the one who trains mainly depends on them. It will grow as you gain merit. The guy clarified that in other words, accumulated merit depends on reputation. The spirit confirmed that even when using techniques that absorb the internal energy of others, it does not actually increase the internal energy that much. Although Wunvi is a special case and has no clear research, he believes that the merit of Tang Wunvi's body accumulated over 17 years of life, and the new merit he has accumulated are very different. And perhaps the delay he feels is the result of this. In his opinion, the very fact that the delay has been reduced means that the accumulated merits of the young gentleman and Tan Wun Hui are beginning to harmonize. He realized that the spirit meant that he began to understand and accept Wun Hua's personality, so his accumulated merits began to harmonize with his merits. Because he could not consciously live as Thang Wunhua, even though he considered his body his own, but he thought of Tan Wunvi's body as another person's body. After the duel, his thoughts turned from he uses martial arts in Tang Wunhui's body to he uses martial arts. The feelings he experienced after meeting Tan Qiu-jin and Tan Ho-san, who did not take Tan Wunhui seriously, are slowly eroding his subconscious barrier. He asked how much of the merit was now connected. The spirit replied that it was about 40%. If their similarities continue to grow, they will be able to excel in martial arts with ease. Wunvi thought this was just what he needed. To perfect the mystical arts, one needs harmony between body and soul. He believes that the more the connection between Tan Wunhui's body and Yan Wunhui's soul grows, the faster he will reach the same level of mystical arts as in his past life. Tan Qiu-jin thought about how much had changed. To think that Wunhui was practicing martial arts with such confidence and enthusiasm. Although she was sad and felt guilty that her brother had to change, Wunvi began building his own castle. And from now on, its walls will only grow upward. But Mom will not wait until Wunvi Castle is completed. Her inner voice told her something was coming. Kyujin thought it was just as she had guessed. A strange fog began to gather around the training ground, which Wunvi also noticed. The spirits also noticed the fog and asked Wunhua about it. He confirmed that it was a ghostly fog. He already knew from the style of Kinavari poison making that they were using ghostly sorcery, and it looks like they're finally hooked. He added that now they would see what kind of fish it was. So, the trail led him here. According to the Lord's assumption, the patron behind the concubine's son uses a special kind of ghostly magic. Such a person is most likely using a unique magic tool, and since the trail ends here, it means that the sorcerer is somewhere nearby. He laughed and added that he couldn't wait. He noticed that the fog had risen quite high. Phantom fog has the ability to block consciousness, and if he limits it to the formation of a thorny, ghostly fog, it will not matter what happens inside the fog, and no one will notice anything from the outside. Now, he needs to find out where his victim is. When he noticed the guy to whom the magic thread led him, he was surprised. He wondered why the thread led him to the concubine's son, who was his second target. Obviously, the sorcerer did not use ghostly magic himself. Instead, he used the concubine's child to activate a technique of the magical arts. Win Hui asked what the fog was, and added that he could not see anything. Zhang Shi thought that the puppeteer was smarter than he thought, but since the concubine's child is also his target, if he attacks him, the puppeteer will certainly show up. In any case, he won't be able to feel anything around him because of the ghostly fog. If the boy stands still, he will turn him into Zhang Shi, even if he keeps all his limbs. Kyujin went up to the training ground and entered the fog. He saw that they were not alone. She laughed wildly and quickly approached the swordsman to attack him. The girl grabbed him and dragged him across the playground, shouting that he was caught. Wunvi looked around and noticed that it was a big fish after all. Who would have thought they would send the fatal swordsman and Gudiao here? The spirit said they were definitely from the Phantom Black Bone Valley. But this guy looks like a third-ranked fatal swordsman at least. The spirit asked if everything was going according to plan. Wu Hui replied that a Taoist from the Qingcheng sect would hardly lose to a Jiang Shi of the same rank. But the problem is that this Jiang Shi was sent by Sam Gong Sanin. Throwing a pill into his mouth, he wondered whether Kyujin was controlling the situation or simply fulfilling his duty as a Taoist to destroy evil. Now Wunhua can only trust her determination. Kyujin threw Jiang Shi to the ground. Jiang Shi felt the energy of the Qingcheng sword. He thought that the Qingcheng Taoist on the outskirts of the Nine Dragons was most likely Tang Chuzing. But why is this girl here? Pushing her away, Zhang Shi addressed her by name and asked her to listen to. At his request, Tang Kyujin indignantly declared that she would not listen to miserable demons. She attacked him and screamed for the vile Zhang Shi to perish again. Zhang Shi thought that he would not be able to cope with her. Even if he achieved his goal, he could not fight at full strength to avoid injuring Tong Qijin. Otherwise, Mrs. Namgun will break the agreement. If this happens, the master will be angry and will torment him. Again, attacking him, Kyujin asked Zhang Shi what he was thinking of. She used the sword art of Qingcheng lightning slashing blade and screamed for him to die. Zhang Shi thought that he could really die like that. He thought that since he was going to die anyway, he had nothing to lose. Zhang Shi exclaimed that he felt sorry for her because she was Mrs. Namgong's daughter. Tearing the bandages off her hands, Zhang Shi said that it was her fault for not listening to him. When he got rid of his spell bandages, he used the technique of ghostly transformation. Seeing how many times he had grown, Kyujin cursed. This transformation was unexpected for her. The girl held back the blow of the fatal swordsman with the Qingcheng sword. Jiang Shi shouted that if she backed down, she would not be hurt at all, and it would be easier for both of them. After all, his mission was at Mrs. Namgun's request. She mentally ordered herself not to hesitate. She already knew what her mother had planned. Kyujin decided that she had to defeat him and find out who was behind him, and also to convince her mother to turn away from this path. She gathered her strength and successfully counterattacked. Zhang Shi howled that it was anti-demon energy. Enraged, the fatal swordsman shouted that she was a prim and stubborn bitch. He struck a rather powerful blow, but close to her, just to throw her away or disable her. Jiang Shi mentally cursed and thought that if only she wasn't so stubborn. If the battle continued despite the thorny, ghostly fog, the Justice Wind Squad would cash in on them. He also has no idea when the puppeteer will appear. He will be at a disadvantage if the battle drags on. The Phantom Mist will soon be weakening, so he has no choice but to use Gudiao. His target remains the son of the concubine. Zhang Shi again used the power of ghostly magic and summoned Gudiao. The spirit turned to the young man and told him that he did not allow him to release more ghostly fog. Wu Hui said that Zhang Shi had finally used Guadiao. Otherwise, he had almost fallen asleep from boredom. The spirit said that it would be better if the stubborn girl fought with Guadiao. Gudiao shouted loudly and headed toward Wu Hui. The boy noticed that he was too noisy for the night. The guy activated his eyes and looked into Gu Diao's eyes and ordered him to bow down before him. He used the first stage of Purple Eyes called Torment of the Evil Ghost. The bird screamed again and landed in front of the boy, head first on the ground. Wunvi said he didn't mean to bow that low. The spirit said it was amazing. Gu Diao did not even bend his neck. Then another man said that he thought Gu Diao had a strong body above all. Returning to Wunvi, the spirit said that a lot of resources and time must have been spent on creating this guy. They just had to attack Mr. Wunvi. The boy replied that it was not even his ability, but he was so excited. Wunvi ordered Gu Diao to raise his bird's head, and he immediately complied. The guy told Gu Diao that he was giving him 2 options to choose from. First, he would fight Zhang Shi. And then he said, with a sly smile, that the second option was to fight him. Gu Diao's choice was obvious. He quickly bounced off the guy and flew to Zhang Shi. Fending off Gu Diao's attacks, he asked why he was attacking him. Had he taken control of him? Zhang Shi thought that the puppeteer's ability was enough to take control of Gu Diao. And even more dangerously, it means that the enemy is somewhere nearby. Suddenly, he heard a familiar laugh. Kyujin swung her sword and said that it was beckoning him to cut him down. He howled loudly when she cut off his arm. Zhang Shi thought that he was now without his left arm, so he needed to pull himself together. But suddenly, he wondered why she just cut off his left arm. Then Zhang Shi asked Kyujin what it meant. After all, she could have killed him with such an attack. He added that she should not tell him that she decided to retreat because of Ms. Namgun. Kyujin replied that, of course not. She said that she planned to tear him apart so that he would repent of his mistakes. With a smile, she said that this was the only way to save his soul. Zhang Shi thought she was crazy. Is this how Taoists behave when they try to help others? While he was talking to Kyujin, Gu Diao attacked him again and clawed at his face. He shouted in anger that Gu Diao was a brainless bird. Kyujin thought she didn't know why the Zhang Shi beast that released the ghostly mist was behaving like that around Wunhui, but she needs to get rid of the remnants of the ghostly fog. She decided to use the style of hermetism. In this style, she attacked him with the crushing stroke of evil destruction. Zhang Shi noticed that the ghostly transformation technique was dissipating. He realized that it wasn't attacking him, but dispersing the ghostly fog. And if the magic dissipates, he needs to find a way to escape from here, while there are still remnants of the ghostly fog. Gathering the strength he had in his right hand, he slammed it into the ground, creating a powerful blast wave. And while this distracted Kyujin's attention, he rushed in the opposite direction in an attempt to escape. But his path of retreat was blocked by Gu Diao, who was following Wunhua's order. Kyujin noticed that light began to emanate from the arm she had cut off, and realized that it was explosive energy. A moment later, a strong explosion occurred and covered the girl. Kyujin used the energy of her sword to protect herself from the explosion. This explosion helped Zhang Shi gain a few seconds to get the amulet to escape. Kyujin was not going to retreat and was already flying at Zhang Shi with her sword. The blade of her sword was already quite close to Jiashi's face when he crushed the magic ball, and her sword pierced only the dark haze left behind by Zhang Shi after the transfer. With a sigh, she said disappointedly that Zhang Shi had escaped and everything was going according to his plan. She warned Wunhua to be careful. Someone was using demonic arts. He asked if she could help him. Tang Wunhui turned to his sister and said he had an idea how to deal with it. The sister asked if he meant that they did not need to destroy Zhang Shi, who was going to attack them. The guy replied that it was true, and then said that first they needed to gain magic. Even though the fugitive belongs to a side branch of the clan, he managed to enter the main mansion and spread the ghostly fog. Apparently, the enemy is strong enough to use an enchantment. He noted that if he felt threatened, he would simply use the talisman to return to escape. Wanhui added that even he was not strong enough to defeat such a Zhang Shi in the place where he had cast the spell. But if she helps him break the spell, he will reveal the identity of the man behind this Zhang Shi, who dared to attack the 9 Dragon District. Kyujin said that if he was telling the truth, the Zhang Shi they were dealing with was sent by her mother. She asked what he would do if she decided to obey her mother's will. Standing up, Wunvi replied that in that case he would simply be a loser in this game of intrigue. The boy asked Kyujin if this was what it meant to be part of the Tang clan. For Wunhua, who has gone through so much hardship, the Tang clan is just a bunch of lying and deceitful people. But she is sure that he will realize that not everyone is like that. To do this, you need to try a little harder. When she noticed Gu Diao, Kyujin said that he was the same bird as Zhang Shi. Then she asked if he wanted more. Zhang Shi stopped deep in the forest. He said he couldn't believe he was running away after a failed mission. Even if he reattached his arm, after the loss of Gu Diao and the increase in security in the 9 Dragon District, the Lord would never forgive him. In despair, Zhang Shi cursed and shouted that if it weren't for that cursed woman, Unexpectedly, he heard a voice behind him, saying that if he was going to rest here, he should have moved away. Then he asked if he was serious about leaving the estate. He thought that they had already tracked him down and turned sharply to see who was behind him. To his great surprise, the son of his concubine stood behind him. Jiang Shi wondered what he was doing here. Had he been following him? But how? It occurred to Jiang Shi that perhaps the puppeteer was pulling the strings. They could track down the source of the thorny ghost mist spell if they could get Gu Diao under control. Thinking that it didn't matter, he decided that this was his chance. If he catches him, he will be able to determine the puppeteer's identity and bring Gu Diao back. He saw a ghostly energy behind the boy and decided that the patron saint had put some kind of wandering ghost to him. But he was interested in the shape of this ghost. It looked familiar to him. Wenhui said that he knew that Namgong Sanin was completely desperate, but he could not even think that someone from the Namgong clan was an ally of the Black Bone Ghost Valley. Puzzled by the fact that the boy knew this, Jiang Shi asked how he knew this information. The guy said that, who knows? Wenhui began to be enveloped by some black energy. Then Jiang Shi's bewilderment grew even greater. He asked what was happening to him. He was surprised that the boy appeared in front of him in the battle clothes of an evil ghost. Wenhui remarked that if Jiang Shi knew about the evil ghost's battle clothes, he must be one of the old-timers. 10 years ago, everyone in the Black Bone Ghost Valley knew about it. It was a sorcerous weapon used by the young celestial demon Yan Wenhui whenever he wreaked havoc. Jiang Shi thought that this ghostly energy was an evil ghost. He asked why, of all people, he was the one who possessed such a thing. Wenhui asked him if he really thought he would answer him. The guy added that he had a lot of questions for him. Then Jiang Shi said that he really thought he would answer them. Smiling, Wenhui said that of course he would not say anything now, but they would talk after his death. Jiang Shi thought that if he really was the heir to the cult, he would finish him off with a single blow. He saw that the boy was going to attack him, but he did not know whether he would use mystical arts or the power of the Ghost King. But he was very surprised that the punch was nothing like he had expected. It was just an ordinary martial art. Yes, it was a simple but very powerful punch. He sealed Jiang Shi to the tree. As Jiang Shi moved away from the blow, he thought that it was a secret art of the 9 dragons lineage, the dance of the storm. It was strange that the enemy was using martial arts instead of mystical ones. Then he laughed and shouted that he was not the heir to the cult. After all, the heir of a cult cannot use martial arts, and he is a monster capable of destroying a fatal swordsman like him with one finger. He shouted that he did not know where he had seen the abilities of the cult's heir, and learned to imitate. He was unable to finish his thought because of Wenhui's new attack, but this attack was already mystical. Jiang Shi exclaimed that these were single intertwined chains. He knew that this weapon was created by the heir to the clan. The guy sniffed in disappointment and said that he had missed by a little bit. He thought that this was really the heir to the cult, but then how does he use martial arts? And how is he still alive? As if reading his thoughts, Wenhui said that this was puzzling. Isn't he a person he knows or not? He asked him if he had time to think about such things. He thought the boy was right. If he keeps dragging Wenhui away, the Wind of Justice Squad, or a bitch who screams like a horse will come to help. And as long as he knows their identities, he will not be able to escape. We need to somehow silence him. But what if the scoundrel is really the heir to the cult? Wenhui asked Jiang Shi if he still hadn't moved. Then he asked if it was possible to promote someone to the rank of fatal swordsman these days. He clarified that he meant that, looking at the way he drags Gu Diao everywhere with him, one can conclude that he could not have handled even one person. Jiang Shi was outraged by this boy's statement and did not hide his anger. Then Wenhui asked if maybe he should go back. He needed some information, but a guy like him was unlikely to be trusted with it. This was the last straw, and he exploded. Jiang Shi shouted that he would make him regret those words even if it cost him his life. Enraged, Jiang Shi rushed to attack Wenhui. The latter mockingly remarked that Jiang Shi had finally moved. Grabbing the boy's head with his hand, he quickly dragged him further into the forest. Wenhui thought that maybe he was trying to buy time by leading them away from the mansion. But no, that would only hinder him if the idiot got scared and decided to run away. He thought he needed to try everything he couldn't use in the battle with the Kyujin. Slamming the guy against a rock, Jiang Shi said that he must have gotten a little carried away. Now, we'll probably have to deal with the body. Jiang Shi said that at least his chatter reminded him of the heir to the devil's cult. But the guy squeezed his hand tightly and said that he finally felt better. He said that if he wanted to rest, he should have at least walked away after using the talisman to return. After that, Wenhui asked Jiang Shi how he was going to deal with his body with such attack. He wondered if it was really the battle clothes of the evil ghost of the cult's heir. Jiang Shi tried to attack the boy again, and added that it was impossible. He struck the guy again and again, but they could not penetrate his clothes. Jiang Shi thought that he had strengthened his attacks by downloading the demonic essence, but they still had no effect on him. The guy said that even turning him into a corpse with such attacks would take years. These words made Jiang Shi even more angry, and he shouted that he was a fucking asshole. With all the strength he had, Jiang Shi tried once again to break through the boy's defense. Wunvi said that the test of combat clothing for resistance was completed and intercepted his fist. Clenching his fist, the guy said that now it was time to test it in action. With these words, he struck Jiang Shi, and he immediately howled in pain. The blow was strong enough to throw Jiang Shi several dozen meters away. He thought that this blow confirmed his opinion. The boy is weaker than him. His attacks do not inflict fatal wounds on him. Jiang Shi decided that he could defeat him when the evil ghost's clothes fell off and the mystical energy was exhausted. Wunvi asked what that laughter was about. Is he laughing because his attacks are weaker than he expected? The boy asked if he hoped to defeat the yogi when the battle clothes dissipated. The guy turned to him and told him to listen. He came to him knowing that Jiang Shi was from the Whitebone Ghost Valley. He asked him if he really thought he was not ready for this. Then he asked if the brain also decomposes when you turn into Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi replied that he was only so arrogant because he was wearing the battle clothes of an evil ghost. He growled for the boy to show him what he could do in a fight against Jiang Shi. And starting his attacks, Jiang Shi added before his mystical energy ran out to maintain his clothes. Using the art of illusion, Wunvi bypassed the enemy and struck him. After that, Jiang Shi jumped back and noticed that the boy was as nimble as a rat. Wunhui thought that this attack also did not cause a deep wound. It seems he can't break through the fatal swordsman's defense now. He thought later that he had a lot of work to, but unfortunately, it's time to end. Wunvi attacked the enemy with the 12 strikes of the tiger. Jiang Shi shouted that he still hadn't realized that his attacks against him were futile. He laughed and said it tickled him. Jiang Shi noted that unlike his combat clothes, his body did not wear out. He told the boy to keep hitting him and that he would soon pay him back. Turning away, Wunvi said that he was worried that if he dodged all the attacks, it would drag on. Wunvi emphasized that he was trying to get them to hit him. He added that he still thought that the brain did not decompose during the transformation process. Then Jiang Shi said that he must have gone crazy being cornered, and he threatened to see how long he could move his ugly mouth. But a sudden cough squeezed Jiang Shi's throat, and he started spitting blood. He was surprised that these were symptoms of poisoning. But how could Jiang Shi have been poisoned? Wunhui said that ordinary poison would not have worked. Therefore, Jiang Shi assumed that it could be the poison of the lost souls. Pain pierced his body. The guy said that because he was taking all the blows with his naked body, he made sure to hit every part of it, and he added that he wanted him to enjoy it. Jiang Shi shouted that the devilish lost souls dared to eat his body and tried to drive them away. It was a real torture of Jiang Shi's body by the lost souls, and he could not do anything about it until the completely exhausted Jiang Shi fell to the ground. The souls did their work. While waiting for Jiang Shi to die, he asked the boy to answer his last question and asked if he was the heir to the cult. Sitting down opposite, the guy turned to Jiang Shi and said that he would not die here. Wunhui showed him the single chains. Jiang Shi was frightened and said that he did not agree. Taking off his battle clothes, Wunvi told the elders that he had to leave. The boy ordered the elders to teach the newcomer how to obey him. They immediately humbly replied that they would do as their lord commanded and hovered over Jiang Shi. Returning to the estate, Wunvi said that it was not that easy. Perhaps it was because he was not yet able to do it on a subconscious level, but he had problems with the magical and mystical fields that required a lot of time to prepare. He decided that he needed to practice more martial arts and improve his skills in mystical arts. Clenching his fist, he told himself that he needed to work even harder when he suddenly felt that he was being watched. The boy looked carefully at the mansion. He wondered if they had seen everything. Wunvi knew that now he had to find out who they were and where they were hiding. When he looked closely at who was standing in the window, he realized that it was Tan Hosan. He said that even taking into account the fact that the most terrible man of the Tang clan, the man really did not move, even though he saw everything. Hopefully, Wunvi said that maybe because of the distance he could not see what he was doing, but he definitely understood who he was fighting. The boy noticed that Tan Hosan was very arrogant. Kyujin ran out to meet him, waving her arms. Wunhui was surprised to see his sister travel all this way. When he saw Kyujin pulling Wunhui along, he was shocked and froze in place. Seeing the guy's reaction, she asked what happened and if he was injured. Wunhui replied that he was fine and pointed to Gu Diao. The girl replied that she thought they could work something out. She said that at first she wanted to cut off his wings so that he could not escape. But when it turned out to be more difficult than she thought, she just beat him instead. Wunhui thought that from now on, he would not contradict his sister. The boy sighed and said that he had missed Jiang Shi. He said that she had given him an opportunity, and he had failed, and asked his sister to forgive him. She told him not to worry about it, After all, he was safe, and that was the main thing. She said she could beat this Gudiao until they found out where they were hiding. Gudiao managed to break free of Kyujin's grasp and immediately ducked behind Wunhwa's back. She was surprised that he could still move. The bird was screaming and tearfully asking for help from the boy, complaining about Kyujin's beatings. Sitting down across from me, he said that it would be very difficult to sneak Zhang Shi of his size into the house unnoticed. Then Gudiao soared above the ground and shone with a mystical purple light. A few seconds before, the big Gudiao had turned into a small bird. Wunvi was amazed and asked the bird if he knew how to use the mystical arts. The guy told Kyujin that he would keep him in the white pavilion, and then he noticed that she was probably tired and suggested that she get some rest. Kyujin replied that he was right and that the intruder was over, so she would leave. She turned and walked back to the mansion. As soon as she returned, the friendly smile disappeared from her face. Kyujin was plagued by suspicion. He concluded that it meant that his master was the cursed mentor of the White Bone. Zhang Shi confirmed that he was. Wunhui remarked that he hadn't seen the old man in a long time. Zhang Shi said that he must have known its owner. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he meant the White Bone Master. Wunhui replied that he knew him a little. The guy remembered that this old man had taught him the fatal art, and he had mastered it in just a month. In any case, in addition to him, there is also a merchant from Blue Bone, Terror from Red Bone, and the Unbreakable from Green Bone. The 4 from the Black Bone Valley are not far from the 9 Dragon District and are up to something. Wunhui thought that the 4 elders from the Black Bone Ghost Valley were near the 9 Dragon District, and there was only one reason why they would be curious at such a time as this: the Dark Lord's grand meeting. Tang Mongyu, the Dark Lord, and one of the 10 great martial artists, has led a new special unit. According to the divine cult, they cannot simply watch the Sichuan defense strengthen. Usually they send traitors into the group, or try to reduce its numbers. But they wouldn't need the elders from the Black Bone Ghost Valley if they just wanted to weaken the Zazen, especially considering that Namgun Sanin, the Lady of the 9 Dragons, also belongs to the Namgun clan and is connected to it. They are up to something much bigger. A group of obstacle breakers that controls the celestial demon cult called the Community. If they have the secret support of the cult, plans that previously seemed unrealistic can suddenly become real. Putting all the puzzles together, 1V assumed that they were trying to assassinate the Dark Lord. The spirit said he was a stupid Zhang Shi. He asked if he really thought that the 4 elders from the Black Bone Ghost Valley would defeat the Dark Lord. The other said that even the ancestors of the 9 demons couldn't do it. Wunhui clarified his guess that these guys were scouts. Zhang Shi replied that he didn't know the details, but he had heard that support was coming from Tian Shan. He found it strange that the help was coming from Tian Shan and not from the Community. Wunvi called him number 15. Zhang Shi replied that spirit number 15 was listening. Wenhui asked if he did not know about the Community. He replied that he was too stupid to understand what kind of community he was talking. The guy said it was good that he didn't know. He thought that the fatal swordsman from the Black Bone Ghost Valley didn't seem to know about it. To get more information about the Community, he needs to capture the old cursed mentor from the White Bone. The problem is that with his current strength, he can't even break the magic barrier, let alone defeat it. As he was getting up, he said that this was all he could take from number 15. Suddenly, Tan Gong ran into the room and turned to the young Mr. 1V and asked if he was okay. Tan Gong said that the head of the family ordered him to bring Wunhui to him and asked what happened in his yard. Gudiao whispered that he must be talking about the marks left by the battle with his sister. With a sigh, Wunvi told Master Tan Gong to calm down and added that he would tell him everything on the way. With the help of the Wind of Justice and Tan Gong, everything would have been much easier. But now there is a bigger problem. The head of the 9 dragons, Tan Ho-san. He should start from how much this person knows and what his next move will be. The guy greeted me properly. He bowed his head and said that Tang Wun Hoi from the White Pavilion was greeting the clan head. Tan Ho-san asked him why he greeted him as the head of the clan. He said that he understood why he kept his distance in public places as a training ground, but he spoke formally and in private. Wunvi replied that it had been a long time since they had spoken in private, and immediately asked for forgiveness. In Tan Gong's reaction, one could read the question of whether Wunhua had gone mad. They had tried so hard to win his favor, and he had personally decided to ruin it. In response, Wunvi whispered that this was his master's way of praising him. The master asked how he could joke about such things. Wunvi told him to just keep watching. He told Tang Ho-san that if he wanted to reward him for defeating the enemy who had entered the 9 Dragons Pavilion, shouldn't it be considered a public matter? The boy thought that Tan Ho-san had not called him to talk to him like a father and son. They are both checking how much each knows about the situation. Tan Ho-san said that he probably understood why he called him. Wunvi noted that he looked like he had figured out the identity of the attacker and how his wife was connected to him. Tan Ho-san said that this was primarily due to the arrival of the clan patriarch. Wunvi thought that, as expected, he knew about the assassination plan. The head said that judging by his reaction, he probably already realized it. He said that he had heard that the boy had changed, but it was too much. He noted that his inner energy, his ingenuity, his vision of the situation is not a level that can be reached in a few years. Tan Ho-san said he was waiting for his opportunity in this deep pit. With a smile, he added that to think that he had deceived him for so long and declared that his vileness was indeed befitting of the Tang clan. The boy bowed and said he was grateful for his praise. He knew it sounded like an insult, but in fact it was the best compliment you could get in the Tang clan. When Wunwi thanked him, Tan Ho-san told him not to cross the border. The boy asked what he meant by the border. Tan Ho-san replied that he would not interfere in his and Sanin's quarrels, but he should not touch those behind it. Wunvi thought that he was letting his son fight his wife to the death, but he wanted to leave the divine cult. What was the snake up to? Wunvi said he understood. The guy thought it would be difficult to strike the white bone at once. Tan Ho-san said that he had said everything he wanted to say so that the boy could go back to his place. But Wunvi said that before he left, he had to reward him for defeating the offender. Tan Ho-san asked if he wanted a reward. He added that since he was trying so hard to ask for it, it was obvious that it was something he could not get on his own. And then he ordered him to say what he wanted. Wunvi said that he wanted to train in the terrible forest. He thought that in the special environment of the terrible forest, which is teeming with poisonous insects and mystical beasts, he would have a way to quickly restore his mystical power to the level of his previous life. The head was surprised to hear about the terrible forest. He said that only the clan patriarch could give him permission. Tan Ho-san said that he could only ask him when he met him, but he could not promise anything. Wunvi said he understood. The head thought it was out of the question now. He put his hand under his clothes and pulled out something. After handing Wunhua a butterfly, Tan Ho-san asked if he would like to try to take it instead. Tan Gong's reaction indicated that this butterfly was quite valuable. Seeing his reaction, Tan Ho-san ordered Tan Gong to calm down. Wunvi did not understand what was happening. Perhaps it was such a rare artifact that even the master was confused. The guy thought that to him the butterfly looked like a simple decoration. Tan Ho-san asked Wunhua what he might not like, but the boy replied that he did not. So he had to figure out how to take the butterfly away. The energy around Tan Ho-san makes it difficult to get close to it. This means that he wants him to take it in another way. Then Wunhua mentally ordered ghost number 15 to take him. He told his master that it would be done, and went to pick up the butterfly. It seemed as if the butterfly flew off Tan Ho-san's hand and headed for Wunhua. In a moment, the red butterfly was in Wunhua's hands, who had no idea what it was. After that, Tan Ho-san said that he now belonged to Tan Wunhua and turned to leave. Tan Ho-san called out to Tan Gong to come with him. He was still shocked by what had happened. Wunvi stared at the trail of his master for a few minutes, without understanding anything. Wunvi began to look at the butterfly on his finger and asked out loud what it was. The spirit said it looked like an expensive piece of jewelry. Another added that, knowing these people, it could be a concealed weapon. Angry, Wunvi squeaked that, who was asking them at all, and ordered them to leave. The spirits immediately rushed to fulfill their master's will, and flew away from him. Tan Gong asked the head if he was sure about it. After all, this artifact was very valuable to him. He replied that he used to be, but 20 years had passed since the Storm Squad had disintegrated, and the Nine Dragons clan had been founded. The main thing is that Wunhui said he wanted to inherit the legacy of the Storm Squad. Then Tan Gong said that this was why he had given the blood butterfly to the young master Wunhua. He thought that Tang Ho-san must still be regretting not achieving the goals he had set for himself with the Storm Squad. Tan Ho-san said that he showed this artifact to his other children as well, but neither Kyujin nor Yuo Chang were interested in it. The head noted that Wunvi had somehow managed to get hold of the blood butterfly. It was as if the Storm Squad itself wanted him to take it. He emphasized that if he did, then perhaps the boy is able to unravel the secrets of the blood butterfly. Listening to the spirits tell him everything they heard about the conversation between Tan Gong and Tan Ho-san, Wunhui asked if he had said exactly what he had said. Wunvi asked if the head had told him what it was. The spirit replied that he had not, but judging by their conversation, it was something very valuable. One of the spirits approached the heir to the cult and said that this so-called artifact absorbs a large amount of spiritual energy every time it moves. From the looks of it, it could be a demonic instrument. He was surprised that it could be a demonic instrument. He told the spirit to move away so that he could look at it. Looking at the butterfly, Wunvi said that after all, this object is from the Tang clan, so spiritual energy cannot be its main feature. It can't absorb that much spiritual energy. He still could not understand the value of the red butterfly and what secret it hides. Wunvi tried to wake up the artifact with mystical energy, but it did not work. He yelled at him to stop resisting because he was making him look bad. No matter how hard the boy tried, it didn't work out. The butterfly did not give in to Manhwa. In the morning, Wunvi woke up with a heavy head. With a sigh, he said that he was so upset about the blood butterfly that he couldn't sleep properly. Stretching his neck, the guy said he would probably deal with it later. Though if the cursed white dice master finds out about yesterday's failed attack, he will definitely make a move. Recalling what Tan Ho-san had said not to cross the border, he thought about it. Tan Ho-san's warning forbade him to act recklessly. While pouring tea, he thought that there was no way to disrupt the enemy's plans without fear of Tan Ho-san's interference. He did not think that such an opportunity would appear immediately. He might have to wait. His thoughts were interrupted by Gu Diao's cry, who jumped out from under the table to remind him of himself. Thinking of him, something came to him. But Gu Diao may be strong, but he's not strong enough to fight several fatal swordsmen. But if he is going to use it, he needs to make it even stronger. Using his own blood as a mediator and the eye of the deceased, he will transform it into a purified artifact containing the knowledge of the Ghost King. Wunvi decided that he would call this blood sphere the blood of the Phantom King. One of the spirits exclaimed that it was the famous blood of the Ghost King. Then another said that he didn't think he would ever be jealous of someone's heritage. Another one indignantly told him to keep his dignity. Even for ghosts, such behavior is not dignified. Because it contains the knowledge of the Ghost King, this blood is an unrivaled medicine for those who use demonic arts. Wunhui asked if Gu Diao wanted to try it, and he squealed happily, but Wunvi asked why he should give it to him. What did he do to deserve it? With a sly smile, he said that perhaps if he told him the location of Zhang Shi's beast farm in the Black Bone Valley, he would give it to him. Gu Diao nodded his head, as a sign that he would fulfill his master's request. Then Wunhui said that it was very good and held out the blood sphere to Gu Diao to eat. As soon as Gu Diao ate it, he regained his previous shape and even grew larger. Impressed by the result, the spirits remarked that it was incredible that Gu Diao had been reborn. This is probably the legendary Zhu bird, which announces the arrival of the demon army. The boy asked the bird how it felt to be reborn. He added that he would be more useful than a spider if he wanted to be. Wunvi used his powers and summoned the spirit of a man who was surprised to find himself here. The spirits were surprised to see Elder Huang. One of them asked if his soul had not been destroyed. Elder Huang turned to the heir to the cult and asked why he had returned it. Then Wanhui answered Elder Huang that he had 3 reasons for his return. The first reason for this is his loyalty to the heir to the cult, i.e., him. Most of his subordinates cursed his name when they were on the verge of death, but he distinguished himself. This is also related to the second reason. Huang is still clinging to the hope that he will protect his daughter. He said that he still doesn't know her name, or even what she looks like, so Huang has to find her personally with his own hand. And then he said that the third reason is simple. Ghosts are easier to control than idiots. Huang thought he might have left the third reason unsaid. Huang sighed and said that he thought he would finally get rid of his chains, but now he realizes that he cannot escape from them. After he lost his wife, his daughter was his only reason for living. She was his treasure, so ever since that damn Zhong Hajin kidnapped his daughter, he hasn't lived. He betrayed the cult leader and heir to the cult for her sake, but failed to protect her. And who would have thought that he would have another chance? Elder Huang said that he swore his allegiance to him and would devote his soul to serving him. His fate is in the hands of the cult's heir apparent, and he will undoubtedly follow his orders. Wunvi asked him if he had kept his memories. He also asked if he remembered where the farm was. He replied that if he gave the order, he would fly there right away and tear them apart with his new claws and beak. Then the guy replied that it was fine, and ordered him to destroy the farm and show the traitors the superiority of the divine cult. Gu Diao answered his master in this way and immediately flew off to fulfill his order. He thought that if he started destroying the farm, the White Bone Master would be distracted from him, and that would give him time to think. The carriage with Mrs. Namgun Sanin arrived back at the estate only at dawn. Ms. Namgun entered her office sighing. She said she was so tired after her overnight trip. She saw a sheet on the table and thought it must be Jung's report. Namgun Sanin thought that if the corner was bent, it must be something important. The report said that a duel took place between Wunvi and Yuo Chang, and that the latter won. The boy even fought with his sister Qujin, and their battle ended in a draw. And before all this, the head of the 9 Dragons clan, Tang Ho-san, was watching these fights. The lady was shocked and outraged by the news, until she heard her daughter's voice behind her. Qujin asked her where she was. She happily asked Kyujin what brought her here at such an early hour, and then Namgun replied that she had some urgent things to do. Kyujin said that it was so urgent that she couldn't tell her. Kyujin said that Jiang Shi, who had been sent specifically for Woonhui, had entered the estate at night. Namgun immediately said sympathetically that it was a nightmare, and she thought that the man she saw yesterday must have gotten even with that bastard. She doesn't like the fact that Jiang Shi's intrusion was noticed, but she'll take it. But to her great surprise, Kyujin said that she had fought with him. Namgun was frightened and asked what Kyujin had just said. She immediately rushed to her daughter and asked her why and if she was injured. Kyujin replied that she was not injured. The girl said that Jiang Shi had mentioned Namgong and hesitated to harm her. Namgun was boiling with anger. She thought about what these idiots had done. The woman told her that everything she was doing was for her own good and for Yua Chang, and this illegitimate child is just a hindrance. Kyujin asked if she hated Woonhui that much. Is her hatred so strong that she is willing to use Jiang Shi's help when her daughter is part of the Qingcheng sect? Kyujin told her mother that if she did not intend to leave the path she had chosen, she would have to stop her, even if she had to use force. Confused and frightened by her daughter's words, Namgun said that she did not understand how she felt. She did not understand how her daughter could not understand her. And all this because of this bastard. She should have taken care of it before it got this far. Namgun decides that she needs to go to the temple immediately. She has to do it for Kyujin's sake. Tang Gong told Woonhua that he had no lack of courage. Then he asked if it was necessary to walk here after what happened last night. Woonhua replied that Tan Gong could come back if he was going to whine, but the master said that he had to follow orders. Wunbi said that he should stop chanting. The guy asked if they were there, and Tan Gong said yes, and told him that this was Lu Ban's forge. Woonhui thought that Lu Ban was the god of crafts and Taoist techniques. Using the name of a legendary figure is quite presumptuous. When they entered, Tang Gong asked if the owner was inside. They recognized him as the fierce wind warrior and replied that the owner was here. The man looked out and asked if the loser was here, and Tang Gong said he was right there. The master asked for permission to introduce them, and introduced the man as the owner of Tan Chugyan's forge. Wunvi bowed and said he was pleased to meet him, but the man wouldn't let him introduce himself and interrupted him by asking if he was the second son of that cold bastard. The boy replied that he was, and his name was Tan Wunvi. He recalled hearing that he had known the family since the days of the Storm Squad, but he didn't realize they were so close as to call Tan Hosan the cold bastard. Tan Chugyan asked why they had come. Was it just to meet him? Tan Gong replied that he needed to do something for the boy. He replied that he already had a lot of work to do. The man told Wunhua that he had probably come here because he was not satisfied with what he had been given in the Nine Dragon clan. He said that he would do whatever he wanted and told the boy to leave the blueprints and leave. Wunbi noticed that he already had a to-do list, but it makes sense because everyone wants to make sure their weapons are in order before the Dark Lord shows up, and he wouldn't have gone through that door if Tan Gong hadn't been with him. The boy turned to him and said that the drawing was quite complicated and that he thought Tan Chugyan would need an explanation. He asked indignantly what kind of a boy he thought he was. He said that he would do everything perfectly even if the drawing for the concealed weapon was a complete waste of time, and emphasized that Wunvi should not worry. Then the boy said he wanted a sword, not a concealed weapon. Tan Chugyan was surprised to hear about the sword. Tang Chugyan asked what he needed the sword for. Was he going to become a Taoist from Qingcheng like his sister? Master Tang Gong was furious and attacked the boy, asking him if he had come with him for the sword and not for the concealed weapon. Why? Why? What for? Wunvi replied that he had asked him to find a blacksmith, but did not say anything about hidden weapons. Tan Gong noted that it was true, but he still felt uncomfortable about it. Koval said that Tan Gong must have high hopes for him if he reacts like this. Then he went to the office and told him to show him his drawings. The guy said he wanted to use this dark sword to modify it. Tang Chugyan asked if he was going to do this. Seeing the blacksmith's reaction, Tan Gong asked what it was. When he looked at Wunvi's drawings, he was surprised to see that it was not a metal fan. Looking at the drawing carefully, the blacksmith denied Tang Gong's remarks and said that it was definitely a sword. Wunwi noted that the blacksmith was quite professional because he immediately understood the intentions of the drawing. The blacksmith gasped with delight and said that it was an interesting and even intricate weapon. Wunvi said that he was very grateful for such words. Frowning, Tan Chugyan said that he did not need his sycophancy and ordered him to tell him more about this strange sword. sword. The guy began to tell me that he wanted this part to look like this and asked, "What about gunpowder?" The blacksmith replied that it would compromise its durability. One of the spirits asked if the young master understood this as well. The other told him that he did not understand what they were talking about. The spirit noticed that the young master said it was a sword, but it was clearly shaped like a fan, and another said that he heard the word gunpowder. But why would there be gunpowder in a sword? Is this some kind of secret of the Tang clan? But pointing to Tan Gong's thoughtful face, he replied that he didn't think so. After all, it seems that this guy also does not understand what is happening. Tan Chugyin asked him if he was a little stingy. Wunvi replied that he was more like a very ambitious person. Then the blacksmith said he would have to do it himself. He was surprised that he would take on the job himself. The man said that this sword drawing would be difficult for his students. Wunvi thought this was his chance. He fell to his knees and bowed low, saying that he wanted to show the sword he had made during the visit of the clan patriarch. It would be a great honor for him. Koval was very embarrassed by these words and said that there were only 20 days left before the visit. The guy asked if it was impossible. He replied that it was not, and that he had his own schedule. Then the guy said he understood, and that it would probably be very difficult for Tan Chugyin. He immediately replied that it was not difficult. Then Wunhua said that his request was too difficult for him and apologized to the elder. Angered by his words, he shouted that it was not difficult for him and not too hard. Luban Tan Chugyin will do it in 15 days. Wunvi said happily that he knew he was incredible. Master Tang Gong thought that another victim had fallen for the provocation. He was happy to have the best blacksmith, and he even exceeded his expectations. In his mind, Jiang Shi's farm had already been dealt with. Suddenly he heard his sister's voice. Kyujin called out to her brother and said she wanted to ask him about something. The boyfriend noticed her fatal Azul energy. Her spectral traces were seeping out to the outside, so she is unable to control her emotions so much that it cannot be hidden by the style of the single-player world. This must be the reason. She said that it might seem unexpected, but that he was thinking about the past. Kyujin clarified that he might be holding on to a feeling of resentment or something like that. She added that she wanted to know what he was thinking. With a huff, the guy asked her if she could catch the wind. He explained that you can catch it for a second, but you can't hold it in your hand. The guy said that if she could stop him, he would no longer be the wind. He asked me what the importance of the past was. There are many things he wants and needs to do now. Wunvi said that the future is more important to him. Kyujin said she understood. That was the future. She thanked Wunhua and said that she made the decision because of him. She said she had to do a few things and would be away for a while. Immediately after these words, Kyujin quickly ran off somewhere. Wunhui was left alone. The spirit noticed that such a good girl was angry. Her fatal energy came from the style of the solitary world. Wunvi said that enough chatter was enough and ordered the spirits to follow her. He thought that if Kyujin was so excited, she must have had a fight with Namgun Sangyeon, and he does not think that this woman will just sit back after a quarrel with her daughter. The guy thought that it was best to get ready to meet the guest. That same evening, the clan leader was informed that Tan Wunvi was asking for a meeting. Master Tang Gong was surprised that young Master Wunvi had come to visit the head. Without taking his eyes off the papers, Tan Ho-san told the servant to tell the boy to come in and wait. Tan Gong quietly asked Wunhua what he was doing here. He whispered back that he wanted to pay tribute to his father as his son. The master said that if he was going to say such nonsense, he should leave as soon as possible. The clan leader looked at the boy and asked why he had come to him. Wunvi replied that he had come to discuss the issue they had discussed last night. He said he wanted to make a deal. With a huff, he merely mentioned Tan Gong's name, and he replied that he understood, and then he instantly left the office. Tang Ho-san said that by interfering in this issue again, he risks hindering the progress of the Tang clan's plan. After that, he said that he hoped that Wunhua had a good reason for this. He thought he had realized this on the training ground, but this was not the kind of energy a clan leader should have. Wunhui thought that he had said something about the plans of the Tang clan, so they were planning something. The guy said that, of course they were. Then Tan Ho-san said that if he wanted to make a deal, they both should benefit, and asked what he could offer. The guy replied that he had nothing to give him right now, but he could promise him that he would. The head asked what kind of promise. Wunhui replied that he promised to protect his older sister, Tang Kyujin. After that, Wunhui added that the head of Tan Ho-san knows well who Miss Namgun contacted. Leaning back in his chair, he telepathically told the boy to continue. Wunhui was surprised that he had switched to sound telepathy, so there were still people here after all. Wunhui also replied telepathically that if the connection between the lady and the demonic cult was revealed, Tang Kyujin and Tang Yuachang would not be able to escape the consequences. They will be called the children of spies of a demonic cult, and he understands perfectly well how the children of a demonic cult spy will be treated in Jianghu. The guy emphasized that Tang Qujin and Tang Yuochang would never be able to enter Jianghu. The head said that he was the Tang Hosan man who led the Fierce Wind Squad as the advance party to stop the demonic leader. Who would dare to label his children like that? Wenvi replied that of course they would not say this in front of him, but the world is not that simple. So he will try to make sure that Tang Qujin is not stigmatized. Tan Hosan said that they would leave aside how he was going to fulfill his promise and asked what Wenvi wanted in return. Then Wenvi said that since his involvement would not be small, he wanted to take part in his plan. The leader asked him if he considered himself capable enough to be included in the clan's plans. Wenvi replied that he would prove himself capable. Tan Hosan asked how he was going to prove it. Then Wenvi said it was the white bone ghost. The boy told Tan Hosan that he would bring him the head of the demonic leader. He was praying to the Buddha of infinite light when Namgun asked him how he could have failed so badly. She added that he remembered how much she had done for him. She screamed if he knew what her daughter had told her, that he couldn't handle one bastard. The sorcerer stopped her screams and said that his judgment was wrong if things had turned out this way. In a threatening voice, he added that he had also lost a student, so he would not stand on the sideline. Turning to Ms. Namgun, he told her not to worry. At that moment, Zhang Shi came in and addressed the temple master. When he asked what had happened and why she was making such a fuss, Zhang Shi said it was an emergency. He turned to Ms. Namgun and asked her to sit down and wait for a while. She agreed. Namgun thought that she did not like being humiliated, but the skills of the temple master were worth it. The thought that the master said he would come out himself, which meant that the Saraza would definitely be destroyed, pleased her. But a minute later, she heard the foreman shout. He asked if Zhang Shi's farm had been attacked. It was the farm of his students who had been secretly working for him in Sichuan for decades. The sorcerer asked her if she meant to say that Zhu, with similar energy to Gudiao, had destroyed all the beasts of Jiangsha. Namgun came closer and asked what was wrong with the sorcerer. He was furious and shouted that she was a bitch. In an instant, he reached Namgun and grabbed her throat with his hand. The next moment, he threw her to the ground and screamed that the bitch Namgun had deceived him. He shouted that there was a high-class sorcerer with enough authority to take the parasitic raven he created and evolve it. Does she think he'll believe that he's siding with some freak from a branch of the Tang clan? The sorcerer said that this was absurd. He shouted that Namgun had conspired with this sorcerer to stab him in the back. She answered frightenedly that she did not know what the master of the temple was talking about. Then he shouted that she didn't understand or was pretending, and he emphasized that she did not appreciate their Black Bone Ghost Valley. Namgun thought that the Black Bone Valley was a demonic cult. Is he saying that this place is part of a demonic cult? The sorcerer thought that judging by her reaction, the bitch knew nothing. It seems that the Namgun family used her until she was useless. After releasing her, the temple master said that there had obviously been a misunderstanding, and he could see that she was really not involved. The woman was shocked to find out that she was involved with a demonic cult. Her family had dragged her into it. This means that the Namgun clan is collaborating with a demonic cult. He called her Ms. Namgun again and asked if the Saraza's name was Tan Woon Hui, the same name as that damn bitch. The temple master said she didn't even have to ask. Now he had a reason to tear him and the sorcerer behind him to pieces. Then he asked if he could ask for her help. Namgun said she was wrong, and if she needs to apologize for something, she apologizes. Wenvi laughed and said that it was unexpected. He asked if she was apologizing. She had to push herself to do it. She didn't want to, but that was her deal. The sorcerer said that they need to get favor from this bastard. The boy must love her. When she asked him why, he said that if she didn't want to, he could make her a Jiang Shi to make sure she completed the task. She had no choice but to agree. Namgun thought she needed to use manipulation to find a clue. It wouldn't be easy, but she had to. Wenwi noticed that she always acted like she didn't care about anyone. The guy used telepathy and said that he thought she was afraid that the head of the clan would find out that she had gotten involved with a demonic cult. It scared and embarrassed her a lot. She thought, how did that guy find out about it? And he's not just talking about it, he's completely confident. She herself only found out yesterday that this temple belongs to a demonic cult. So how did he know? Tang Woonhui said that Ms. Namgun looks very confused now. Namgun thought that the puppeteer he had been with for the past few months was controlling him, but those eyes did not belong to a person under anyone's control. She doesn't know if his patron is helping him, but the boy has thought of everything himself. But if the Saraza still has only a superficial understanding, it is worth a try. Namgun said she didn't understand what he was talking about. Then Wenvi asked her if she would mind if he told the clan head about it. The guy switched to telepathy again and said that if he involved the Righteous Wind in the investigation, information about the strange temple she often visited would be revealed. And when they find items from the Namgun clan in their vault, it will probably be very interesting. And who knows what the Namgun clan will say about it then. Namgun knew that they would make her a scapegoat. She thought they would claim they didn't know she was involved with the cult and humiliate her. That is exactly what the Namgun clan would do. She said that she was the wife of the head of a branch of the Nine Dragons clan, and that it was impossible that she could be so easily disposed of. Won-hye said that she didn't even believe it herself. It seems she can't be honest with herself. She looked up and asked him what he wanted from her. Smiling, Wonvi told Namgun that he was a rather greedy guy. Over the next week, Namgun Sainan wore various jewelry to him, a wild silkworm robe and other expensive items. Trying to find these rare items, Namgun Sain did not have time to think about anything else. Wonvi said that this was to be expected from the famous Namgun clan. They have a fortune. The spirit noticed that Wonvi was amazing. He was wearing real treasures. One of the spirits said that he was sure that Namgun Sangyong was already broke. Another added that she should be for what she had planned with the cult's heir. Then Wonvi remarked that, who can say? The guy said that all the things on it are useful, but this is the most important thing of all. The spirit noticed that a terrible poisonous energy was coming from her. Another asked the young master what it was. Wonvi told them that the pill was made from a mixture of a poisonous herb, fire poison from dogwood fruit, and a type of bacteria in a 1-to-1 ratio. Then the spirit said it looked like an ordinary pill. Another asked him if he was trying to reach the 6th level of mastery in the poison dragon cultivation technique. He answered that he would. He will open his middle dantian and reach the highest degree. Woon-hye explained that bacteria are used as a component for miracle drugs. But if they are used incorrectly, the poisonous bacteria can multiply and poison the body. Dogwood fruits and fire poison grass enhance the poisonous effect of these bacteria. This is the best option for someone who has mastered the poison dragon cultivation technique. The spirit replied that it was clear what he was going to do, but he thought the poison was too strong, and he asked if Wonvi was sure that his body could handle it. Wonvi replied that this was why he had it, and reached into his pocket to take something out. The guy took out a box with a small ball in it, and said that it was a divine chi purification sphere. It is a miraculous remedy that is supposed to enhance inner energy, and was created by the divine doctor of life and death. So, at first he will take it to increase his internal energy. He felt this pure energy spreading throughout his body. It was fulfilling its purpose. Then came the turn of the poison pill. According to the elders, this poison is very difficult to digest. The guy knew that with his current level in the poison dragon technique, it would be very painful. The spirit said that it was enough to look at all this poisonous energy and asked if the young master was okay. Wonvi could feel the poison spreading through his body. He needs to convert the poison into internal energy for the poison dragon technique. He knew he had to concentrate his energy and pull it up into the upper dantian. Gathering his strength, Wonvi concentrated on his task of pulling up the energy. Soon the boy heaved a sigh of relief and said that he had done it. He had reached the 6th level of mastery in the poison dragon technique. The spirit seemed to be welcoming the young master. He had reached the highest degree in just 2 months of martial arts training. The spirit said that he was improving faster than anyone else. Won-hye thought it was nothing, but he could sense the pure essence in his middle dantian, peak dragon mastery of the highest degree. Tangong shouted that he heard a loud noise, and ran here thinking they were being invaded. But this energy. Then he asked what Wonvi was doing here. The boy said that he had received a miracle cure that Mrs. Namgun had given him. Coming down, Tangong said he didn't know what it was, but he couldn't even imagine how much she had spent on it. The master said that in any case, doesn't he want to test how much stronger he has become? Isn't he interested in testing his strength? Preparing for the fight, the boy replied that he was a really good teacher. Wonvi said that in that case he would give it his all and launched an attack. Tangong noticed that Wonvi was already using internal energy on his weapon and added that the boy was a talent. The guy attacked Tangong, but the latter blocked his punch and said that it was a hard one. After that, the master told him to try to repel it and went to attack Wonvi. Wonvi thought that now he could see his movements. He can also control his body much more freely. So, this is what it is like to be at this level of martial arts. Now, he can see what the master saw, and if it can use internal energy to control weapons, it can do a lot. The master shouted for him to wait. He asked Wonhwa if he wanted to use the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger with the spear, but the guy didn't even think about stopping, and he realized his plan. Tangong deflected these blows as well. Then he said that now he would really have to put in the effort in their duel. Wonvi reminded him that he had already said he would make him work until he was exhausted. While resting after training, Tangong told Wonhwa that there was a rumor going around. Wonhwa asked what the rumor was. He replied that they said he and Mrs. Namgun had reconciled. and that Wunvi was so touched by her efforts that he even gave up his position as heir. The boy replied that he could do it for the sake of peace in his family. Then Tangon asked if he even knew what peace meant. The master said that in his opinion, the rumor started because of these gifts she was giving him, but he said for sure that it was all a rumor. Wunvi replied that he could not say that he agreed. Switching to telepathy, he told her that he needed her to behave this way to gain an advantage in the fight against the cursed White Skull Master. Tang Gong asked if he was talking about the White Skull Master. Was he talking about the head of the Black Bone Valley? The guy was surprised to say that he thought Tan Gong had already heard about him from the head of the clan. He asked if the master hadn't participated in the meeting at all. The master said that it made sense then. Wunvi found out that she was related to him. Looking at the thoughtful Tang Gong, the boy thought that he had changed so much when they talked about the demon cult. Looking at the boy, Tang Gong recalled that Wunhui had said he would fight him, but the mages of the Blackbone Valley take their safety very seriously. The boy asked if he was talking about the demonic magic net. Tan Gong was surprised that he already knew about this. He added that their Jiangshi are getting stronger in this grid, and to be honest, he wasn't sure he could finish off their leader, even if he gave it his all. Wunvi said that he knows it would be a serious failure on their part if he simply staged a conflict. According to Spirit number 15, the forces in the temple now include 4 fatal swordsmen and a Jiang Shi, whose skills are comparable to a fatal swordsman. He had heard that the cursed master of the White Skull had reached a higher level of combat after his death. In his opinion, the community helped him. When Tan Gong asked him what he was going to do, Wunvi replied that he had a plan and had almost finished preparing it. Namgun Sanin fell to her knees in front of Wunhua and asked him to help her. The guy asked why she came to him in the middle of the night to ask for help. He added that some people thought he wanted to kill her. Wunhui said that it seemed that the Namgun clan and the temple were both persecuting her. She replied that she was, and added that he knew the situation she was in. She said that the temple master promised to turn her into Jiang Shi if she did not lead him to the sorcerer who supported him. He said that in that case she would face a terrible fate. Namgun promised that she would do whatever Wunvi told her to do. Then Wunvi asked if she could give up her ambitions for the position of heir that she had been working so hard to secure for them. Clutching the dress tightly in her hand, Namgun agreed. She said she would persuade Tang Qujin and Tang Yuochang to leave her. Bowing to the floor, she said that if he wanted, she would make sure he did not see her again, and asked him to help her again. The guy said he would help, but then she would have to do everything he said. Namgun replied that she would do everything to get rid of this demon. Wunvi replied that he needed to make some preparations first. He thought that this was finally the last stage of preparation for defeating the cursed master of the White Skull. In the forge, I could hear the master grumbling. He said that he obviously had a problem. Tan Chug Yen said that he didn't look at the sword closely enough because he was too engrossed in the drawing, but it will take at least 2 weeks to put this sword in order. It's a demonic weapon made of black steel filled with demonic chi. Does the boy want him to make a sword out of it? The master sighed and said that the boy was very cunning and managed to deceive him. Now he will have to work without sleep for 2 weeks. His students don't have that level of skill. He added with a sigh that he didn't have a third arm either. I should tell him it would take longer. A familiar voice behind him said that he never thought he would get to this point. Turning around, Tan Chug Yen was shocked to see a man quietly entering his room and asking what the hell he was doing here. The Dark Lord Tan Munhyuk asked why he was angry, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and added that it upset him. Tan Chug Yen shouted back that he should be in the 9 Dragons. He asked what he was doing here alone. Tan Munchuk replied that of course he had sneaked out. Then the master squeaked out that he was a burden to the others. When Tan Munchuk saw the drawings and the sword, he asked what it was and who had ordered it. The master replied that it was Tan Ho San's child. The Dark Lord was surprised to hear this. He said that although he had heard her called a genius, she was still young. The master interrupted him and said that it was not her, but that he was carrying a second child. Tong Mungyu asked him if he meant Wunvi, and the master confirmed. Then he said that he had heard that he had a weak spirit and even weaker talents. The master said that he was surprised and added that the boy was a real fox. Tan Chug Yen said that the guy wants to use one weapon to switch between 2 techniques, and also use concealed weapons if the enemy increases the distance. The Dark Lord smiled and said that this was a typical weapon of the Tang clan. The master said he could make the weapon on time if that was all. But there's more. Pointing to an old sword, he told him to look at this material. The guy wants him to make a sword out of it. It is a demonic weapon made of black steel. He said that the boy said he was studying witchcraft to use the cursed poison. Then the Dark Lord repeated with interest that he wanted to use the cursed poison on a sword and asked what else. Tan Chug-yen said that this bastard was a student of that lazy man. Tan Mungyuk asked if he meant Tan Gong. Then he asked if he had taken on an apprentice. The master confirmed and added that he had somehow convinced the boy to imitate the dance of the storm. This means that the boy wants not just weapons, but also the ability to use the storm and the cursed spell. And he asked if he now realized what kind of fruit the boy was. A sly smile appeared on the Dark Lord's face, and he replied that he understood. Tan Munyuk reminded him that he had said that he did not have time to fulfill the order on time. The foreman confirmed and asked what he had in mind. Then the Dark Lord said he was curious how the boy would use this little toy. Namgun Sanin said that the preparations were completed as he had requested. Seeing no one else, she asked if it would be just the two of them. Wunvi replied that the master would be here soon. He was finishing up some work. At the same moment, Tan Gong appeared, and Wunvi noticed that he was easy to remember. Tan Gong asked if they really needed to leave at such an awkward moment. The guy replied that now was the best time. Master Tan Gong said that he had gotten rid of Mu Yong as Wunvi and asked for it. Wunvi replied that he was a good man. When Namgun asked why, Wunvi replied that Mu Yong was a spy for both the Namgun clan and the temple. The woman squeaked out that she understood. She added that the Namgun should hide their spies better. She thought she was hiding Mu Yong, but he already knew everything and more. He has everyone wrapped around his finger. Tan Gong asked if there were only 3 of them. Wunvi replied that it was only 3 for now. The guy handed the mask to Tan Gong, and he asked if they needed to put it on. Wunvi, wearing a mask, replied that of course, otherwise they would be recognized there for sure. When they put on their masks, Wunvi said they could go now. On the way, he noticed that the fog had become thicker, which meant they had entered their territory. Number 15 used telepathy to ask his master if he could feel it. The latter said. The spirit said that they could hide in a ghostly fog, but he could see them perfectly thanks to the eye of the deceased. All these beasts are Zhang Shi's. He thinks they have strengthened their guard because of the raid on the farm. Besides, it's not a lie that the cursed White Bone Master was able to reach a higher level of martial arts, and it's much better than the magic he used before. Suddenly, Wunvi felt something and listened to his senses. It was some kind of magic flow. He mentally told the spirit number 15 to show up. He appeared and said that number 15 was already here. Wunvi asked him if the master of the White Bone had taken his spellbook. The spirit replied that he did not know all the details, but he had heard that much had been lost when the 12 black spectra passed through his old pavilion. The other spirits immediately attacked him, saying that these fools were Zhang Shi, and how dare they. The young master was angry and cursed. He thought that everything would be lost with the art of the Flame of Burning Souls. It looks like something remained from when he organized the texts of the Phantom King. Using magic against an enemy who already knows how it works is like trying to open a door with a key inside. You need to be careful what spells to use until he has reworked the techniques of the Ghost King. The carriage stopped right in front of the gate to the temple. He said they were finally here. They helped Ms. Namgun down from the carriage and took some boxes. At the gate, they were met by a girl named Zhang Shi. She said that she was a Namgong follower and asked what brought her here this evening. Ms. Namgun said that she had brought the bastard's belongings as the temple master had asked. Jiang Shi said that they are now on high alert, so she will move her boxes and her companions can wait here. Using telepathy, Tan Gong asked what they should do. Should they just start fighting? Wunvi told him to wait. Then Namgun said that they did not know whether these objects were imbued with magic. She emphasized that she had heard that mystical power works differently when it touches the dead. She asked if she was sure that everything would be fine if she carried it. With a thoughtful huff, Jiang Shi replied that it was okay and invited them in. When they arrived at the entrance to the pavilion, Jiang Shi informed her master that the Namgong follower had brought the things he had asked for. He replied that she could come in, and Jiang Shi opened the door to the pavilion for them. Upon entering, Namgun said that she welcomed the master. He mumbled that it was about time. The temple master turned his head in her direction and asked if she had brought his thing. She said that she could not tell which things were imbued with magic, so she brought most of the things that were in his room. The wizard laughed and said that it was even better. Ms. Namgun nodded to the boys that they could bring and place the boxes. The sorcerer happily remarked that he hadn't even opened the box yet and already felt the mystical power. Opening the box, the sorcerer said that she had done a good job and added that he would find them quickly. When the sorcerer finally opened the box, he huffed in surprise and asked if it was explosives. At the same moment, the men grabbed Ms. Namgun and quickly rushed to the exit. Not realizing what was happening, the sorcerer looked at the box and asked what the hell it was. He didn't notice that the fuse on the other side was already burning out, A second later, there was a powerful explosion. The entire temple flew into the air and went up in flames. They managed to get out of the territory of calm, and were only slightly affected by the blast wave. Tang Gong remarked that this was supposed to neutralize demonic magic. Wunvi replied that this did not mean that the mystical arts were completely destroyed. Then Master Tang Gong asked if he meant to say that the cursed White Bone Master could survive the explosion. The boy said that he was Zhang Shi. Wunvi said that he saw him activate his mystical energy before the explosion, so the sorcerer may have lost a couple of limbs, but he definitely survived. He added that more than that, it also applies to them. He pointed to the Jiashi who were already on their way. They quickly reached the foot of the hill where Wunhui and Tan Gong were standing. The furious Zhang Shi shouted that, "How dare he do this to the sacred land?" Wunvi replied that this was very rude, and he had only destroyed one house. One of the Zhang Shi told me that one of the boys is a warrior of the fierce wind, Tan Gong. He is considered the second strongest in the 9 dragons, and next to him is Tang Wunhui, the second son of the 9 dragons family. And their presence means that the Tang clan has learned about their plan. They need to find out how far their plan has gone off course, so the goal is to capture them alive at all costs. The Zhang Shi rushed to attack the intruders, and suddenly a whip whistle was heard over their heads. After knocking down a few with a whip, Tan Gong shouted that, "How dare they beasts pretend to be human?" The girl Zhang Shi thought that even if it was a surprise attack, he had finished off the fatal swordsman with a single blow. In front of them stood a martial artist who had reached the level of the pinnacle. Jumping down, Wunvi said that he was pleased that he was with him, and added that they would meet later. The fatal swordsman pointed out that he had gone to the bathroom. The girl Zhang Shi ordered him to ignore him. He's not a threat. She ordered that right now they needed to use everything they had to defeat the mustachioed man. Tan Gong said that if those damn Zhang Shi wanted to take him prisoner, they could try. The sorcerer began to crawl out from under the rubble and cursed at how this fool dared to betray them. When he got out, the master of the temple noticed that his recovery had slowed down. He said that the explosion distorted the foundations of his demon magic circle. He needs to quickly decide to recover the demon magic arrow or destroy the evidence and escape. The guy shouted that he had come here for him and that he was going to run away. He added that hospitality is obviously not accepted here. The sorcerer said that he knew the face and shouted that the bastard was from the Tang clan, and this plan seemed to be the work of the head of the family. Wunvi said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He recalled that the last time they met in person was when he was studying mystical arts with. He was surprised to hear what he was talking about. Wunvi asked if he had forgotten, and added that although they specialized in different things, he had been his teacher for a month. Then the sorcerer repeated in surprise that he had been studying with him for a month. He also knew this style of speech. He exclaimed that this was impossible. The guy said that he did not recognize him after stealing his mystical art, and he emphasized that he was quite upset. The sorcerer asked if they were evil spirits. Was he the heir to the cult of Yeon Wunwi? After that, the sorcerer screamed and released his mystical energy in preparation for the battle. Wunvi noticed that he had become stronger. It would have been dangerous if he had not destroyed his demonic magic circle. By slamming his hand into the ground, the sorcerer caused a powerful explosion that buried him. He wondered what it was. It didn't look like the activation of mystical art. What was he up to then? The guy decided to see what was happening with the eyes of a dead man, but he didn't see anyone there, so he rushed there. There was only a crater at the site of the explosion, and the sorcerer had disappeared. Looking around, Wunvi exclaimed that he wondered where the crazy old man had gone. He noticed that the old man was not very good at hiding, and since he doesn't feel the mystical energy, it means that it's not an illusion. The spirit addressed the heir to the cult and pointed out that the master of the white bone was over there. Wunvi asked what the sorcerer was doing there, and the spirit replied that it seemed to have escaped. He snorted and said he didn't know whether to call him a coward or praise him for making the right choice. Smiling, the guy added that, of all the directions he could have run away, the sorcerer was clearly out of luck. The sorcerer could not calm down about the heir to the cult. Why the hell was he still alive? He said it was not that important. Since he had him, he had a way to get rid of him. That's the kind of scumbag he is, Yen Wunhui. The sorcerer decided that he needed to retreat and gather his strength. Suddenly, the sorcerer felt the anti-demonic energy very close and looked down to see Tang Qijin. With a few strokes of his sword, Tang Qijin smashed the Zhang Shi bird into pieces. Watching the sorcerer fall down, Wunvi said that this was his payback for running away. Wunvi told his surprised sister that he was asking for her. She asked her brother what he was doing here. The guy replied that he had been cleansing occultists with her mother. She asked him what he meant. He began to explain that the Jiangshi she had knocked down from the sky was from a demonic cult. Tan Kyujin said that she came because she heard that her mother was up to something with a master who was hiding here in the mountains, but she didn't think it was a demonic cult. Wonvi thought he understood her confusion, but still, they need to send her back before the old man pulls another trick and runs away. Wonvi tells his sister that he can do it alone. And to get her to agree, he offered to help Tangong. He told her that Tangong was protecting her mother by fighting alone against many enemies. She looked at her brother and asked indignantly what the three of them were doing here. The guy replied that it was classified information. Tong Kyujin said that in such a situation, she would leave the issue for later and ordered her brother to run away if it became dangerous. The boy promised he would do it, and she said goodbye and went to help Tangong. Wonvi said that he thought he had already had a good rest while he was talking to his sister, and asked him why he shouldn't get up. He said that he knew that Jiang Shi and the demon wheel should not have any problems with recovery. When he could barely stand up in the pit, Wonvi asked if he was trying to lower his guard. The sorcerer said that his cursed mouth was as vile as ever. He pointed out that the boy had died, and asked why the hell he had risen again. Wonvi replied that he knew it was hard to believe. After all, eternity and reincarnation are the dream of every sorcerer. And then he asked if this was enough proof. Seeing that the boy was enveloped in dark energy, the sorcerer exclaimed that it was the battle clothes of an evil ghost. The sorcerer was overwhelmed with anger and shouted that how could that bastard survive? Appearing before him as the heir to the cult, he told the old man that he needed to ask him something. As Wunvi approached, he told him not to run away like a fool, and suggested that they sort it out on the spot. But the sorcerer shouted back that his chatter was just as annoying, so he tore his mouth to pieces. At the sorcerer's command, Jiang Shi's beasts who were hiding in the forest began to attack the boy from all sides. The guy quickly dealt with them using the art of the storm dance. The white pigtail master did not even realize how Wunvi's fist hit his jaw, as he was surprised by the boy's fighting skill. The sorcerer thought the guy was fast, but according to the information, he had not yet reached the peak level. So, this bastard has increased his strength in such a short time, and now he's also using martial arts. Thinking that this could not be possible, the sorcerer attacked the boy with mystical energy. Wunvi asked the old man if he had any more tricks up his sleeve. He emphasized that if he ran out, it would be a great disappointment. He shouted at the boy to shut up, and attacked him again with mystical energy. The boy asked the sorcerer if he would attack him again with the same attack. Wunvi thought that, even if he was stupid, he could not possibly do it again. However, the White Bone Master muttered something and pointed his fist at the boy and gave the command to explode. Jiang Shi's beasts surrounded the boy, and their bodies began to inflate and explode. Wunhui said that the burning of the bodies was too obvious and predictable. One by one, the bodies exploded, creating a veil that was supposed to trap Wunvi. The sorcerer cursed and said that he never thought he would have to waste his precious Jiang Shi in this way, but this should give him enough time. Catching up with the White Bone Master, Wunvi asked where the old man was going. The boy attacked the sorcerer again, and knocked him back with a single blow. The sorcerer thought that his formation of the mystical arts was broken, so he did not have time to use a more extensive technique. He is fully engaged in restoring his body. Wunvi said that he had stolen his scrolls of mystical arts, and that this was all he was capable of. The White Bone Master screamed that it was all Wunhua's fault. He claimed that he had destroyed his demonic magic circle. He said it was true, but who would have thought that it would weaken him so much that he would run away like a coward, and that's sad. The guy said he thought he could do more when he got stronger, but he's pathetic. The sorcerer screamed and rushed to attack the boy. Wunvi thought that even with his provocations, that was all he could do. Thinking that there was nothing to see here, the boy intercepted the sorcerer's hands, not allowing him to hit him. Wunvi easily and quickly threw the old sorcerer over and slammed him to the ground. Watching him try to stand up, Wunhui noticed that Jiang Shi of the Demon Wheel was quite strong and sturdy. Realizing that he could not win this battle, the sorcerer shouted that he was surrendering. He asked for mercy and promised to tell everything. The boy struck the White Bone Sorcerer again and asked if he had dementia. He reminded him that he had single chains and asked why he should keep him alive. Wunvi offered to simplify things and meet after his death. The sorcerer shouted that he could not die like that, but the boy did fulfill his intention. Wunvi looked around and noticed that he was still hiding something. This is the art of restraining the soul. Then he said that it was not expected. Who would have thought that he was capable of such a thing? The spirit addressed the heir to the cult and said that this was a rather advanced mystical art. Another added that it was on a completely different level compared to the usual capabilities of the Black Bone Valley of Ghosts. Wenvi said that it was really too much even for him. He thought that the man must have connections to the association. He heard that someone had called the heir to the cult. It was the voice of a sorcerer. He told the heir to the cult that he was locked in the prison of his soul. The sorcerer said that he had cast this spell at the cost of his own life, and that even he would not be able to get out. The sorcerer shouted that, how dare he make him take such a radical step? Wenvi asked the sorcerer why he was so angry with him. The boy said that it was his own fault that he had no backup plans in case his protective demonic circle broke down. The sorcerer shouted at him to shut up. Wenvi told the spirits to watch him get angry. One of the spirits turned to him and said that maybe they should find a solution before making him angry. The master of the white bones said that he would drown his soul in his own and steal everything he had, making it his own. The spirit exclaimed that the ground they were standing on had disappeared. It was hard to believe that his former master had mastered such a mystical art. He noticed that he was now in the middle of the ocean. This mystical art is so advanced that it can create a very realistic space. It will not be easy to find the gate of life. The guy thought that the question was whether he could understand its structure before he drowned. They may look the same, but he can determine the structure by observing the flow of mystical energy moving downstream. If that wave was previously called the gate of blockage, then this ocean stream is the gate of fencing. If he goes along the gate of the fence, he should reach the gate of peace, where he can observe the entire structure of mystical art. But even here he cannot see the gate of death or the gate of life. The old man used his life to cast this spell. Given his words and personality, as well as how much he values his life, the purpose of this spell is probably to take over his body. And if this is true, then the gate of death in this mystical art is its drowning. So, the gate of life is his death in some other way. The guy stabbed himself right in the heart. The spirits immediately attacked the heir to the cult, asking what he was doing with himself. Wenvi told them not to fuss. Death by anything other than drowning is the gate of life of this spell. Clutching his heart in his hand, he asked the old man if he was right. The old man shouted that the boy was a cursed heir to a cult and a mad animal. With the help of his whip, Tang Gong scattered the fatal swordsman and Jiang Shi, not letting them get close to him. The fatal swordsman said that they would not be able to hold out long on their own. She said she knew, but she needed a gap to attack. Irritated by her powerlessness, Jiang Shi asked how a person could be so strong. Tan Gong noted that before that, they had plenty of confidence. Putting the whip to work again, Tan Gong asked how long they were going to delay the inevitable. Jiang Shi repelled his attack and shouted that she was different from the fatal swordsman. Accepting her challenge, Tan Gong asked what she would say about it. Master Tang Gong used the cry of 100 victories and the weeping flower. She thought that even she, the sole swordsman, could barely keep up. The other fatal swordsman can't take it anymore. At this rate, everyone will die at his hand. Jiang Shi said she would sacrifice the three of them to destroy him. She ordered the fatal swordsmen to give their lives. The fateful swordsman could not but obey her order and intended to fulfill it. Tan Gong asked what was wrong with them. He noticed that they were acting strangely. The three fatal swordsmen rushed to attack Tang Gong, ignoring Tang Gong's whip. But the master just smiled and asked if they had decided to take him with a simultaneous attack. Tan Gong's whip cut down one of the three fatal swordsmen who attacked the master. While scattering the other two, Tan Gong noticed that he was in for a surprise. He cursed and thought, when did that shitty Jiang Shi manage to get here? The master guessed that she was probably waiting for the moment when the fatal swordsman would block his view. Tan Gong realized that even if he tried to dodge, he would have to sacrifice his arm. Suddenly, a sword whistled between them and stopped Jiang Shi's attack on Master Tang Gong. This sword was well known to the master. It also contained anti-demonic energy. It was clearly someone from Qingcheng. It was Tang Qujin. Throwing her sword between them, she asked Master Tang Gong if he was okay. Jiang Shi cursed. Tang Qujin's sword cut off her hand as she tried to strike. After dealing with the two fatal swordsmen, Tan Gong told Qujin that he was fine thanks to her. She realized that she too would be finished when she saw how quickly the master dealt with the swordsman. In a moment, it was Jiang Shi's turn, and Master Tan Gong handled her just as easily. Impressed, Qujin asked if he had destroyed them all. Tan Gong replied that he had, and added that each one had been successfully eliminated. When Tan Gong asked her why she was here, Qujin, not knowing how to say it, changed the subject to something else that was important now. She asked the master if they didn't need to help Manhwa. Tang Gong replied that he had told him to leave as soon as the Jiang Shi were destroyed, and that he would defeat their leader himself. Noticing her concern, Tang Gong said that Mr. Wenvi looked confident enough that everything would be fine. The sorcerer called the heir to the cult a crazy freak. He asked the boy if he had several lives since he had ripped out his own heart. Wunvi replied that it was the gate of life, and if he drowned, the sorcerer would take over his body. Then the sorcerer asked him how he had dared to do such a thing, and emphasized that he was a real bastard. But the boy simply clenched his heart, where the sorcerer was hiding. A bright light flashed in front of him, and everything around him began to change. With a snort, Wunvi noticed that he had changed space again, and now he was in the jungle. The sorcerer said that there are many poisonous creatures roaming around, and he can't wait to see him in convulsions of pain. Wunvi replied that first it was water, and now it was poison, and asked if this was all he could do with such an advanced mystical art. Grabbing the lizard, the boy told the old man to stop behaving so horribly. When Wunvi squeezed the lizard, the sorcerer cursed and began to change space again. The boy realized that now they were in the sky and needed to find the old man again. He guessed that he must have hidden in the sun and immediately sent a shockwave there. The sorcerer was surprised and asked how he had found him so quickly. He began to change space one by one. The boy found him in the desert, among glaciers and volcanoes. Wunvi asked in surprise why they were back to the beginning again. Had the sorcerer run out of ideas? The angry sorcerer asked what tricks he used and how he found the gate of life so easily. The guy replied that maybe it was because he was a genius. And then he told me the name of the spell, Catch a Soul, and throw it into the fantasy world. The guy explained that the essence of the spell is a net of fantasies to restrain the soul. The sorcerer was furious. He asked how the boy had learned the name of his spell. He replied that the old sorcerer had used the same trick many times, so he figured out the structure of the spell thanks to him. After all, the name of a mystical art is not just a title. Unlike martial artists who announce the name of their art in their greetings to make them more famous, sorcerers try to hide the name of the spell. Mystical arts become more effective the less the enemy knows about them. The name of the spell is a brief explanation of the spell's mechanism. The spell whose structure has been analyzed can no longer serve as a prison. The sorcerer shouted that it was impossible. He gave his life for this spell. Everything around him began to collapse, and the sorcerer shouted in anger that he was a cursed heir to a cult. With a sigh of relief, Wunvi said that he was finally back in action, and he noted that thanks to the old man, he had learned a rather interesting spell. The spirit of the old sorcerer clutched his head and howled that he was really dead. Wunvi asked the old man if he was not happy to stay with him, even after his death. The spirit of the White Bone Master asked the heir to the cult how he regenerated. He shouted that if he told him, he would tell him everything he knew. The boy grabbed the old sorcerer by the face and slammed his head into the ground. Wunvi noticed that he had obviously misunderstood the man's politeness. He asked, what if he dared to bargain with him? The heir of the cult emphasized that he asked questions and the sorcerer answers, and asked if he understood him. Finally accepting the situation, the sorcerer said that he understood the boy. Wunhui said that 6 years ago, he died on top of the sealed heaven, and then he asked what happened after that on Tian Shan. He ordered the sorcerer to tell everything without missing a single detail. So, 6 years ago, after he died and took most of the elders with him, the heavenly cult drowned in internal strife. The demon of the Fist of the Beast mythology, the true demon, from the mythology of the negative, the demon of the Blade of the North Sea mythology, the fatal demon of the Ghost mythology, and the demon of the Wind of the Void mythology united and rebelled. 5 of the 9 demons teamed up and defeated the group of the ancient demon of heaven mythology that was protecting the cult leader's gallery. They broke into the main castle of the revered demon of the gods mythology in order to capture his mentor. If they had gotten their hands on the teacher after getting rid of him, only the group of the venerable demon would have continued to oppose them. The rest would have had no choice but to follow them to retain power. But a conflict broke out. And if rumors are to be believed, they failed to capture their mentor. Wunvi looked at the spirit of the sorcerer and asked what had happened to his teacher. The sorcerer looked into the boy's eyes and wondered if a person could possess something like that. He thought that this bastard had absurd powers. The guy commands the dead even though he is alive. He is a ghostly king. Now that he had become a spirit, he felt this uncontrollable sense of terror. The spirit of the White Bone Master thought that if he could not disobey, he had to avoid reincarnation, but he only managed to name the head of the cult, and something began to happen. Wunvi also felt it. He voiced his feelings out loud, saying that something was coming. Some strange matter began to surround the sorcerer. Wunvi noticed that he became nervous when he saw it. The spirits also addressed the heir to the cult and informed him that something was wrong. Some unknown force pushed Wunvi away from the White Bone Sorcerer. The frightened sorcerer begged the heir to the cult to help him. He promised to tell him everything he knew, but the matter turned into something strange and seemed to swallow the spirit of the sorcerer. Stunned by what had happened, Wunvi said with surprise that the soul of the cursed White Bone Master had been absorbed. He wondered what kind of creature it was. The spirit said with concern that perhaps they should stay away from it because it looked dangerous. While looking at it, Manhwa thought that this creature was called to keep the secrets of the association. In an instant, the creature turned back into a dark substance and began to shrink. Very soon, it turned into a small black blob on the ground. Wunvi said it did escape. It came out of nowhere just to eat the soul of the White Bone Master. Number 15 said that he had heard about this before from the White Bone Master, and I think it's called desire. The spirit said that it was not exactly a monster, but rather a phenomenon. It is an anomaly covered with secrets. It gives great power to those who make a contract with it, but if you don't handle it properly, it can consume your soul. The boy noticed that the contract with desire took precedence over his abilities as a ghost king. This substance dared to drag in the soul he had bound with the power of the ghost king. That doesn't make any sense. He said he needed to learn so much, and he lost such a significant source of information like Wunvi sighed and thought that it was not over yet. He could still feel the presence of the remnants of the White Bone Master's ego. Wunvi decided that he would acquire his knowledge, even if it was piecemeal. The memories that arose in the mind of the White Bone Master as he was consumed by desire. This thought had to remain the most vivid. In his opinion, it will probably be connected to the association and the time when he signed the agreement with Zajhanya. This is the gallery of the head of the heavenly cult, the elders of the Black Bone and White Bone Ghost Valley, so it looks like he's found what he's looking for. He felt that even in his memories there was such a strong pressure. So that bastard is from the same association, a divergent, but you can't see his face at all. This is the memory of the master of the White Bone, and he will not be able to see what he did not see. However, one detail stuck in his mind. It was his eyes with inverted yin and yang, and that's all he can get from his residual memories. But the clue that can help him determine his opponent's abilities is already significant, and especially if these abilities are more significant than his chains of a ghostly king. So, Wunvi said that there was nothing left to catch, and it was time to call it a day. While he was wandering through his memories, his hand began to be tightened by that unknown substance that began to crawl out of the fissure again. It was getting dangerous. While researching the memories of the White Bone Master, he was sensed by the Lord of Desire, and at this rate, he might find out about its existence. But no, perhaps he is capable of worse. We have to get out of here. He barely managed to tear his hand away from that crack and free himself from the substance. The spirit asked if the heir to the cult was all right. After all, he broke out in a cold sweat in a second. He replied that everything was fine and ordered them not to fuss. Wunvi noted that he almost got caught but received critical information. One of the spirits exclaimed that it was as expected from the heir to the cult. Unbelievable. Another added that he had extracted information about his enemy only from residual thoughts. The guy thought that no matter how hard they tried to cover their tracks, he would dig them all up. Let the association just wait. Tan Hosan was looking through papers in his office. He stared at the text for a long time and sighed. The man said that the clan leader must be worried about Wunvi. Tan Hosan looked up and asked if he was talking about him. The advisor to the 9 dragons, Gui Zhuge Tang Gong, indicated that he had been unable to concentrate on his business since he learned that young Mr. Wen Hui had taken Tang Gong and his wife outside their territory. The head of the clan sighed and noticed that the counselor looked quite agitated. He whispered that if Wunvi returned with the head of the White Bone Master, what could be more interesting than that? Then Tang Hosan asked Guizuga Tang Gong if he sincerely believed that this was possible. When he asked, the counselor said quite seriously that he believed the guy was capable of it. So Tan Hosan asked the advisor why he thought so. He replied that the boy's recent achievements pointed to this. After 2 months of rumors that he had changed, Wen Hui defeated Tang Youchong. Then for a while he kept up a level playing field with a young lady named Tan Qiu Jin. And Tan Wen Hui also won the victory over the uninvited guests together with Tan Qiu Jin. And to top it all off, he brought his wife to her knees. The advisor added that he was also the reason why so many changes were made to his plan. This made it easier for him to follow the secret movements of the demonic cult and the Namgong family. However, this was all he could calculate. Tan Hosan said that this was until Wunvi said he was going to attack the White Bone Master. The counselor replied that he was. He asked him if he knew how much his head hurt when he heard about it. The head asked why he didn't stop him then. The advisor laughed and said that, how could he? After all, so many interesting events were happening one after another. He added that he had just heard something interesting. The advisor asked if he knew where the clan leader was now. Tan Hosan asked again about the clan leader and asked how he was connected to all this. Then the counselor said that he was in Luban's forge right now. Tan Hosan was shocked by the news. Gui Zhuge said that the head of the clan works non-stop with a hammer together with old Chug Yan. They are making a special weapon at the request of a friend. The counselor emphasized that he did not know the details, but young Mr. Wen Hui had requested something that aroused the interest of Lu Ban and the clan leader. He said that this was the reason he told him that young Mr. Wenvi might be able to bring the white bonehead with him. Tan Hosan said that there were more than enough reasons. Finally, the counselor said that perhaps they should think about the future. He asked if he could tell the young gentleman about their plan in its entirety, and if so, what part should be assigned to Wenvi, or they could leave him to his own devices. Tan Hosan said that he thought he was leaning toward leaving him in obscurity. The advisor said that he always achieves results better than they could have ever imagined. Then he told me that, not long ago, Tan Gong had told him something, that if he left things as they were, everything would come together by itself, that he would only hurt himself by trying to hold on to everything on his own. The advisor immediately remarked indignantly that it was a great rudeness to say such a thing to his master. With a laugh, the counselor said that in that case he would consider young Mr. Wenvi to be the master of the white bone. He added that he would adjust the plan accordingly. Tan Hosan told him to do so. They had been waiting for quite some time near the ruins of the fallen temple of the White Bone Master. Finally, Tang Gong noticed that young Mr. Wenvi was approaching them. Tan Gong said that the guy had been gone so long that he was thinking of saying goodbye to him, to which Wenvi replied rather confidently that he should have more faith in his student. The girl quickly ran to him. Qujin asked if he was hurt, and the boy said that he was fine. Noticing that the boy was holding something in his hands, Tan Gong asked him what it was. Wenvi raised it a little higher and announced that it was the head of the White Bone Master. Then Master Tang Gong shouted in fright and ordered me to take it away from him. He shouted that he had brought her here for what purpose? Does he want to stake her like the followers of a demonic cult do? Wenvi said that, of course. This is his merit, and he wants to let people know about it. Angered by this statement, Tan Gong shouted that this would not happen. He emphasized that they were still a traditional sect and asked where the boy had gotten his ideas. Kyujin thought that Hui had really defeated the elder of the demonic cult. He wasn't that strong when they fought a few days ago. Now the aura around him has strengthened overnight. His achievements in martial arts are impressive, but more importantly, he managed to get her mother involved. After all, she never expected to see them together. What was he thinking that led to this situation? The voice in her head giggled. He remarked that he and Wenvi were from the same field. She asked if Huai had a spectral trace. The voice replied that he wasn't talking about a spectral footprint. His talent is not that impressive. Kyujin asked what he meant by that. And what does it mean that his talent is not impressive? He's already capable of so much. He replied that this was what made him better. He said he was a demon, or he would rather call him a demon king. After all, he devours everything that stands in his way. But he is just a man. How can a person look like him? It's so strange. It's so strange. He advised her not to cross his path, and he wants her to be the one who eats, not the one who is eaten. Mentally, she said that she would never have thought that the spectral trace would react like that. The demonic cult was back in action, and Hui will become known in Sichuan as the one who destroyed their stronghold. His accomplishments do not compare to hers, which she achieved only with her limited talent. It is extremely likely that he will become the heir to the family. What will her mother do then? Tang Gong noticed that Wenvi had first blown up everything, and then asked what he was looking for here. He replied that he had gotten a clue from the White Bone Master. Wenvi discreetly asked Spirit number 15 where the White Bone Master could hide secret records or his treasures. The spirit pointed to places and said that it must be somewhere here. He said that there was a room that only the master and Baekdong could enter. The spirit added that he was sure that Wenhua would find what he was looking for in that place. At the site, the guy noticed something. There was a device there, so he decided that there must be something underground. When Tan Gong came over, he was amazed at Wenvi's discovery. He told him that he had found the sorcerer's secret hiding place. The boys immediately jumped downstairs to search the secret room of the White Bone Master. While looking at the shelves of scrolls, Tan Gong noticed that he had organized his records and treasures well. Opening one of the diaries, Tan Gong noticed that it looked like a cipher used by a demonic cult. He added that it would be difficult to decipher it on the spot. Master Tang Gong called out to young Mr. Wenvi when he noticed that he was not responding to what he was saying. But the guy, realizing that he had found what he was looking for, continued to read the scroll. It said that these three apparently belonged to the group of the revered demon god, Mythos, and it was ordered to capture them before the leader of Mythos appeared. Later, they searched the room. They also studied the records of the White Bone Master, about what he did to take root here, and the letters he exchanged with higher officials. They also took the money he had earned. They also found a box with secret recordings signed by Namgun. Wunhui said they should move them before the demon cult and the Namgun clan noticed and stopped them. The guy said that they can't move everything at once, so Tan Gong has to stand guard, and the two of them should bring people who can help them move it. Kyujin then asked Wunhui what he was going to do. He replied that he would follow the trail left by the White Bone Master. He said that he had gotten some information during the battle with him and was going to check it out while he had the chance. She asked if he was going alone and emphasized that it could be a trap. He replied that he had to check it out anyway. 1V added that this information could affect their clan's plans. Tan Gong said that he probably could not stop him and warned that one of the other 12 black ghosts might appear, and then he said that he would also go with him. 1V thought that, just as he had said, it would not be as easy to deal with the other black ghosts as it was with the White Bone Master, but it would be difficult if he had someone else with him while he searched for the people of the revered demon god mythos. So he told Tan Gong that he needed to protect this place. He emphasized that it would be a great loss to the Tang clan if they did not preserve these things. Tan Gong had no choice but to agree. The guy said that the only one who could reliably pass on information about the incident was Kyujin's sister. At first, Kyujin did not understand what Wunhui was talking about, but when his gaze shifted to her mother, she realized what her half-brother meant. She thought that even if Tan Gong or even Wunhui went with her mother, she could twist things in her favor. So, she was the only one who could tell her father the truth. Wunvi promised that he would leave a trail wherever he went. He said they could send reinforcements when they were done with this place. With a sigh, Kyujin said that she would follow him as soon as she had dealt with this place, but he should run away immediately if it gets too dangerous. Tan Gong also asked Wunvi to be careful and promised that he would protect the storage facility at all costs. The guy said that they were too worried about him and told them that he was leaving. Immediately, he took off running. The spirit turned to the heir to the cult and noticed that even from the point of view of the spirits, no one had ever trusted him as much as they did. He also sees the sincerity in their concern for him. He added that if they belonged to the same faction, he would be happy to share a cup of tea with them. Smiling, Wunvi agreed with him and said that they were really good people. If these two were not in this unfriendly family of the 9 dragons of the Tang clan, his identity as Tang Wunhui would hardly have meant more to him than his physical body. And now he has people he wants to save. But this rescue mission is not the responsibility of Tan Wunhui of the 9 dragons, but of the heir to the cults of Yan Wunhui. When he got to Sichuan's Daocheng County, he was surprised by the large number of people there. One of the spirits said that apparently the county of the 9 dragons had already been occupied because of the arrival of the Dark Lord. So, people ran to the nearest county. Wunvi said that it would take some time to find them. He told the spirits to split up and start searching for the mythos survivors and their pursuers from the Black Valley. They must find every trace they could have left. He thought that since there were so many people here, it was obvious that the only right thing to do was to watch from a higher ground. The guy looked around and noticed a place that would be perfect for him. At the entrance, he was greeted by one of the employees, and Wunvi asked him if there were any more seats on the top floor. He replied that there was one table, and the guy immediately flipped a coin and said he would sit at it. The man led Wunhua to a table and told her that this was the perfect place to admire the city. Wunvi thought that demonic people walking in the neighborhood could easily hide their aura. But fortunately, the remnants of demonic energy were still present, so they had not yet left Daocheng County. The spirit said that he had spotted a hidden observer. The mercenary was hiding not far away. Wunvi ordered the spirit to find out the direction in which he was moving. The followers of Mythos must be there. Another spirit reported that he had overheard a conversation. The boy asked what the spirit had learned. He replied that it seems those people know that they are being pursued, but because they skillfully covered their tracks, it was not easy for the pursuers to find them. Then Wunvi asked how many of them there were, and the spirit said that there were 3. While pouring tea, Wunvi asked if he knew the number of persecutors. Duke said that at the moment he had counted only 9. The spirit added that he was not sure yet, but apparently one of them was a demon man from the 9 demon myth. Wunvi said that the mythos that would accompany the people from the Black Bone Ghost Valley is probably the North Sea mythos of the Blade Demon. The mythos of the North Sea Demon Blade is located in the north among glaciers and snowy plains. They were once known as the Ice Castle of the North Sea, but after the castle fell, the remnants of its followers joined the celestial cult. The cold they possess is so strong that it freezes the ground they walk on. Due to this, they became one of the 9 mythos within a short time after joining the celestial cult. A precious treasure of the North Sea mythos, the essence of ice contains an immense amount of yin energy, and it is a necessary ingredient for the creation of unsurpassed Zhongshi by the masters of the Black Bone Valley. Because of this, the Black Bone Valley swore allegiance to the demon blade of the North Sea mythos and serve as their hunting dogs. This means that the people behind the attempted assassination of the Dark Lord must obey the demon blade of the North Sea mythos. Wunvi asked the spirit how strong the man from the North Sea mythos was. He replied that they hid their aura, so he could not say. He knew that the one who could hide his aura perfectly was a master who had reached the highest stage, so it would be more difficult than he expected. He ordered the spirit to locate their followers more clearly. He was getting nervous. The sun was already setting. It was taking longer than he had planned to find followers. Wunvi heard a worker say that he had no more seats. The man apologized and explained that, as they could see, it was very crowded today. The man was indignant and asked how he dared to make such an excuse. Paying attention to those who were making noise, he noticed that 3 of them were about his age and wore decent clothes. Obviously children from prestigious families. It was hard to tell about the boy, but the girls gave off a serious aura that they would become known as his sister. Without hiding his arrogance, the man asked if he knew him as Hyuk Woogi of the Golden Sword sect. He shouted at him to let him in, and he would politely ask one of the guests to leave. Wunvi had heard about the Golden Sword sect while in the cult. This new sect was founded about 30 years ago. It gained money and power after establishing trade relations with the West. One of the girls turned to Mr. Woogi and said that it was no big deal. She said that it was a pity that they would not be able to taste Dao Cheng tea, but since there were no seats, there was nothing to be done. Suddenly, Woogi noticed him. He shouted out that it was Tang Wen Hui of the 9 Dragons. He immediately ran up to him, asking how he was doing. The guy mentally cursed, so he knew Wunvi, and this complicates things. The man told Manhwa that there were no seats available, and asked if he would mind if they sat down with him. The boy thought that judging by the attitude, they were not friends, but it was clear that Than Wunvi did not have any friends. Normally, the guy would have just beaten him up, but he doesn't have time to think about it, and he will leave anyway as soon as the spirits bring information about the whereabouts of the followers. So, Wunvi just said that it's up to them. Woogi immediately called the young ladies Sima and Yu and told them that there were seats available. He thanked Manhwa for letting them sit down, and noting the amazing tea aroma, he asked for the menu. At that time, the spirit had already returned to Manhwa. The spirit told the heir to the cult that they had found followers, just as the 3 of them had said. But suddenly a new noise in a local tea house caught his attention. The worker tried to stop the man and emphasized that this was not allowed. He ordered him to get out of the way. The man said he had business here, so no one should move. Several other people, apparently from his company, brazenly entered the tea shop with him. Frightened by their appearance, Woogi asked anxiously and quietly what was going on. The spirit told Manhwa that their aura and identical weapons indicate that they are probably swordsmen from the Lion sect. One can make an assumption about the Lion sect from its name. They are known for their sharpness and aggressiveness. A man stopped by them and asked if she was Sima Sunyi from Chung's house. Then the spirit told me that he had heard that the Emperor of the Blade of the Clear Sky had a daughter at a later age, and this lady could be that daughter. The Clear Sky Blade Emperor is one of the 10 strongest martial artists, just like his mentor and Dark Lord. The leader of the Lion sect challenged the Clear Sky Blade Emperor a year ago, and the spirit heard that the fight ended in 10 blows. Based on this, Wunvi assumed that they wanted to take revenge on the Emperor through his daughter. The girl asked, what if they did? He greeted me and introduced himself as Baek Doyen from the Lion sect, and as a representative of the Lion sect, he challenges Sima Sunyi to a fight. Everyone in the tea room froze. After all, this is the Red Lion Blade, so fierce that battles with it always end in blood. No one would have thought that the second most senior disciple of the Lion sect would show up here. Another girl asked him if he didn't think it was too rude to just call out a person for no reason. He squeaked out that judging by the fact that she was with Ms. Sima, it was obvious that she was a younger disciple of the leader of the Imei sect, Ms. Pure Moon, Ms. Yu Suming. Wunhui thought that the other girl was a young martial arts master of the Imei sect. Baek Doyan said that this conflict is between the Lion sect and the Chungha house, and in his opinion, it would be unfair for the Imei sect to interfere. And then he added that if Ms. Sima is not able to win on her own, then in his opinion, it would not be so bad if she attacked him. But Sima told him that she agreed and accepted his stupid challenge. Yu Suming wanted to stop Sima, but she told her not to worry about her. The girl emphasized that if she continues to avoid such things, she will not be able to call herself a descendant of the Clear Sky Blade Emperor. Laughing, Baek Doyen remarked that this was bold, as expected from a relative of Emperor Blade. He then suggested that they move to a more suitable place for this. Baek said that the backyard of this tea house was wide enough and would be perfect for them to swing their swords. The spirit said it looked like it was over. The followers ran into the alleys and the rest of the spirits split up to follow them. Wunvi replied that it looked like they had wasted their time. Rising up, the boy ordered the spirit to lead him to the one who needed help the most. He was stopped by one of the people of the lion sect and told that he was sorry, but until the duel was over, they had to stay in their places. At the same time, Baek Du-yang announced that all guests of the restaurant had to witness their duel, and pointing his finger at Manhwa, he emphasized that he was especially the one who apparently accompanied Ms. Sima. Pushing away the man who stopped him, Wonvi told him to get out of his way. He pulled out a sword and put it to Manhwa's neck, saying that he probably did not hear him, and then advised him to sit down. But Wonvi struck the man in an instant and threw him away from him. A disgruntled grimace appeared on Baek Do-jan's face. The boy's actions made him angry. The girls were also surprised and at the same time embarrassed by what had happened. The guy's aura broke out. He shouted that he had already told him to get out of the way. With a sly smile, Wonvi asked why he couldn't just listen to him. With a sigh, I said that these fools. They decided to pick on the air just when he was getting on with it. The members of the sect immediately drew their swords and shouted that he dared to touch a member of the Lion Blade sect. 2 members of the Lion sect went with swords to attack the impudent boy. Manhwa did not have a sword, but he gathered his strength into a fist and struck back. While attacking, he shouted that the guy would pay for going against the Lion sect. But his sword met Manhwa's fist and unexpectedly shattered into pieces. And the next blow came to the back of his head, which Wonvi kicked. The attacker howled in pain. Another member of the sect was already flying, swinging his sword and cursing the boy. He attacked Wonvi, who was already ready to repel his attack, screaming. The guy's fist smashed the sword into pieces again, and then hit the attacker's jaw. He immediately fell under the feet of other members of the Lion sect from a strong aimed blow. They were members of the elite Lion Blade unit, with whose power they ruled the entire Guizhou province. Looking at the boy, Baek Du-yang could not believe that he had defeated 2 of them with such ease. Pulling out his sword, he said that a duel was waiting for him, so he was not going to interfere. He shouted that now he would have to show him why he was called the Red Blade. Wonvi thought that normally he would have just disarmed them, but these guys really showed up at the wrong time. The boy quickly jumped away from the sword that Baek Do-jan swung at him. Then Baek Do-yang noticed that at least he knew how to dodge. But once his sword got to him, he would have to fight him. He made several attempts to strike, but the boy was always dodging with great skill. Angry, Baek Do-jan cursed and shouted that all he could do was run away. He shouted for the boy to stand up and fight. Stopping in front of Baek Do-jan, Wonvi calmly said that he was tired of it. Taking advantage of the moment that the guy was standing still, he swung his sword to strike. Catching the sword on the fly, Wonvi said that it had hit him and asked what he would do next. Looking at how his giant sword was stopped by the guy with his bare hands, Baek Du-yang muttered that it simply could not be. Without waiting for a response or further actions, Wonvi immediately prepared to strike back. Not to waste any time, Wonvi delivered a powerful right punch from the bottom to the jaw of his opponent. Yu Suming was amazed that he had defeated one of the most famous newcomers in Guizhou, and so easily. The blow was so powerful that Baek's head pierced the ceiling and got stuck in it. All the members of the sect saw this and shouted that how dare that bastard raise his hand to the young man. All the members of the Lion sect immediately drew their swords and rushed to attack the boy. Wonvi noticed that these guys really liked the word dare. They didn't even have time to blink as the guy dealt with. He approached the man and said he was the last one. The man backed away and looked at the boy and said that he was a real monster. The guy replied that they had attacked him first, and now they were calling him a monster. The man began to apologize and promised that this would never happen again. Wonvi said that was fine, but in return, he had to remember to pass on the message to the guys he had knocked out. He said that for today he would stop there, but if they get under his feet again, they will know what real hell looks like. He promised them that. The frightened man could barely mumble that he promised to pass it on. He fell down in fright, and Wonvi just left the place in a flash, not looking at anyone. Yu Suming noted that the guy seriously took it and left after what he did. Looking at the unconscious men scattered about, she added that it seemed to be a bad time for tea, and Sima agreed. It occurred to the girl that there was a new talent of their age, and I think the boy's name was Wonvi. He tried to get away from his pursuer by running through the narrow alleys of the city, but the latter kept up with him, and the pursuer's knife finally reached the fugitive's back. The man fell when a sharp blade cut his flesh. The attacker stopped near him. Removing the bandage that covered his face, he said that he had finally gotten, and then he added that he would make sure that the rest of their scum suffered the same fate. He said that he could not wait for him to start crying and begging for mercy. The man turned his head toward the attacker and called him a dirty heretic and ordered him to shut up. He continued to smile and tried to get in touch with his accomplices. He said that Phelan was talking and the target was detained. They can come to pick her up. He asked several times why no one was answering, and then he got angry and shouted that why these assholes didn't answer him. It occurred to him that this was strange. It couldn't be that there was no answer, even if they decided to be idle. Someone behind me asked if he was afraid that his comrades were not answering him. The attacker spun around and looked around, asking if he had disrupted their communication channel, and asked who he was. Someone said that he could not believe that they still use spirit communication. He was surprised that the stranger knew about spirit communication, but suddenly he realized that the way he was talking seemed familiar. At the same moment, he heard someone remark that he was thinking very slowly, and the rest of his friends noticed him much faster. Turning sharply in the direction of the voice, he asked when he had managed to get here. Behind him on the fence was a silhouette that was quite familiar to him. He was frightened to notice that this was the battle clothes of the evil ghost Purple Eyes. This look, but it can't be. Coming down, Wunvi said that judging by everything he saw, the chase for a member of the mythos of the demon god had excited him. Grabbing him by the throat, Wunvi emphasized that it was not his people who should be hunted, but their traitors. Standing on the roof of one of the town's buildings, he waited for his master to arrive. He turned and saw his young master standing behind him. He bowed when he saw him. A young man who quietly appeared on the roof asked if they had finished. He replied that he was afraid it would take longer to avoid all possible witnesses. The young man huffed and said that these were useless Jiangshi. He bowed his head and said that he apologized to the young master. In response, the young man said that it was nothing. The longer he waited, the more Yen Wunhua's servants would scream in agony. The guy said that, of course, he realized that he was acting cowardly. Still, he sees clearly in his mind's eye the expression on this bastard's face back when he was fighting for succession as one of the 10 pillars of the demonic mythos. Then Yen Wunvi defeated him by trampling him literally and figuratively into the mud. Standing over him, Yen Wunvi asked what the hell this dead man was doing here. The guy noticed that he didn't even know martial arts, but with one chain he was able to do this. He asked what he was. In response, Yong Wanhua told him to shut his mouth. God forbid this weakness of his could be contagious. Then he turned around and added that there was no need to fight him because he was so weak, and he ordered the guy to get out of here. He bowed down and blurted out that he was the second heir to the demon mythos of the North Sea, and one of the candidates for inheritance of the heavenly demon cult, and he lost everything because of one defeat. After that, he barely managed to reach the early level of the perfect stage. And this bastard just died without even a chance for revenge, and he still had nothing to lose. If he kills every one of his followers, he should feel at least a part of the humiliation that he suffered. The man told the young man that he would do his best in the time he had on this earth. He said he was grateful for that. The young man asked if Baek-san felt it. He replied that he did, and that it was a trace of the sorcery of the mythos, a revered demon god. There must be a spellcaster among them. He said that at first glance, his abilities were nothing special, but the fatal swordsman from the Phantom Valley of Black Bone is no match for him. With a bowed head, Baek-san asked permission to deal with it. The young lord replied that he would. Then the man quickly left the roof of the house to complete the task immediately. When the boy was alone, he voiced the opinion that this energy was disgustingly similar to the energy of Yen Wunvi. Lifting Jiangshi by the face, Wunhui asked how he dared to raise his hand to his follower, right in front of his nose. He replied, frightened, that he was just following orders. Wunvi replied that he naturally understood that he was not important here. Jiangshi said that he was grateful to the Lord for his understanding, and suddenly he stuck his hand right into his chest. Wunvi squeaked that heavenly punishment overtakes all traitors to the cult. He emphasized that they should not forget about it. After dealing with him, he told him not to worry because his comrades would soon follow him. Raising his fist in the air, he said that he would get even with everyone, and they would all die. The man Jiangshi was chasing peered out from behind the wall and noticed that it was the same battle clothes of the evil ghost and Purple Eyes. In an agitated voice, the man asked if he was really the heir to the cult. Smiling, Wunvi asked the man in response that who else could it be? The dog, who was breathless, rushed to hug his owner, saying that he was so happy that he was okay. Wunvi told the man that he did a great job. He didn't need to explain anything to him. He understands him perfectly. The man burst into tears while hugging his master, unable to contain his emotion. Suddenly, Wunvi began to feel and notice the presence of someone else near them. He stood up and said that he would have loved to continue their conversation, but it seems that some individual had visited them and ordered the man to stay away. When Baek-san landed, he said that he didn't think there was anyone of his caliber here, and then he added that apparently they caught bigger fish than expected. Wunhui told Baek-san that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and said that he didn't think the living corpse of the North Sea was still standing. After that, Wunvi added that Min-che's dead body was probably somewhere nearby and asked how he was doing. He replied that his clothes looked familiar. He said that there was a man who had treated the young master in a similar way. Wunvi replied that he was sure he was the man he was thinking. Then Baek-san shouted that he was a young heavenly demon and released his demonic energy. One of the spirits said that it was a colossal energy of cold, and another said that Baek-san is a blade demon and the protector of the second heir to the demon mythos of the North Sea. He knew he was the second strongest blade demon, but he didn't think he was that powerful. Wunvi said that it was strange that an ice spirit that usually lives for 10 years at most was still walking around the white world. He asked if he was about 15 now. The demon replied that he thought he had died 6 years ago and was surprised to see him alive. He said that he sent his followers to hell, thinking that he was there too. But obviously they never met him. The guy noticed his follower peeking out of the hiding place with the obvious intention of telling him something. Using telepathy, he reported that while he was away, the second son of the demon mythos of the North Sea was possessed by the mythos of the demon god. Wunhui realized that he had told him about Guming Chie and said his name out loud. Baek-san said that no matter how it was, it looked like he barely managed to survive, and compared to the young master, his chi is nothing. He emphasized that Wunhui was not even his equal. He began to advance on Wunvi, saying that he could not miss this opportunity. Wanhui calmly replied that Baek-sang must have made a mistake. Yen Wunvi's entire life was filled with difficulties. The struggle for existence was his whole life, and throughout his existence, he has never known defeat. Preparing to repel the attack, Wunvi said he would give him 3 more seconds. An indescribable coldness emanated from him, and a giant ice sword appeared in his hands. Rushing to Wunhua, he said that he would see how much longer he could afford to be so rude. Releasing the ghostly fog, Wunvi said that they would not learn this lesson. Baek-san asked him in surprise if it was a witchcraft construction, and when he had managed to prepare it. Irritated, Baek-san asked if he expected him to attack him. Wunwi replied that his mind had become so dull with the approach of death. What kind of idiot rushes to the breach to attack a sorcerer? He waved his hand in front of him, dispelling the fog, and asked if it was a black bone thorn ghostmist spell. Then he asked if he thought it would be enough to catch him. Wunhui answered Baek-san's question that this was not the case. Baek-san thought he had touched something. This lilac energy exploded when he touched her and rejected him. Then Baek-san said that it was not just a spell of thorny ghostly mist. He asked if the boy had added something else to it. The boy replied that he had, and he had developed it just for them. A grid of fantasies to restrain the soul. This is a fairly advanced spell, created using mystical cult techniques. However, it requires a large amount of energy to activate. At the current stage of development, it will not have enough energy for it. But is it necessary to use the fantasy grid as it is? His hazel eyes specialize in activating such techniques efficiently and quickly. He used them to prevent too much energy from being spent, and added the spell Thorny Phantom Mist, as it works well with the fantasy net. As a result, he got the purple fantasy grid. With a satisfied huff, Baek-san said that it looked like he had mixed 2 fairly advanced techniques. However, now he didn't have enough energy left to withstand his attack. Wunvi replied that this was certainly true, but he would not allow him to carry it out. Something began to squeeze Baek-san's throat and lungs, and he began to cough up blood. He asked in surprise if it was poison. Wunvi replied that he had added it to the ghostly mist. He warned him that if he used his chi, it would only get worse. Watching him cover his nose and mouth with his hand, Wunvi said that he had no choice but to hold his breath and start circulating chi to get rid of the poison. The guy warned me that it wouldn't work either. His ghost poison is special. This poison is so fast acting that a single circulation of chi cannot stop its spread, especially when he is composed of yin energy as a whole. His body is the perfect environment for his poison. Baek-san shouted at him to stop hiding like a coward. Wanhui asked if he was the coward and said that it was a compliment. Then he shouted that he was going to die anyway, so he would rather take it with him to the grave than to succumb to these cunning tricks. For the strike, he used the Ice Soul Blade technique of the heaven-cutting ice move. Wunvi said that he knew that the building would be destroyed. He was too quick to activate it. And then he added with a sly smile that he still couldn't contain his disappointment. And apparently the poison did its job. As Baek-san swung, he said that he closed the distance between them when the spell dissipated. Wunvi mockingly asked if he was talking about this space, and deflecting the blow, he added that it was really too close to activate a new spell. Angry at the failure of the attack, Baek-san squeaked out that it was the battle close of an evil ghost, but he shouldn't have had that much energy left. Wunvi asked him in response if he did not think that he could have foreseen this as well. He used the amplification of the mystical energy of the evil demon ascension. The guy mentally added that he had also changed a lot, He used the storm dance of the Blizzard of the North Winds to attack Baek San. He was very surprised that Wun Hui knew martial arts and said that he thought his dantian had been destroyed. Looking at Wunhua, Baek San noticed that these were not simple self-defense techniques. He wondered if he had reached his true peak. Wunvi amplified his inner energy with the battle clothes of an evil ghost and ghostly fog. He used a purple fantasy net to force him to use all his internal energy and weakened him with ghostly poison, but even so, he continues to attack him. He barely managed to restrain Baek San's attack, although she did throw him back a considerable distance. The spirit asked the heir to the cult if he was okay. The other added that his soul was filled with deep hatred for the young ruler. A smile appeared on Wunvi's face. He thought it was quite interesting. It's fun to be able to test your abilities and see the potential for improvement. The world of martial arts has opened up new horizons for Wunvi, and the real battle clearly shows the shortcomings of the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger. This is an insight that is achieved by analyzing the equipment into the smallest parts and segments to find its shortcoming. Martial arts are just a tool for him to express and develop himself, and the most important part is the vessel that performs the action. It is himself. Instead of imitating other people's techniques, he has to turn them into his own. He has too little information on how to do this. Adapting martial arts to your own needs. And here is an example right in front of him, the Ice Soul Blade technique. The movements are slightly different from the original. The expression of Baek San's Ice Soul Blade technique is like a blizzard. It is incredibly fast. An enemy who cannot slip through will be buried under the snow and will freeze as a result. This is Baek San's own blade technique, only based on the Ice Soul technique. Wunvi decided to copy the trajectory of his sword's movement of breath steps and everything that is noticeable. The result is an almost mirror image of each other. Surprised by this, Baek San squeaked out that this was the Ice Soul technique. He asked Wunvi how he imitated her, after watching him perform only once. The guy decided that he would start by choosing the moves that suited him, and then he will apply the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger, and combining this together will result in the 12 strikes of the snow tiger. This combination was quite successful and caused a lot of damage to the enemy. Baek San noticed that he had combined their techniques and adapted the technique of wielding the blade, and then he called Wunwi a monster. Wunvi replied that he could not understand why they all called him a monster. Then he struck the fatal blow and calmly added that they could simply call him a genius. Falling down, Baek San said that defeat here would be a great shame for him. After such a disgrace, he simply could not look into the eyes of his young master. This thought made him rise. Gathering his last strength, he used the divine palm of the Ice Soul to strike. He stabbed Wunhua right in the chest, and as he fell, he felt a coldness penetrate him. Laughing, Baek San told Wunhua that he had let his guard down. Laughing hysterically, he asked how their ice poison tasted. The spirit shouted out who the demon was. He wasn't going to give up at all, and added that at this rate his streams would be frozen. Wunvi said that this poison is different from the old ice poison. He kept laughing and noticed that he had noticed. And then he said it was called heart-eating poison. It consumes the heart of the victim until he dies. Baek San happily emphasized that there is no antidote to it. This poison was designed without it from the very beginning. Wun Hui thought that this was obviously why they were targeting the Tang clan. He asked if they had gotten the poison from the association. The smile disappeared from his face, and Baek San asked if he already knew about the association. Then he added that nothing less was expected of him, and it was quite convenient that he would get rid of him now. Wunvi asked if he was going to get rid of him, and who told him that. On the way here, Wunvi killed 5 fatal black bone swordsmen on the way here. The boy threw all the spheres into his mouth at once. The spirit said that it could be dangerous to swallow so many spheres at once. He clenched his fists and groaned. He tried to resist the effects of the poison. Laughing, Baek San reminded him that he had already said that there was no point in resisting, and asked if he hadn't listened to him. He emphasized that there was no antidote to the ice poison. Wunvi thought that, as he had said, the ice poison could not be neutralized, but he was not trying to neutralize it now. Using the energy of the ghostly spheres, he will restore blood circulation in its freezing streams, and thus, he will absorb the ice poison. The icy poison that eats away at the heart is undoubtedly a great weapon, but all this powerful yin energy and poison is just dinner for him. Baek San cried out in surprise. He asked if he had just converted the heart-corroding energy of the ice poison into internal energy. Then Wunhui asked if he wanted to kill his Ghost King with ice poison, even though he was full of yin energy. The guy smiled and told Baek San that his brain was really sour. Falling to his knees and bowing his head, He said that first the Ice Soul Blade technique, and now the Ice Poison. Raising his head, he shouted that the young heir had been mocking him all along. These were his last words to Baek-san. The poison overcame his body, and he fell down before Wunhwa. Looking at the defeated enemy, Wunvi noted that this was a very senseless death for a person of his level. Looking at Baek-san's body, Vyunwi said that he had taken the prey. He thought that it was necessary to dispose of the bodies using the technique of true fire so that they could not be traced. A follower of the heavenly demon cult said that he never thought he would have the opportunity to observe this with his own eyes. The guy said it was a great honor, and suddenly fell silent. He noticed something in the sky. A giant bird was circling above them, and it was clearly of magical origin. He called out to the young lord and told him that it was the energy of the Black Bone Valley, and pointing to the sky, he said that there were new enemies. Wunbi replied that he didn't have to worry about him, because he was on their side. Ju turned to the young heir and said that he had returned to fulfill his orders. The spirit noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how many animals he had swallowed. He added that he looked much better than when he left them, but Wunhui ordered the spirits to shut up, and asked if he had destroyed all of Jiangshi's farms. Ju confirmed. The bird said there was something else he had to report to him. During his mission, he found this. Looking at the stone, Wunvi said that they had better hurry. He asked him if he was sure they were on the right path, and was told not to worry. The bodies of their wild Jiangshi are endowed with the essence of dark mana, so that they cannot escape the soul's longing tracking. It was one of the 12 ghosts of the Black Bone Valley, the Red Bone Horror. Then the young man asked why he hadn't been able to catch this terrible bird, if it was able to hide from observation. He replied that he had been interfered with and was not to blame. The young man said he didn't need excuses and ordered him to show him the way. Thinking that this was his inferiority complex talking, the man replied that he needed to come here. He said that his tracking equipment says that the bird has not left the place yet. When they arrived, the man asked what had happened. The man recognized it and said it was the ice energy of the blade demon of the North Sea mythos. The young man said that he had ordered Baek-san to track down a member of the honored god mythos. He replied that he must have been a really good fighter if they fought so hard. He thought it was an ice poison that eats away at the heart. It takes an incredible amount of internal energy to activate the heart-eating ice poison, and this amount of energy will definitely shorten the life of the user. If Baek-san, who already has little time left, used it, it can only mean one thing. The man noticed something strange. According to the soul tracker, the terrible bird should be here. He hadn't even finished his thought when a hand clutched his throat. The young man grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. The man could barely ask him why. He replied that he had followed him on the orders of the leader of Mythos to kill the terrible bird that had destroyed their farms. But not only is there no one here, there are also traces of a battle. He gripped the hilt of his sword and emphasized that he had to track it, but there was not even a hint that someone had been here, even though the heart-eating ice poison had been used. Then the man squeaked out that the owner of the terrible bird and the members of the mythos of the revered god were still alive. He tried to understand the connection between them. The young man said that it was better to tell him everything he knew about the bird's owner, unless he wanted to know how well his life-devouring blade would handle it. In a frightened voice, he replied that the owner was from the 9 Dragons family. The Jiangshi they were following was created from a monstrous bird they had sent to kill the son of the 9 Dragon family. He knew that the 9 Dragons family was a subsidiary branch of the Tang clan and that an attempt on the Dark Lord's life was being planned in his estate. The young man ordered the man to continue. He told me that they tried to lure the head's wife to their side in order to take root in the 9 Dragons lineage, and this woman demanded to kill the second heir in return. However, the fatal swordsman they sent on this mission disappeared, and for some reason, Gudiao mutated and started attacking their farms. The young man indignantly asked him if he knew why, and letting the man go, called him a useless piece of shit. Gasping for air, he said that the cursed White Bone Master was investigating the problem. However, as far as he knew, they hadn't infiltrated the family yet. The young man noted that everyone knows how closed off the Tang clan bastards are from the world. He said that's why it took longer than expected. He added that the problem is that they have no idea which organization is behind this bastard. Just a few months ago, this bastard was not even considered a human being. But suddenly, the guy changed dramatically and began to get involved in their plan. After thinking about it, the young man said that it was suspicious and asked the boy's name. The man replied that the boy's name was Tan Wun Hui. He is a sorcerer of the mythos revered god who killed Baek-san. The sorcerer is powerful enough to turn the Gudiao of the ghostly Black Bone Valley to his side and evolve him. A sorcerer who covers up for the guy who puts spokes in their wheels, and his name is Wunvi. They reported that 3 birds of the Kunlun sect welcomed the heir to the cult. Wunvi replied that he was grateful to them for holding out for so long. Then he asked what happened to the cult leader and if he was okay. They bowed their heads in silence, and it was obvious that they were getting nervous. Then the guy asked with concern if something had happened to the head of the cult. He said no, but they thought that since the heir was alive, the head should be with him. Excited, Wunvi thought that the teacher was not with them, and then asked him to tell him everything. When the 5 mythos rebelled after the massacre in his room, the teacher and his guards were no longer there. After the loss of both leaders, the mythos of the revered demon god was expelled from Tangshan and scattered across the country. The followers of mythos scattered to every corner they could reach in order to find the head of the cult, and at the same time, avoiding the eyes of the association. 6 years later, they finally found his mark in that inn. These 3 chicks were sent here to confirm its authenticity. Wunvi said that a leader should stick with his followers even in difficult times and asked for forgiveness for his weakness. Shocked by what he said, they emphasized that the heir should not speak like that. They said that they thanked heaven for his return. The guy said that, as they already know, the head is not with him. He said that he had not even recovered to the level he was at 6 years ago. He thought that the squad of demons who had been protecting the teacher had disappeared with him, but they were opposed to the association and the 5 demonic myths. And if everything was fine with the teacher, it is impossible that he would not have taken these followers with him. Then the boy mentally asked his teacher what he should do now. His thoughts were interrupted by a question from a follower. He asked Wunhua what he would command them. It occurred to Anhua that for him only a few months had passed, but for them it had been 6 years. In his mind, he had to keep one thing in mind: the head of the heavenly demon cult. The boy proclaimed to them that all demons should bow down before them. In order to be honored, he must envelop Sichuan with divine fire that must reach the very peaks of Tangshan and burn all their enemies to the ground, the mythos of the revered demon god. Wunvi announced that he was taking them under his command on behalf of his mentor. He said that they would prepare the throne for the return of the head, and then he asked them if they would trust him again in order to achieve this goal. Bowing down before him, they answered together that they were praying for him to guide them. Wunvi thanked them. He thought that first he needed to gather all the followers who were scattered in these lands. When Wunvi asked who was now running the organization, the follower replied that it was one of the blade captains, the spirit of the vampire. The guy said that the head of the vampire sect was still alive. The blessing of the first heavenly demon had truly descended upon them. The follower said they would return immediately to deliver this good news to the vampire spirit. One of his colleagues said that he should stay with the heir. Another added that they could do it together. Wunvi said that in that case they would pass on his words. The new head of the mythos of the revered demon god will be waiting in the Tang clan's settlement. This time, he hired a carriage to return to the Tang clan settlement. He asked the spirits if it was that bad. The spirit replied that his insides were seriously damaged. The spirit noticed that the guy released his energy without even thinking for a second about working through the new knowledge. A deviation of chi could overtake him at any moment. The connection between his spirit and body is unstable, and he clearly overexerted himself trying to absorb the poison. Ju added that they do not fully understand how he is still conscious. To this, Wunvi replied that for the followers, the head of the cult must be not just a leader, but a true god. This is what the teacher told him. Worship is worship of the one who has ascended to heaven. If his essence falls, then the eyes of his followers will be buried in the depths of the earth. In the absence of a teacher, he or she must become the pivot on which their followers can lean. He said he had to, even if this path was unpleasant and filled with loneliness. Wunvi thought he had failed to understand his mentor's true feelings when he heard those words for the first time. But now it seems he is beginning to understand this very small part of this loneliness. The guy said that the most important thing now is to recover. Ju said that he needed at least a month of rest. Wunvi said with a sigh that he didn't have it. There were only a couple of days left before the Dark Lord would visit them. Zhao replied that in this case, he needed to purify the Yin energy and correlate his new insight with the abilities of this body. Then Wunvi said that this was the only option. There was nothing to be done. The spirits asked the cult heir with concern if he had decided to circulate chi in the shaking carriage. To this he replied that he needed to deal with it before the yin energy made things even worse. The reason for the internal damage is that he tried to replenish it before his understanding could lead to stable results. All kinds of energy in him could not find a balance and instead became confused. Now he needs to untangle them, eliminate the unnecessary, and then organize them in the right way. All this to form a new essence of yin without any unnecessary impurities of his own. And he will place this new yin essence in his central meridian. Ju commented with delight that he had separated the energies from each other and then purified each of them. The very thought of this is impressive. What incredible concentration. Only an heir can do this. The bird noticed that the yin energy was stabilizing. The heir to the cult must have finished. As soon as Woon Hui opened his eyes, the spirits chorused to congratulate him on his advancement in his skill. Ju shouted out that who would have thought that Woon Hui had come up with a new method of cultivation using his center meridian. He is really brilliant. The guy asked in surprise what they were talking about. Did you create a new method of cultivation? Then Ju asked him, equally surprised, if he hadn't just passed all his chi through the central meridian with his thought. He replied that he had, but so what? Zhao replied that this is the ultimate goal in studying the method of cultivation through the central meridian. The mystical arts in the upper meridian, the chi of the martial arts in the lower meridian, and now the cold energy from the poison that eats away at the heart, all came into motion according to his will. This means that he created a method of cultivating the central meridian that suits him personally. He allowed the yin essence to flow through him and restore everything he had disassembled. The guy asked if this was his personal core cultivation technique. The upper meridian is formed according to the Ghost King scriptures he learned in his past life, while the lower meridian will be formed with the techniques of the heavenly demon heart keeper that he will concentrate on later. Learning both will already turn him into one of the most powerful masters of these lands. This will only work if he fights only local enemies. The entities he must now confront are a group of divergents who have reached the astral level. 1V thought that the volume of the Ghost King, that the techniques of the heavenly demon heart keeper would not help him to surpass them. He said that if this method of cultivating the central meridian allowed him to combine his mystical arts with martial arts into one, then anything was possible. Ju remarked that this sounds like a difficult life path, but with what they have seen so far, it is definitely possible. 1V replied emphatically that this was true, and said that he had already decided on a path. Mentally, the guy said that he was like the flow of water, breathing like a black dragon, and possessing pure, true energy. This is the true energy of the black dragon of rivers and lakes. This will be the result of his cultivation of the central meridian. Black dragon chi. When they left the pavilion, the gentleman was told that they were ready to leave. Kyujin thanked him for his help and said that she never thought that the commander of the Fierce Wind Squad would volunteer to help. The man replied that it was their duty. If Tangong had reported everything properly, it would have been much easier. One of the members of the squad noticed a carriage approaching them and noticed that someone had arrived at such an early hour. When he stopped the carriage, he asked the coachman what brought them to the gates of the Tang clan subsidiary branch at such a time. At this time, Bunvi got out of the carriage and asked if he had something to do. He said that he had come from an assignment. When Kyujin saw Wunhui, she immediately rushed to meet her brother. He told his sister that he did not expect her to wait for him right there. The girl began to quickly examine the boy, and then asked if he was injured. Wunvi replied that he was fine. Kyujin thought that since her brother came back so early, it looked like it hadn't worked out, but she was still glad he wasn't hurt. With a sigh of relief, she said he was a good boy. Showing off the bag, he aggravated and said that he had stabbed one of the members of the North Sea mythos. She was surprised to note that Wunvi even managed to fulfill his mission. The spirit of Baek San tried to resist, but the chain of the ghostly king forced him to obey. Wunvi told him to be grateful to him for ending it there. The spirit said that Wunvi tore the soul apart while he was torturing him, and then he used his powers to put everything back together again and again. He added that his fate of becoming a ghost was much better than he thought. The guys said that now they have enough information about the North Sea mythos, and it is almost noon. The door to his room opened suddenly, and Tangong appeared. He thought he was just in time. Tongong shouted that he had heard that young master Wunvi had gotten into serious trouble. Wunvi asked him about the trouble, and replied that he had only defeated a member of a demonic cult and had made their name famous. Then the master said he was not talking about the cult. They say that the guy used to beat the guys from the lion sect on the head. Wunvi thought he had forgotten about them because they were nothing. Wunvi replied that it had happened and asked what now. After all, they only had a little scuffle. Did the king of the Lion Blade himself come here to hold him accountable, or what? Tangong replied that he was. The king of the Lion Blade himself had come here to hold him accountable. Surprised, Wunvi asked that a man who is considered unrivaled in his region came after him because of a childish fight. Tangong replied that he had understood correctly. With a sigh, the guy said that he was expecting applause, but apparently he would have to listen to some scolding. The master nodded and told him to leave. Upon entering Tan Ho-san's office, Wunvi greeted him and said that he had returned with news of the end of his assignment. Tan Ho-san noted that in addition to the head of Lord Storm, which he said belonged to him, he also brought the head of the demon blade of the mythos of the North Sea. The head continued that it does not end there. He was also able to annoy the Lion Sect and bring the Lion Blade King to their gates. The guy replied that in the name of fulfilling the mission, the conflict with the Lion Sect was inevitable, and that he wanted to add something else to his list of merits. Surprised by his statement, Tan Ho-san asked if he had anything else to report. Taking out the sheet, Wunvi said that it contained all the details of the plans conceived by the North Sea mythos. Wunvi asked if he thought this was enough to qualify him for the game. Going down the stairs, Wunvi thought that if he had known that such a place existed, it might be worthwhile to send one of the spirits to spy on Tan Ho-san, but he immediately thought that nothing would have come of it. He needed to observe Namgun Sanen's action, and he couldn't even track down all of her henchmen. When they entered, Wunvi thought it was beyond his expectation. He would never have thought that there was such a large space underground. One of the spirits called out to the heir to the cult and told him to take a closer look. He said that this map covered the whole world. He asked in surprise how it could be so detailed. You can see Sichuan in the middle of Haidong with Xinjiang to the west. You can also see India and even Europe. Even the smallest sects and groups are noted here, along with their name, size, and other details. Even their relations with the Tang clan and ways to improve them are described. Wunhui noticed that there is even a Tian Shan ridge on which the heavenly demon cult is located, and the location of the Towers of Masters who strive to overcome the boundaries. Contemplating all this, the boy thought that now he understood what the Tang clan was up to. Tong Gong exclaimed that this was amazing, and added that he never thought his master would bring him here so quickly. Seeing Tong Gong, Wunhui said in his mind that he had been wondering where he had been. It was obvious that he had been spending all this time here. Advisor Tan Ho-san asked Wunhua what it was like to see the center of wind evolution. Then Wunvi said that this was the center of the wind's evolution, and concluded that they were going to overshadow the whole world with the storm. The guy said that their goal is clear just from the existence of this map. Not only China, but the whole world. A global grid. Trembling with delight, Tang Gong ran up to the master without restraining his emotion. He asked Tang Ho-san to entrust the young Wunvi to him. Tang Gong shouted that apparently his head had been blessed by the heavens themselves. The counselor emphasized his intelligence and courage, even his moral qualities. Everything about him is perfect. Tang Gong emphasized that the boy was the perfect clay from which he could mold everything. He asked to give him to him in 20 or even 10 years, and he would turn the Tang clan of Sichuan into the most powerful organization in the world. When Tang Gong heard these words, he became furious and asked what he was talking about. The master shouted that the young gentleman behaved like a true warrior and did not deserve to be pushed around. The advisor said that fighting ability is not the most important thing for the Tang clan. What is much more important is the desire to achieve one's goal at all costs, corroding everything in one's path. That martial arts and strategy are just means to an end. Then Tan Gong shouted that he was going to lock him in a room like his, spitting on this incredible talent for martial arts. Tang Gong shouted that he could not be locked in a room. This is the way of the ruler. Anyone can train martial arts whenever they want, but the talent for ruling can only be cultivated in a position of responsibility for others. Tired of listening to the two argue, Tan Ho-san ordered them to stop. Tan Ho-san said that Wunvi will choose his own path, so they should leave their dispute for later. He turned to Wunvi and said that his observations were correct. This place was created by the Tang clan to unite the whole world. The Lord said that the people of Jianggu say that their clan is a barrier to forces from outside entering Jianggu. Tan Ho-san emphasized that neither he nor the head of the clan were going to remain just a wall. Then he said that the Tang clan would become a castle, from the top of which you can see the whole world, and no one will dare to climb higher than it. But in order for this castle to take root, it first needs to become an impenetrable fortress that fanatics of the demonic cult cannot even touch. He said that 6 months ago, they received news that his followers had dared to start a plan to remove the patriarch. To be more precise, the Namgun clan intended to use a demonic cult for this purpose. Tan Ho-san said they wanted to nip it in the bud, and they came up with a plan. The Dark Lord said that if they acted so obviously, they would end up chasing only their tail, and they need the body, so the Dark Lord decided that he would become the bait. This is how they came up with their plan to destroy the demonic cult. Wunhui said that it appears that they want to use this assassination attempt to get a good reason to attack the demon cult. Given that it has already leaked to Jianggu, the Tang clan needs to muster up more strength than ever before. The guy thought he would put his life on the line for such a thing. The Dark Lord Tan Munchuk is no doubt insane. The very fact that he was able to get this information and, moreover, make such a decision is impressive. After thinking for a minute, Wunvi told Tan Ho-san that this plan would fail. He said this because he knew that they did not know about the biggest variable in this regard, the association. Tan Gong replied to the boy's remark that he should explain his thoughts and advised him to choose his words wisely. An advisor jumped in between them and said that the young gentleman was probably not aware, but they are more than adequately prepared for this attack. The advisor emphasized that the mechanisms for building the mystical arts and the actions of the clan head's guard have already been planned. Wunvi said that the resources, strategy, and actions described on this table allowed him to understand the excellent ability of the Wind Evolution Center in gathering information. Wunhui held out the sheet and said that this was the information he had obtained. The advisor took a look and said that it was the location and general orders of the members of the North Sea Mythos and the Blackbone Ghost Valley who had plunged into the Nine Dragon District. Tan Ho-san asked how well this information matched theirs. The advisor replied that it was 90% similar to what they knew and about 10% different. Their plans fit perfectly within their best guesses. Casting an interested glance at Wunvi, the counselor noted that such precision suggests that the information must have come directly from the demonic cult. Then Tan Ho-san emphasized that Hui had said that these were the full plans of the North Sea Mythos. The guy replied that it was. He said that by doing so, they confirmed that his information was probably accurate, and Wunvi also agreed that their strategy was excellent. Then he asked what else he had discovered that indicated the failure of their plan. Wunvi replied that it was simple. It's about their assessment of the power of the demonic cult. The problem is this. The demonic cult is one level stronger than he and the Center of Evolution believe. Tan Hozan asked if their assumptions were wrong. Did he really think that the members of Storm's old squad and he had not faced the North Sea Mythos in battle? They even considered the possibility that they had become stronger after internal conflicts. But the guy emphasized that he still says that this is not enough. The guy thought that, to be honest, he was impressed. This plan guarantees victory even if we assume that the enemy forces are at the peak of their estimated range. However, this only applies to conventional enemies. Whitebone and Bayek San were much stronger than 6 years ago, thanks to the association. The grid of fantasies to keep the soul in check requires a tremendous amount of mystical energy, but it is almost impossible to break free from it. And the ice poison that eats away at the heart absorbs a significant amount of internal energy, but after that, nothing can be done because there is no antidote. Given these and other measures to help the association, these plans are not enough to stop. Tang Hozan said that Wunhui was saying that they, the Tang Sichuan clan, were not ready to defeat the demonic cult. The boy replied that this was based on what he had seen. Then Tan Ho-san said that if he said so, he had to prove their assumptions wrong and prove himself right by putting his life on the line. He said that he had limited his strength to the standard level of the enemy's captain, according to the assumptions of the Wind Evolution Center. If the members of the demonic cult are really a level higher than they think, then he should win, given that he defeated Baek San, the right hand of the enemy's command. But if they're right, he'll answer. Wunhui continued that he would then die from the secret technique of the Tang clan's hand of 1,000 poison. The advisor turned to his master and said that this was too cruel. Tong Gong turned to young Wunvi and advised him to apologize to his master. But the guy did not pay attention to their advice and comments. He emphasized that, as he thought, they had made a mistake. After these words, the guy released his aura using the central meridian. Tan Gong was surprised to note that not even a week had passed since he had unlocked the central meridian. Tan Ho-san asked what he had done wrong. He added that he had to pay tribute to his aura level. He said that nevertheless, the level of Wunhua's aura is lower than the one he limited himself to. Wunvi said that he was right. However, the Baek San he killed was a level higher than the energy he is releasing now. When Tan Ho-san asked Wunvi how he handled the situation, he replied that he thought it would be better to show it in person. Then Tan Ho-san noted that he was not revealing all his cards at once, and this was also commendable. Immediately afterward, he went to attack Wunvi, but he skillfully dodged the attack. Their fight caused maps and documents to fly all over the room. Tang Gong held back Tang Gong, who rushed to save his research. He resisted and demanded to be released. Wunwi thought Tan Ho-san was giving him a head start. His eyes followed the trajectory of his movements. But he acted a moment too late. He really limited himself to the assumed level of strength of the enemy officers. Perhaps the reason is that he wants to prove that the information collected by the Wind Evolution Center is correct. With the thought that it pissed him off anyway, Wunvi launched an attack on the head. Tang Ho-san noted that these are the martial arts of enemy demon blades. He noticed that it was not just imitation. They are perfectly combined with his own techniques. Then Tan Ho-san said that he recognized his abilities, but this is not enough to prove his point. The boy noticed too late that Tan Ho-san's hand was close to his chest. Tang Ho-san did use the secret technique of the Tang Ruku clan of 1,000 poison. Seeing this, Tang Gong excitedly shouted out the name of the young master Wunvi. He stopped and emphasized that he could not say that he liked it. He said that by the time the poison reached Wunvi, the boy had blocked the blood flow. He also removed the blood before the poison spread through his body. And what's more, Wunhui was ready to take the blow of the secret technique of the Hand of 1,000 Poisons to launch a counterattack. For the North Sea Blade Demon, this would be enough. Wunvi said that he could afford it because he saw that he had limited himself to such a level. Tan Ho-san replied that this was exactly what he did not like. The counselor shouted out to see if they had finally finished. He shouted that they should finish it right away if they were going to continue to destroy the Wind Evolution Center. The head said that Wunvi is absolutely sure that their plan will fail. Then he asked if the boy had a solution. Wunvi replied that of course he did. Then Tan Ho-san asked what it was. Looking at his hand, Tan Ho-san thought that even if he had limited his inner energy, he would not have thought that he could poison it. Clenching his hand into a fist, he asked for advice on what to do. Tan Gong was about to say something, but the head stopped him. Tan Ho-san told Tan Gong that his point was obvious, so he didn't have to bother, to which he replied that the head was too cruel. The head said that when Wunvi revealed his talent and said that he would bear the storm, he already realized that he would be faithful to him. He told Tan Gong that he was not going to take it personally, that he had put him and Wunhua on the scales. With a sigh, he continued that he understood that he was still here only because of Buria's squad. Upset by Tan Ho-san's words, Tan Gong said that he gave his word that he would make sure that they could step on that step again, and until then, he has to believe in him. Tan Ho-san said that in the end, he would not be able to become the leader of the new Storm Squad. The advisor turned to the owner and asked permission to ask him something before he shared his opinion. He asked if he planned to appoint the young master Wunvi as his successor. Tan Ho-san asked what this conversation had to do with anything. Then the advisor said that if he still didn't trust Wunhua, he shouldn't let him anywhere near the position of power. Tan Gong said that if he has doubts, he should not use it. However, if he wants to use him, he should not doubt. The most risky thing you can do in this world is to rely on someone you don't trust. The head quoted an old proverb, "Don't hire someone you doubt, and don't doubt someone you work with." The counselor said that if he did not trust the opinion expressed by young Mr. Wunvi, he should just continue to let him act as he had before, at his own discretion. They would stop the demonic cult's attack based on their own training. He said that if he intends to believe Wunhua, he must believe in him completely. And then he added that, moreover, Mrs. Kyujin was not interested in the succession to begin with, and Yua Chang was not worthy of it. Tan Ho-san replied that he could see that he was trying to provoke him. Tan Ho-san wondered whether he should believe Wunhua's words. The head went over the boy's answer once again in his mind when he asked if he had a solution. To this question, the guy answered that it was simple. They have to rely on him. He will take responsibility for this plan. After a short time of deliberation, Tan Ho-san announced that he had made a decision. The next day, a large announcement was posted in front of the main building of the Nine Dragons family. Tang Wunhui's second son would henceforth become the heir to the clan. The guy was pleasantly surprised when he looked at the food waiting for him on the table. The follower said he was sorry. The kitchen was not adequately equipped, so this was all they could cook for the first meal. The man said that he had just sent Hensum for all the ingredients so that soon they would be able to prepare dishes more suitable for his tastes. One of the spirits remarked that he was such a sincere subject, and that he was so favorable to the heir to the cult. Wunvi said it was true, and noted that it was unlike the others. The spirit immediately replied that they had changed. He said he asked Tan Ho-san to let him deal with these problems, and he just dumped all the responsibilities of the heir apparent to the clan head on him right before the big event. The machinations of the North Sea mythos, greeting the guests, finding a compromise between the outer clans of the Tang family, preparing food for the Dark Lord, working out the schedule of the Green Honor Squad, preparing for the festival. Just thinking about it all gives him a migraine. Jumping into the room, Kyujin noticed that there was a feast and greeted Wunhui. The guy politely greeted and thanked his sister for the greeting. She asked what kind of face he was making, and if he was not happy to see her. Wunvi said that she was already drunk. Kyujin nodded at his remark and added that today was a great day, the day he was finally recognized in their home. Wunvi added that it was also the day she was freed from the responsibilities she hated. She laughed merrily and said that she had been caught. He noticed that Qingcheng suited her much better than the Tang clan. Turning her head to the window, Kyujin said that it was indeed so. The girl said that the days she practiced martial arts in the Qingcheng sect were the happiest in her life. He thought that he could not call her an irresponsible person, and he was sure that she had not missed the classes necessary to become an heiress, even while training her martial arts in Qingcheng. All her preparation for this moment has been in vain, but even so, he sees that she is sincerely happy for him. Wunhui said that his subordinate would cook more food, so he offered her lunch. Jumping from the window, she said she was waiting for him to ask her out. Demonstrating the bottle, she said that she also brought some really good wine. Kyujin said the wine was called Lady in Red and asked if he knew how rare it was. There is a tradition in Sichuan. When a daughter is born into a family, wine is prepared and buried. This festive wine is only dug up for special occasions, marriage, for example, or the achievement of something significant in life. And he was sure that it was originally planned to get it when Tang Kyujin became the heir to the clan head. Wenhui asked her if she was sure. The girl replied that today was a happier day than if she had become the heir to the clan. As soon as Wenhui started to open the bottle, Tan Gong came in through the window with several bottles of wine and also greeted him. Pointing to the door, Wenhui said that the door was over there. Tang Gong replied that he shouldn't dwell on silly things on such a beautiful day and said that he had brought a lot of drink with him. Kyujin also greeted Tan Gong. The latter greeted her back and laughed merrily, but suddenly the smile disappeared from his face and he was a little embarrassed. Tan Gong said that he suddenly had something to do and was about to jump back out the window, but Wenhui stopped him and told him that she was also here to greet him. Sitting down at the table, Tan Gong breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was already worried that he had interrupted an important conversation. Seeing a bottle of wine on the table, Tan Gong asked if they had already started. Master Tang Gong was shocked when Wenhui told him that this wine was her lady in red. Kyujin told Uncle Gong not to worry and said that she was happy to be relieved of her role as heiress. She generously poured wine first to Tan Gong and then to Wenhui. The boy thanked her and said he would pour some for her. Holding the full bowl in her hands, she noticed that the wine smelled so good. Raising the bowl up, she toasted the future of Wenhui and the daughter clan. After that, they raised the cups together and said in chorus that they would drink to this. While tasting the dishes that Wenhui had caught for her, Kyujin noticed that he was a really good cook. Oh, Wenhui asked, what about their relationship with that older Qingcheng student now that she had opened the wine? Kyujin choked up and asked why he was bringing him up now. Hearing this, Tang Gong asked if they were talking about Qingcheng Chol-san, the older disciple. Then, realizing Wenhui's hint, Tang Gong paused. Kyujin immediately began to deny it and said that it was not what he thought. But despite her words, Tan Gong said that they needed to organize a matchmaking, although first they need to talk to the head of the clan. Kyujin shouted that she had already told him that it was not what he thought. Kyujin exclaimed that she was never going to get married. She wants to leave this clan forever right after the festival is over. Impressed by what she said, Tan Gong asked what she was talking about. Was it because of what had happened to the First Lady? The girl replied that it was not only because of this, and said that she had been thinking about it for many years. She noted that in Qingcheng, it took her only a month to master what would have taken a whole year in the Tang clan. Tang Kyujin told them that her soul had always been more inclined to the sword. To this, the master replied that to be honest, it was hard for him to understand her. As she knows, he has been part of the clan all his life, and he is a Tang to the marrow. Tan Gong continued that he understood that she had really thought about everything seriously. Wenhui interrupted the conversation and apologized for talking about it during the celebration. But, as she already knew, he would need a blade for the festival during the Dark Lord's visit. He asked her if she would be that blade. Kyujin replied that if he was talking about destroying a demonic cult, then yes. Then Wenhui said that the target of this blade would not only be a demonic cult. He remarked that if this blade does not find the strength to defeat the designated enemy, and Kyujin finished the sentence that then he would need to find a new blade. The guy confirmed that this was the case. Wenhui said that he could help her leave the clan before the festival if she thought she was not capable of doing so. The sister said that sometimes he was so cruel. She reminded him that she had always been on his side, even when he had to confront his mother. Wenhui explained that he was telling her this because his status in the clan was changing. Kyujin said that she had made up her mind long ago, and what she has learned from both Qingcheng and the Tang clan is righteousness. She emphasized that all her decisions were based on whether something was right or wrong, and if he wants justice, she will follow him. But there is one thing. The guy continued that he realized that it meant that she would not. The girl confirmed that this was the case. She explained that she believed that her mother's actions were far from righteous. That is why they have always been at odds with her. Kyujin emphasized that if he was not sure of her loyalty, their paths would part here. Wenhui thought that he had not even thought about righteousness. Until now, the righteousness of which the people of Zhongyuan spoke was more like selfishness. However, it does not seem that Tan Kyujin is the same case. Her voice is full of sincerity. He thought that Tan Kyujin was ready to break blood ties in the name of a just cause. Wenhui apologized to his sister and said that he was wrong. Then Kyujin said that she believed that he, as the heir to the head of the subsidiary clan, was capable of doing so she would become his blade. Raising the cup, she said that she would become the blade that would live in his name and die in his name until it was over. Wenhui said that he would do his best to ensure that the blade was used exclusively for pure purposes. Tang Gong joined them, saying that he had been completely forgotten. In the city of the Golden Sword Sect's fortress, he took out his anger on Tan Wunvi. Throwing everything around, he shouted how this mediocrity had become the heir to the head of the Tang clan's subsidiary branch. After all, he had already embarrassed himself in front of Sumin and Sunyi because of him. Now he'll have to show up at the festival with gifts for the Dark Lord's visit and apologize to him. But it was the other guy who was wrong, not him. And if he had been born into a famous family, he would have been too. Crumpling up a piece of paper, he said that no, he would even become even stronger than him. At that time, someone came in and asked if it was a gift for Tan Wunvi, and then he added that it looked like he was in the right place. Turning abruptly, he asked who he was and was told that he did not need to know. The uninvited guest instantly threw the man away with a cold wave of wind and snow. He said he wanted to see this Tang Wun Hui, so we'll have to use him. As he approached, the young man loomed over him and said that he probably wouldn't mind. They continued their celebration on the roof of the house. Wun Hui asked if such a nice girl from Qingcheng was allowed to get drunk like that. Kyujin indignantly asked why she was cute and emphasized that she was a Taoist. He mockingly repeated that their cute girl from Qingcheng was a Taoist. The guy said that he always wondered why she was so kind to him. The girl replied that she was going to tell him one day anyway. Obviously, the time had come. She told him that she had made a promise. When Wunhua asked who she was talking to, Kyujin said his mother. Immersed in memories, Tan Kyujin repeated what she had promised her. His mother was a very kind woman, and he loved to run to her as a child. She was always happy to meet her, and she would tell her, always tired from the Tang clan's training, about how big the world was outside the walls of the estate, and also about how wide Jiangsu is, how graceful Qingcheng Mountain is, how beautiful Emi Peak is, and also about how sweet and delicious the candied fruit is. But then one day she realized that something was wrong. She wondered what kind of medicine it was. That day, little Kyujin found out that her mother had been putting poison in her medicine. However, his mother told her to keep quiet. Kyujin asked why she was taking them when she knew about it. His mother replied that the medicine mixed in the medicine had no effect on her. And then she said that there was no cure for her disease. Thanks to the head of the clan, she managed to keep it under control, but after Wunvi was born, it only got worse. She said that these medications only bring the day closer when she will have to leave them. Kyujin said that she would rather stay with them longer anyway. She said that she didn't want to cause any problems that way. Taking Kyujin's hands, she said that she understood that she was asking for a difficult favor for the Tang clan, but could she promise her just one thing? She said that she would like her and Wunvi to remain good friends even after she leaves them. Crying, Kyujin said that she would not promise that, so she could not leave them. Comforting her, she said that she was sure that Kyujin would become a wonderful person when he grew up. She asked him not to lose the warmth and kindness in his heart. Kyujin said that this is what she promised before his mother passed away. The girl added that even after that, her mother was not going to stop. Namgun Sanin spread false rumors that defamed Wunhua and his mother, and everyone in the Nine Dragons family believed her story. Wanvi is the child of a drunken mistake. It's a bit absurd if you think about it. Are you saying that Tan Ho-san, having reached the highest peak of development, could not cope with alcohol? And even though it was damaging Tan Ho-san's reputation, Namgun Sangyon's main concern was that Wunhui and his mother would be more offended by the rumor. Kyujin apologized to Wunhua. She said that it must not be very nice to hear that she was treating him well because of the promise. He replied that she didn't see it that way. He asked her if she hadn't been warm to him even before his mother asked her to make this promise. Just like before, he found out about her mother's tricks. He added that in his opinion, she was just that kind of person. Hearing such a pleasant answer, she thanked her brother for it. Wunvi thought that it was a mystery how such a stone man with a terrible wife had such a good daughter. He replied that he was thanking her. He thought that Tan Wunvi had one feeling that he did not understand. Namgun Sanin, he really doesn't care what happens to this woman. Events have already changed. She will be imprisoned for treason after the Dark Lord's visit, even if he does nothing. However, this aching feeling does not disappear. The difference between Yen Wunhui's soul and Tan Wunhui's body, this anger that the boy carries in his heart, the feelings of grief and despair that he, a former orphan in his past life, cannot understand. But now he begins to understand them. He said he had to take care of something, so he had to leave. She cheerfully replied that it was okay, and see you later. As he left, Wunhui mockingly added that if she was still drinking when he returned, he would tell her elders in Qingcheng. Kyujin asked him indignantly why he had mentioned him again. With a heavy sigh, Kyujin remained sitting on the roof for some time. The next day, the First Lady's pavilion was filled with swear words. Namgun Sanin said that this bastard was not only appointed as a candidate for succession as soon as he returned, but was also appointed deputy head of the clan. She mentally noted that this meant that she and her children had been abandoned. She gritted her teeth and decided that she had to do something about it. When she heard the sound, she thought it was those bastards from the Righteous Wind Squad again. Namgun Sangyong shouted that she had already stated that she had nothing more to say. However, her son entered the room. She was surprised and asked how Yua Cheng had gotten in, since the members of the Righteous Wind Squad should be standing at the entrance. Yua Cheng replied that he had asked his father for permission. Then, Namgun Sanin said it was good that he had come, and told him to listen carefully. She said that they will never be safe as long as this bastard is the deputy head of the clan. Namgun said he should go to her family. The boy told his mother that the people from the Namgong clan who had come with her were being watched by the Righteous Wind Squad. Namgun confirmed that all those who came with her were caught. She added that there is still hope. His mother told him to leave this sign in the south corner of the backyard of the Righteous Wind Pavilion, and a note saying to come to the Red Pavilion, then he would be taken away at night. Crumpling up the note, he asked if there was anyone else from the Namgun clan whom she had hidden from him. He said that he knew she didn't trust his rebellious sister, but he should have. She apologized and said it didn't matter now. The boyfriend hysterically screamed that she had gotten involved with this demonic cult. Namgun Sanin was surprised to hear that he had found out. He did not tell her, but said that he wanted to achieve everything himself, both in martial arts and in promoting the clan's policy. Yua Cheng shouted that the help from the Namgong clan would also serve his development. He just wanted to prove his worth on his own. Turning to his mother, he said that he only wanted to win as Thane. Unexpectedly, they heard someone say that the conversation was apparently over. Winhui noticed that there were still spies of the Namgong clan in the Righteous Wind Pavilion, and asked how that was possible. The counselor replied that he thought he had gotten rid of them all, and added that he was very ashamed. Namgun Sanin asked in surprise that he and the counselor were together with Kyujin. She turned her gaze to Yua Chang and realized that her son knew they were listening. Angry, Namgun Sanin accused Winhui of forcing Yua Chang. The boyfriend reminded her that she had promised him that if he demanded, she would resign and renounce the rights of her children's heirs. The woman immediately rushed to her son and told him not to listen to them. Kyujin turned to her mother and asked her to stop. She said that they had already shown Yua Chang all the evidence. Stunned by Namgun Sangin's statement, she only uttered Kyujin's name in fright. Her legs gave out and she sank to the floor. The counselor turned to the First Lady and told her that she could tell them everything in detail at the Righteous Wind Pavilion. Tangung emphasized that he hopes she realizes that there is nothing more to be done. Raising her head, she looked at the faces of her children and said that it was clear that it was over. Namgun Sanin looked down at the floor again and began to deny it. Shouting that she would not accept this, Namgun Sanin released a large amount of energy. Wunvi realized that it was demonic energy. Kyujin and Yua Chang were very surprised to see what their mother was capable of. One of the spirits asked Wunhua if this was what he was thinking. This is a demonic technique of subversive bloodstream transformation that is forbidden even in the heavenly cult. Wunvi thought it was her, the demonic technique of disrupting blood flow. It temporarily but significantly increases the reserves of internal energy. But in response, you lose your mind and see everyone around you as enemies. And after a while, death comes. This demonic technique was used as a last resort from the very beginning. Namgun Sanin turned to Tan Wunhua and squeaked that it was all his fault. The guy replied that he was sure it was the Namgong clan that introduced her to the cursed white bone instructor. So why is she angry with him? In response, she screamed at him to shut up and threw a table at him. Wunvi stopped the flying table with one hand and broke it into 2 pieces. Yua Chang was upset to see that she was also using demonic arts. Kyujin turned to Yua Chang and asked him to move a little further away. She walked in the direction of her mother. As she approached, she told her mother not to burden her with the burden of her sin. Then Wunwi told Kyujin that it was too late to talk. Namgun Sangyeon had already lost her mind. In a frantic voice, Namgun Sanin said that even though she was her daughter, she had never listened to her. And then, exclaiming that she no longer needed her, she attacked her daughter. To stop her possessed mother, Kyujin uses her anti-demon sword. The spirit said that nothing less was to be expected from the Taoist Qing Cheng. He noted that she was able to dispel the demonic energy with her anti-demonic energy, and this woman was wasting her energy. The guy said that even if she didn't know that the demonic technique of subverting blood flow was actually a demonic martial art, she should have at least realized that she would not be well after using it. He wondered if she had used it because she just wanted to beat him. Screaming, Namgun Sanin rushed to attack Kyujin, who was standing in her way. The girl thought that her mother remained selfish until the very end, even though she understands perfectly well what choice she will make. Kyujin mentally said that then she would stay true to her path. When Kyujin exposed her sword, she said that she was doing it in the name of the Qingcheng sect. She continued that, in the name of the heavenly blade of the united key of heaven and earth and the leader of the hidden sword, all of whom favor Tang Kyujin, she begins the ritual of destroying the demon's powers. Namgun was already driven by a single desire to destroy, and she was hysterically screaming about it. With this scream, she rushed to attack Kyujin, who was already waiting for her. The girl swung her sword once, and the anti-demonic energy of the sword threw the possessed Namgun away. Kyujin finished off her mother in one breath, so when it was over, she exhaled softly. It was painful for her, but she had to fulfill her duty as a Qingcheng Taoist. One of the spirits asked Manhwa if he had seen her expression before she died. The other spirit said that she would not say that she felt good after that. With a heavy heart of pain and sadness, Yua Chang sat bent over his mother's body. The spirit noticed that this expression was more maternal than any she had ever shown. The boyfriend thought that it was because of her deeply perverted maternal love that she wanted to kill Tan Wenhui, but in the end, she only hurt her children. Suddenly, Wunvi felt a warmth fill his chest. The spirit noticed that his spirit and body were coming into harmony. He felt that the gap between his soul and body had closed. He thought that apparently his deep resentment of Tang Wenhuo had been repaid. After collecting some important things, Yua Cheng silently headed for the exit. The advisor said that they would announce that the First Lady was accompanying him to the Namgong clan for restoration. Yua Cheng replied that he was grateful to him for preserving his mother's honor. Wunhui kept his eyes on Kyujin, who was still standing motionless in the corner of the room. After all that time passed quickly. After the death of Namgun Sanin, all the spies of the Namgun clan were caught. Tang Kyujin came to terms with the emotions left over from her mother's death and began to help him with his duties as deputy head of the clan. And very soon, the day of the Dark Lord's visit was upon us. Guests were arriving at the estate from different places. The guy turned to Kyujin and said they needed to talk about something. He said he didn't think the position was meant for an immature bird like him. He is just a child, and he thinks that she is much more suitable for this role because she is more responsible, experienced, and loved by everyone. She said it was nonsense. The spirit noticed that this was a rare sight. He has been watching the young heir for 10 years and has never felt more proud of him, and he hopes that he will be able to watch the sparks fly between this couple for a long time to come. Angered by these comments, Wunvi said it was time to recharge the ghost sphere and grab the spirit. He immediately howled that he was sorry. Two girls were approaching them and happily shouted and waved at Kyujin. Kyujin was also happy to see them, so she happily announced that she was cordially inviting them. They noticed a guy standing near Kyujin and recognized him. The girls asked if it was Wunhui. Then Kyujin was surprised that they knew him. Yu Suming replied that they had seen each other at a tea shop not long ago. Now Wunhua replied that he apologized to them for having to see him like that. Kyujin said that, whatever it was, she asked for permission to officially introduce them all. She said that she was Yu Suming, the pure moon lady of the Amy sect. She said that she had met him at the Shu Peak training camp. Yu Suming said it was nice to meet him again. Then Kyujin said that it was Sima Sunyi, known as the Mulan of the White Sword and the Azure Flower of the Mountain Manor. After that, Kyujin told me that this was her younger brother, Tan Wenhua. He is now the deputy head of their daughter clan, the Nine Dragon. He said it was nice to meet them. Yu Suming noted that it turned out that her younger brother became the deputy, and not her. She also reminded us that she was constantly complaining because she didn't want the position. It seems that in the end, everything turned out as she wanted. Kyujin laughed at her remark and told her not to tell anyone about it. Wunvi asked the girl if something was wrong, and she looked away and said that there was nothing. Behind her, Yu Suming suddenly appeared and whispered that she was a sly cat. As she took Sima away, she said that they were probably very busy, so they would see each other later. Kyujin shaved and waved goodbye. Sighing heavily, Wunvi said he hoped that this couple was the last. The sister replied that the sun was setting, so it must be true. But suddenly she noticed more carriages. They asked where these carriages were coming from, and were told that they were from the Golden Sword sect. The man said that he was greeting them on behalf of the sect leader and madam. He introduced himself as an advisor to the Na Jinba Golden Sword sect. He replied that he was the deputy head of the Nine Dragons' daughter clan, Tang Wenhui. The guy said that it must have been a difficult journey to get here. The counselor said that the Sikh's leader was upset that he left them without taking anything from his last visit. Opening the box, he said that this was why he had personally asked him to convey his apologies along with a gift that could help his daughter clan. The advisor gave him a sideways glance and added that there was something else. Hayuk Wugi appeared behind the counselor and said that he was sorry for his past behavior. He asked the deputy head to forgive him. Wunhui remembered that the man was from the Golden Sword sect. He decided to play along and accept the gift. The man said he was sorry, and they thanked him. But suddenly he had a familiar feeling. A familiar energy touched. He told the servant to take them to the guest pavilion. He emphasized that he was sure they were tired from their long journey. He thought that for a short time he felt traces of demonic energy, and he is definitely the owner of this energy. He is the second heir to Guming Che. When the girls moved away and were left alone, Yusumin said she saw everything. She said that she saw Sima looking at Wunvi. Sima replied that it was not what she thought. Touching her face, Yusuming asked her if it was true and why. The girl said that he smelled like a sword. Before that, it hadn't been there. Yusuming asked if she meant to say that he had learned to use a sword during this time. Sima replied that it was something like that, only it was the smell of a master who had spent years training. She thought it was not just years, but decades of training, if not more. Sima remembered where she had smelled it. Grabbing Yusuming, she mentally told him that they needed to go back to Kyujin and Manhwa. This smell belonged to someone who had personally fought with their father. Looking back at the man in the crowd of guests from the Golden Sword sect, Wunhui thought it was Guming Che. Although he does his best to hide his demonic energy, it is not enough to deceive him. One of the spirits asked who the young heir was looking at. Wunvi replied that the man was Guming Che. Then the spirit asked if he was talking about the 7-second assassin. The other was surprised to see that the second son of the head of the North Sea mythos had already entered. The spirit said that he knew they would do it. Another asked what Wunvi would do now. The boy replied that it would be a bad idea to deal with him right now. Wunvi thought that he would love to tear him to pieces right now for what he had done. However, too much damage would be done to the plan if the North Sea mythos abandoned the assassination attempt. Clenching his fist, Wunvi added that he would therefore allow Guming Che to live a little longer. Kyujin asked him if the Golden Sword sect was the last. He said that the sun was almost down, so if anyone was late, they would probably arrive tomorrow morning if they had the manners. The wind suddenly rose, and it was clear that it was of unnatural origin. The boy knew this premonition, this acute sense of approaching danger. He immediately concentrated his combat energy to repel the attack. Wunvi ordered the spirit to give him a spear immediately. He looked for the attacker with his eyes. The sister asked Wunhua anxiously what was happening. Were they attacked? Finally, Kyujin noticed and recognized the attacker hovering over them. Wuni immediately moved to repel the attack. Seeing that Wunvi was heading toward him, he said that he intended to scare him, so that he would run away with his tail between his legs and attack instead. Laughing loudly, the attacker said that the guy was not bad after all. Drawing his sword, the intruder went to meet Wunhua. There, on the mountain, Wunvi's spear and the attacker's sword met. A fierce struggle ensued between them. Covering her face, Kyujin noted that they collided high in the air, and the recoil was such that it still raised a lot of dust. A frightened Hayuk Wugi asked what was going on, and the counselor of the Golden Sword sect shouted that it must be a demonic cult. When they were on the ground, the attacker laughed and said that even though the blow was not strong, he did not think that he would have beaten him, even without straining. The guy did not respond to this remark. He stood in front of me and caught his breath. After that, he folded his hands in greeting and said that he was Tang Wunhua, the deputy head of the daughter clan of the 9 Dragons family. He bowed and said that he was greeting the head of the Lion sect and the Lord of Muram, Grand Master Wojin Heyman, the king of the Lion Blade. Wojin Heyman said that he heard that the Storm Swordsmen raised quite talented children. And then the head of the Lion sect added that it was true, and the battle was definitely not bad. Afterwards, Wei Jin Haman said that he was really good enough to compete with his student one-on-one. With curiosity and excitement in his eyes, the head of the Lion clan emphasized that the boy was definitely worthy of the grade. Wunvi mentally cursed. The mere reflection of this sword energy caused internal wounds to spread. So that's how powerful martial artists who have reached the peak of perfection are. The guy thought it didn't look like he was going to stop anytime soon, but it's not his problem anymore. Tan Hozan emphasized that if he had known that he was going to visit, he would have met him personally. The head of the subsidiary branch of the 9 Dragons lineage asked what brought the head of the Lion sect to his house without any warning. When the spirit saw Tan Hosan's aura, it said that he was definitely not weaker than the Lion Blade King. The spirit added that it knew he was hiding his true power, but not to that extent. Wei Jin Haman laughed and said that he had heard people call him the Fool of the 9 Dragons. He noted that he may not show himself much in public, but his storm is still raging. And then he added that he would even say that it raged much more. Tan Hosan replied that who cares what people call him. He added that what is more important is that he sees him in good health. Then he said that apparently he had a case for his son, and he asked why not talk to him inside in person. With a sly smile, Wei Jin Heyman asked why. Was he afraid that he would hurt his son? Tan Hosan replied that he was only being polite because there were many eyes watching them. The head of the lion sect laughed again and said he didn't care. Then Tan Hosan replied that in that case it seemed that he should answer him accordingly. He said that if he wanted 1V to take responsibility for the incident in the county capital, which sounds rather ridiculous at his age, he would find his goal difficult to achieve until he went through with it. In response to Tan Hosan's statement, Wei Jin Haman asked if he thought that if he sang so pathetically, he would sing differently. Looking at them, Wunvi thought they should stop. For some reason, he had the impression that they were going to fight right now. Two crazy old men. The spirit told Wunhua that Storm's squad had even received arrows of explosive death. Apparently, they were ready for a full-scale battle. He asked what kind of arrows they were. He replied that these arrows were used in battles with the heavenly cult. Explosives were attached to their tips. Wei Jin Haman noticed that there is an active storm squad, and the arrows of rupture death mean that the storm swordsman broke the contract. Tan Hosan replied that they are currently part of the Wind of Justice Pavilion, and these crossbows have never left the location of the Nine Dragons family, and their mere presence is not a violation. He noticed that he knew how to wag his tongue. He asked him if he thought he would fall for it. Tan Hosan replied that he was in school, and that this was not true. Duke said that it seemed that when the Burya group was disbanded, they were forced to sign some kind of agreement. The boy thought that this meant that some other group had made a deal with the Storm Squad. Wunvi thought that the most important thing here was that these two were manipulating the situation so that the battle would be justified. The head of the Lion sect said that his target is the boy who allegedly beat his stupid disciples. So he is going to test his son to see if he has the right to try to conquer the lion. To this statement, Tan Hosan replied that he would have to go through him. Then, smiling, Wei Jin Haman said that he would let it be as he wished. Tang Hosan's aura of a green fire snake hovered menacingly over the members of the lion sect. With a heavy sigh, Wunvi muttered that he had no other choice. The guy used the North Sea mythos technique of a frost attack. Kyujin thought that they hadn't even started fighting yet, and their chi aura was already so thick, and he was able to break through it. Bei Doi Yang said that he was not so strong when they met in Daocheng County. Even the craftsmen from the Wind of Justice Pavilion were whispering in surprise about how he managed to grow up so quickly. A man from the Golden Sword clan noticed that it was Frosty Chi. Win Hui shouted that the head of the clan, Grandmaster Weiji, was their guest. Tan Hosan said that they stopped being their guests the moment they showed their hostile attitude. Then Wunvi reminded him that they hadn't said they had come to see him. Weiji Haman was shocked when Wunvi said that if they were here because of him, then he should decide whether to treat them as guests or not. Laughing out loud, Master Weiji asked if he would like to receive him as a guest, and then he remarked that the Storm Swordsman had raised quite a brave boy. Tan Hosan jumped down from the roof and began to approach Wunvi. He told his son that he thought he had already noticed, but that this man did not understand when to stop, and then he asked the boy if he could handle it. Wunvi replied that he would do his best to do so, and Tan Hosan agreed. As soon as he raised his hand, all the members of the Fair Wind Squad disappeared from sight. The head of the Lion sect noted that if he took him for a guest, it obviously meant that he was ready to accept the test. The guy confirmed that. However, the internal injuries he received during special training in Daocheng County have not yet healed. Therefore, he is not in the best condition to face the challenge. After looking closely at the boy, Vijay Kaman realized that he was right. He noticed that the guy really looked bad. The head of the Lion sect looked around and asked why the guy was in such a state, and they still lost. Then he called his students idiots. He said that he understood that the guy was asking for time. Wanbi replied that he did. Then he asked how many days he needed. When Wen Hui replied that he gave 10, he was surprised to hear that he was giving the Tang clan's medical capabilities. Then he objected and said he was giving 3. Wunvi said at least 5. Veiji Haman said 4. He refused to wait any longer. Then Wen Hui said he agreed. He added that he would be ready for the test in 4 days. Tan Hosan warned that if they caused any disturbances during these 4 days, he would be punished, but he did not finish. Veiji Haman interrupted him, saying that everything was clear. Wunvi said that in that case he would ask for permission to take him inside. The boy approached Master Mu and told him that he had a request for him. He replied that the sun was already setting. He asked what he could possibly need from him now. He quietly asked him to find out if his order was ready. The master agreed. After that, Wunbi repeated that he was inviting the great master Weiji to go inside. Upon entering, he noticed Yu Suming and Sima Sunyi, who also bowed to greet the newly arrived guests. Wen Hui said he would tell the servants to set the table. He added that he was sure they were hungry. He laughed back and said that he knew how to treat his guests, because he really was hungry. Kyujin asked the girls if they were uncomfortable. Yu Suming replied that they were not. It was a great opportunity to see the power of martial artists in action. Sima said that she was glad that Master Weiji hadn't even thought about her. She thought that the Lion Sect disciples had actually attacked her, the daughter of the Clear Sky Blade Emperor, and that Wunhui was just a bystander. But the King of the Lion Blade paid no attention to her at all, despite the fact that she was the cause of the whole rebellion. Or maybe he doesn't care about the Emperor of the Clear Sky Blade at all. She asked Kyujin if she could tell her about the sword technique that Wunhui uses. Kyujin replied that Wunhui had not been trained in swordplay. This answer surprised Sima, and she exclaimed that this was impossible. Kyujin said it was very strange. She reminded him that Uncle Gong had asked her the same thing once. Sima asked if she was talking about Master Tang Gong, the fierce wind warrior. The girl confirmed and told me that he was teaching Wunhua. She recalled that Tang Gong had asked her if she had ever taught Wunvi how to use a sword, or perhaps given him some books. The Wo said no, and told Tang Gong that when Wunvi was young, he was not interested in martial arts. He noticed that the boy had learned the 12 strikes of the fierce tiger, even though he had not taught him. He remarked that perhaps the rumors about him having secret connections were true. Kyujin asked why he was asking, and Tan Gong said that he had brought him to Lu Ban's forge in the Wind of Justice Pavilion. There, he ordered a sword. And the other thing is that he asked him to teach him how to use a spear and a striking weapon, which he did. But he suddenly ordered a sword, so he thought that maybe he had learned sword techniques before. Shima was surprised to hear that he had ordered a sword even though he hadn't learned to use it before. Kyujin replied that he had said so. Then the girl turned to Kyujin and exclaimed that she couldn't take it anymore. She asked Kyujin to let them talk. Kyujin replied that she would talk to him about the meeting, and Sima thanked her. Yusumin whispered to Kyujin that Sima had been staring at him since the first time they met, and asked if she understood what she was talking about. The girl emotionally said that Sima had never been interested in anything but swords and gardening. But the way she looks at him? Then she added that it should remain between them, but she would make a good wife. She asked if she thought so. Kyujin pointed out that Sima was the only daughter of a famous family with many sons. And then Kyujin whispered something in the girl's ear that confused and surprised her. Suddenly, she heard someone at the entrance saying that they were welcome, and wondered who it was at this time. Looking closely, she saw that it was the old master and owner of the forge, Chug Yan. The servant asked where to take him, and Chug Yong asked in response where the second son of the head was now. Then the servant said that he would take him to the White Pavilion. When Kyujin heard about the White Pavilions, she thought that he had personally made the sword to Wunhua's order. Sima asked who he was, and Kyujin told her that he was Tan Chuk Young and that he had made her sword. Then Yusuming asked if it was the owner of the forge, Lu Ban. Kyujin whispered to the girls that this was their chance to find out what kind of sword technique Wunhui was using. She suggested that they follow him. The guy was glad to see the master, and said that he did not even think that he would come to him personally. The master shouted that he had sent the fool to hurry him up. Wunvi replied that he only wanted to know about the progress since the promised deadline was approaching. Chuk Yong yelled at him to shut up. Otherwise, he only knows how to use his stupid tongue. But even this remark did not take the sly smile off his face. Wunhui said that if he was here, it meant one thing. Opening the box, the master said that of course he was here, because the job was done. Demonstrating his work, Tan Chuk Yen said that here is his sword, just as he promised.